Shadow and Flame, A Tale of Forbidden Magic, a romantic fantasy audiobook written by Thora Ravencroft, copyright 2025. All rights reserved. The synopsis can be found in the video description. Chapter 1. The familiar scent of ancient tomes and lingering magic filled my nostrils as I hurried through the marble corridors of Audiobooks Academy. My footsteps echoed against the polished floor, matching the rapid beating of my heart. Something was wrong. I could feel it in the way the magical currents shifted around me, in the whispers that followed my path. Did you hear about Kale? With Seraphina, of all people. They performed the binding ritual this morning. The words struck me like physical blows, but I kept walking, my fingers clutching my spellbooks until my knuckles turned white. This couldn't be true. Kale wouldn't. Not without telling me first. Not with her. I rounded the corner to the grand practice hall, where pairs of students were practicing their elemental magic. The massive chamber, with its towering crystal windows and enchanted ceiling that reflected the weather outside, usually filled me with awe. Today, it felt suffocating. And then I saw them. Kale's dark hair was swept back from his face, his green eyes focused intently on Seraphina as their magic intertwined, his shadows dancing with her frost in a haunting display of perfectly synchronized power. The silver thread of a fresh binding spell shimmed between them, marking them as official magical partners. Beautiful, isn't it? A younger student sighed dreamily beside me. They say they performed the ritual at dawn, in the sacred grove. The professors are calling them the most promising pair this year. My throat burned with unshed tears. Dawn. While I had been in the library, preparing our usual morning study session, Kale had been binding himself to Seraphina Frostwhisper. The same Seraphina who had made my first year at the Academy a living hell with her snide comments and accidental magical mishaps. Ignis. Kale's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. He had finally noticed me, his face lighting up with that familiar warm smile that had always made my heart skip. But now it felt like a knife twisting in my chest. I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you, Dash. Congratulations. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. I hope you and Seraphina will be very happy together. I turned on my heel and fled before he could see the tears that had started to fall. My magic crackled around me, small flames dancing at my fingertips, a sure sign I was losing control. I needed to get out of here. Away from the pitying glances and whispered conversations. Away from the sight of Kale and Seraphina's perfect magical synchronization. The Dragon's Breath Tavern. That's where I would go. The dingy establishment at the edge of the magical district was the last place anyone would look for a top student from Audiobooks Academy. Perfect. The cobblestone streets of the magical district were slick with evening rain as I made my way to the Dragon's Breath. My academy robes, usually pristine and pressed, were now damp and wrinkled, but I couldn't bring myself to care. The tavern's weathered sign creaked in the wind, the carved dragon's eyes seeming to follow my movements as I pushed open the heavy wooden door. The interior was exactly what you'd expect from a place frequented by society's magical outcasts. Dim crystal orbs casting shadows across worn wooden tables, the air thick with pipe smoke, and the residual energy of countless spells. A group of weather-worn mercenary mages huddled in one corner, their combat staves propped against the wall. In another, a pair of potion merchants haggled over a glowing vial of something that probably wasn't entirely legal. What's a pretty little academy witch doing in a place like this? The bartender was a burly man with burn scars across his arms, probably from dealing with too many drunk fire mages. I slid onto a bar stool, fishing in my pocket for some silver coins. Something strong enough to make me forget the last 24 hours. He raised an eyebrow, but reached for a dusty bottle filled with swirling purple liquid. Dragon's Breath Special Brew. But don't blame me if you wake up speaking in tongues. I was reaching for the glass when a familiar voice froze me in place. Well, if it isn't Ignis Solara, pride of Audiobooks Academy, drowning her sorrows in a dive bar. How the mighty have fallen. Zephyr Vashti. Of course, because this day couldn't possibly get any worse. I didn't need to turn around to picture his face, those piercing violet eyes, the perpetual smirk, the perfectly styled silver-white hair that seemed to defy gravity itself. He was everything I despised about the elite magical families, arrogant, privileged, and convinced of his own superiority. Go away, Vashti. I'm not in the mood for your particular brand of charm tonight. And miss this delightfully tragic moment? I think not. He slid onto the stool next to mine, signaling the bartender. I'll have what she's having. Put it on my tab. I don't need your charity. Consider it an investment in my entertainment. He studied me with those unnerving eyes. Though I must admit, I'm curious what could drive the infamous Ignis Solara to seek refuge in such an establishment. Could it have something to do with a certain binding ritual performed this morning? The purple liquid in my glass began to bubble dangerously as my magic responded to my spike of anger. How did you dash? Please. The whole academy is buzzing about it. The perfect pair, shadow and frost, darkness and light. Though personally, I always thought you and Kale were the ones destined for partnership. Such delicious irony that he chose your greatest rival instead. If you're trying to provoke me into incinerating you, you're doing an excellent job. Actually, I'm trying to offer you a proposition. That caught me off guard. I finally turned to face him fully, taking in his expression. The usual mockery was there, yes, but something else lurked beneath it. Something calculating. What kind of proposition? The kind that could give you everything you want: revenge, power, and a chance to show everyone who underestimated you exactly what you're capable of. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper that sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. How would you like to become my magical partner, Ignis? I nearly choked on my drink. You must be joking. I assure you, I'm perfectly serious. Zephyr's fingers drummed against the weathered bar top, his numerous enchanted rings catching the dim tavern light. Think about it, Solara. Your raw power combined with my precision. We could be unstoppable. And why would you want to partner with someone you've spent the last 3 years tormenting? Last semester, you literally called me a common street witch playing at nobility. A shadow of something that might have been regret crossed his face. Perhaps I was hasty in my previous assessment of your abilities. Hasty? I laughed bitterly. You sabotaged my elemental final by tampering with the ward crystals. I nearly burned down half the examination hall. And yet you still managed to pass with top marks. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper that sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. That's exactly why I want you, Ignis. Your raw power is extraordinary. Untamed, yes. Rough around the edges, certainly. But with my guidance dash. Your guidance. The purple liquid in my glass began to bubble dangerously. I'm not some project for you to perfect, Vashti. No, you're not. You're a force of nature disguised as a proper academy witch. And you're wasting your potential pining after a man who chose someone else. His violet eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made it impossible to look away. I can offer you something far better than Kale ever could, a chance at the Paarthurnax Academy. The name hung in the air between us like a spell waiting to be cast. The Paarthurnax Academy, the most prestigious magical institution in the realm, accepting only the most powerful bonded pairs. The place where Kale and Seraphina would undoubtedly be heading next term. You're serious about this. Deadly serious. He produced a small crystal from his pocket, its surface etched with ancient runes. I already have the binding stone. We could perform the ritual tonight if you're willing. And what's in it for you? Don't tell me you've suddenly developed an appreciation for my magical talent. A dark expression crossed his face. Let's just say I have my own reasons for wanting to attend Paarthurnax. Reasons that involve making certain people very, very uncomfortable. Seraphina's family. The pieces clicked into place. This is about revenge. Among other things. His smile was sharp as a blade. So what do you say, Solara? Ready to show everyone who underestimated us exactly what we're capable of? I stared into the swirling depths of my drink, weighing my options. On one hand, partnering with Zephyr Vashti was quite possibly the worst decision I could make. He was arrogant, manipulative, and had a reputation for using people to get what he wanted. On the other hand, the image of Kale and Seraphina's perfectly synchronized magic flashed through my mind. The way they moved together, their powers intertwining like they were made for each other. The pitying looks from my classmates. The whispers that would follow me through the halls. If we do this, I said slowly, we do it on my terms. I won't be your puppet, Vashti. His eyes lit up with triumph. Of course not. This will be a partnership of equals. And no more sabotaging my spell work. Wouldn't dream of it. He held out his hand, palm up, the binding stone gleaming between his fingers. So, do we have a deal? The binding stone pulsed with an ethereal light between us, its ancient runes casting strange shadows across Zephyr's aristocratic features. My hand hovered over his, trembling slightly. The dragon's breath had grown quieter, as if the very air held its breath in anticipation. Wait. I pulled back slightly. Not here. A binding ritual should be performed somewhere with more significance. A slow smile spread across his face. I know just the place. 20 minutes later, we stood in the heart of the sacred grove, the same place where Kale and Seraphina had performed their ritual hours earlier. The ancient trees towered above us, their leaves whispering secrets in the night wind. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ritual circle etched into the stone beneath our feet. Rather poetic, don't you think? Zephyr placed the binding stone in the center of the circle, using the same ground where they sealed their fate to forge our own destiny. Just get on with it. I tried to ignore the way my heart hammered against my ribs. This was madness. Pure madness. Zephyr began the incantation, his voice taking on a resonant quality that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. Ancient words of power echoed through the grove as he traced glowing sigils in the air. I joined in, our voices weaving together in an otherworldly harmony. The binding stone began to float, spinning slowly as threads of pure magic emerged from it. Silver for Zephyr, gold for me. They twisted and coiled around us like living things, drawing us closer together. Your hand. Zephyr held out his palm, his expression more serious than I'd ever seen it. Once we do this, there's no going back. I placed my hand in his, and the world exploded into light and sensation. His magic rushed through me like a frozen river, sharp and precise and absolutely overwhelming. I could feel my own power responding, raw and wild, fire meeting ice in a clash of elemental forces that should have destroyed us both. Instead, they merged. The resulting surge of power brought us both to our knees, still clutching each other's hands as if they were lifelines. Through our newly formed bond, I could feel everything, his shock at the intensity of my magic, his grudging admiration, and underneath it all, a deep well of pain and anger that mirrored my own. When the light faded, the binding stone had transformed into 2 identical pendants, each containing a swirling mixture of silver and gold magic. Well, Zephyr's voice was slightly hoarse as he picked up the pendants. That was unexpected. Is it supposed to feel like this? I could still feel him in my mind, a cool presence that both soothed and unsettled me. No. He handed me one of the pendants, our fingers brushing. The texts speak of a connection, yes, but this is more. I fastened the pendant around my neck, feeling it pulse in time with my heartbeat. Having second thoughts? On the contrary, his smile was sharp and dangerous in the moonlight. I think we just proved that we're going to be exactly what Paarthurnax Academy needs, something they've never seen before. As we walked back through the sleeping city, our magic humming between us like a living thing, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just made either the best decision of my life or the worst mistake imaginable. Only time would tell which. Chapter 2. Dawn crept over Paarthurnax Academy's imposing spires, painting the ancient stones in shades of gold and amber. I stood before the massive iron gates, my new pendant thrumming with magical energy against my chest. Beside me, Zephyr looked irritatingly composed in his perfectly tailored uniform, while I fought the urge to fidget with my hastily pressed robes. Stop touching the pendant. His voice carried that familiar note of aristocratic disdain. You'll draw attention. That's rich, coming from someone whose hair practically screams, look at me. My hair is a statement of status. Your nervous habits are a tell. Through our new bond, I could feel his anxiety simmering beneath his confident exterior. It was strange, having access to his emotions like this. Stranger still was the way his presence in my mind felt almost comforting. They're staring, I muttered as we passed through the gates. And they were. Dozens of students paused in their morning routines to watch us pass, whispering behind cupped hands. Let them stare. Zephyr's hand found the small of my back, guiding me forward. The touch sent a jolt of electricity through our bond. We're giving them exactly what they expect, a scandal. The great hall was packed with students taking breakfast before morning classes. As we entered, a hush fell over the crowd, followed by an explosion of whispers. Is that Ignis Solara? With Zephyr Vashti? Impossible. They hate each other. Look at their pendants. They're bound. But what about Kale? I spotted Kale and Seraphina at their usual table, surrounded by their usual admirers. Kale's face went pale when he saw us, his fork clattering to his plate. Seraphina's perfect features twisted into a sneer. Breathe. Zephyr's voice was low in my ear, his presence in my mind steady and cool. Remember why we're here. Right. We were here to prove ourselves. To show everyone that we weren't just some impulsive mistake or desperate grab for attention. We were going to become the most powerful bonded pair Paarthurnax had ever seen. Well. Seraphina's voice cut through the whispers as she approached our table, Kale trailing behind her like a shadow. I must say, I'm impressed by your creativity, Ignis. Though binding yourself to your worst enemy seems a rather extreme way to get attention. I felt Zephyr tense beside me, his magic crackling with barely contained anger. Through our bond, I caught flashes of memory, Seraphina's family, some long ago betrayal, a burning sense of injustice. Careful, Seraphina. My voice came out steady, despite the way my heart hammered against my ribs. Your frost magic won't do much good against two fire wielders. Is that a threat? Consider it a friendly warning. Zephyr's smile was sharp as a blade. We wouldn't want any accidents during training. Kale stepped forward, his face a mask of concern that made my stomach twist. Ignis, can we talk? Privately? Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate tension, like ice crystallizing in my veins. His hand found mine under the table, fingers intertwining with deliberate possessiveness. Anything you need to say to my partner can be said in front of me. His voice carried that aristocratic edge that made most people step back. But Kale stood his ground. Fine. Kale's shadow magic flickered around him, betraying his agitation. What are you thinking, Ignis? A binding ritual with Zephyr Vashti? He's using you. Like you used me? The words escaped before I could stop them, charged with weeks of bottled pain. 3 years of study sessions, shared secrets, promises about our future together. Then you bind yourself to Seraphina without even telling me. That was different. Seraphina and I dash. Save it. My magic flared, causing nearby glasses to vibrate. You made your choice. I made mine. A choice made in anger, and spite isn't really a choice at all. Seraphina's frost magic swirled around her fingers. But then, what else could we expect from someone of your background? Zephyr was on his feet in an instant, his chair scraping against the stone floor. Through our bond, I felt his rage like a gathering storm. Careful, Frost whisper. Your family's influence won't protect you here. Is that a threat, Vashti? Her perfect features twisted into something ugly. How predictable. Though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. After what your family did, dash. Enough. I stood too, placing a restraining hand on Zephyr's arm. Through our bond, I sent what I hoped was a calming influence, though my own anger made it difficult. We didn't come here to fight. No. Seraphina's laugh was cruel. Then why did you come? To prove something? To make Kale jealous? Or perhaps you truly believe that binding yourself to Zephyr will somehow elevate you above your station. The temperature in the great hall dropped several degrees as Zephyr's magic responded to his anger. Through our bond, I caught flashes of memory, a younger Seraphina, a betrayal, something about their family's long-standing feud. You know nothing about our partnership. My voice came out steady, despite the way my heart hammered against my ribs. And you know nothing about me. I know enough. She stepped closer, frost crackling around her feet. I know you're nothing but a desperate, common which you dash. The rest of her words were cut off as my magic exploded outward, meeting Zephyr's in a spectacular display of synchronized power. Golden flames and silver lightning danced together, forming a protective barrier around us that sent Seraphina stumbling backward. The great hall erupted into chaos. Students scrambled away from our table as professors rushed toward us, their own magic at the ready. Miss Solara, Mr. Vashti. Professor Blackwood's voice cut through the commotion like a blade. Control yourselves immediately. Professor Blackwood, a tall woman with steel-gray hair and eyes that seemed to see right through deception, stood before us with her arms crossed. The magical dampening field she'd cast made my skin crawl, and through our bond, I could feel Zephyr's discomfort as well. My office. All four of you. Now. The walk to her office felt like a death march. Students lined the corridors, whispering and pointing as we passed. Through our bond, Zephyr's emotions were a complex storm of anger, anxiety, and, was that guilt? Professor Blackwood's office was exactly what you'd expect from the head of defensive magic, walls lined with ancient tomes, display cases filled with powerful artifacts, and windows enchanted to show different magical battlefields throughout history. Currently, they displayed the infamous mage wars of the Third Era. Sit. For chairs materialized before her massive oak desk. Explain yourselves. Professor, they attacked us. Seraphina began, but Blackwood cut her off with a sharp gesture. Miss Frostwhisper, I witnessed the entire exchange. Your provocations were neither subtle nor becoming of a Paarthurnax student. Her piercing gaze turned to me and Zephyr. However, your response was grossly disproportionate. That display of combined power could have seriously injured someone. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's pride at her words, pride that we'd managed such impressive synchronization after only one day of being bound. I sent back a wave of exasperation. Professor, Kale spoke up, his voice carrying that earnest tone that used to make my heart flutter. Now it just made me angry. There's something else you should know. Their binding. It wasn't properly sanctioned. They performed it secretly at night. In the sacred grove, Blackwood finished, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Mr. Shadow Moon, I'm well aware. The magical resonance of such a ritual isn't exactly subtle, especially when performed by two powerful fire wielders. Seraphina's perfect features twisted into a triumphant smile. Then surely their binding is invalid? Unauthorized rituals are technically permitted under ancient law, provided both parties are willing and the ritual is properly executed. Blackwood's voice carried a note of, was that amusement? Which, based on the magical signature recorded by the Grove's wards, it most certainly was. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's surge of satisfaction, followed by a wave of something warmer, almost protective. Without thinking, I reached for his hand, our fingers intertwining naturally. However, Blackwood continued, her expression growing stern. That doesn't excuse your behavior today. All four of you will serve detention, separately, for the next month. Additionally, you'll be required to attend weekly counseling sessions with our partnership specialist. Counseling? Seraphina's voice dripped with disdain. We don't need . This is not up for discussion, Miss Frostwhisper. Blackwood's tone could have frozen fire. The tensions between your two pairs are obvious and potentially dangerous. Either you learn to coexist peacefully, or you'll find yourselves seeking education elsewhere. Am I clear? After leaving Professor Blackwood's office, Zephyr pulled me into an empty classroom, his violet eyes blazing with an intensity that made our bond hum with energy. That was unexpected. He ran a hand through his silver hair, a gesture I was beginning to recognize as a sign of genuine agitation. Blackwood knows more than she's letting on. About the ritual? About everything. Through our bond, I caught flashes of memory, hushed conversations, old family rivalries, something about the Vashti and Frostwhisper families that made my head spin. She mentioned ancient law. Those regulations haven't been invoked in centuries. I leaned against a dusty desk, trying to process everything that had happened. The counseling sessions are going to be hell. They're also an opportunity. A familiar calculating look crossed his face. Think about it. We'll have official documentation of any provocations from Seraphina. If she steps out of line, is that all you think about? Gathering ammunition against the Frost Whispers. His expression darkened. You don't understand what they're capable of. What they've done, Then help me understand. The words burst out of me, charged with frustration. We're bound now, Zephyr. I can feel your anger, your pain, but I don't know why. How am I supposed to be your partner if you won't trust me?" The silence that followed was deafening. Through our bond, I felt his internal struggle, the desire to maintain his carefully constructed walls warring with the pull of our connection. The frost whispers destroyed my family. His voice was barely above a whisper. 10 years ago, they fabricated evidence of dark magic use against my father. He was stripped of his position on the Mage Council, our family's assets were seized, and our name was dragged through the mud. My mother, he swallowed hard. She couldn't handle the shame. She took her own life. The raw pain in his voice, amplified by our bond, made my chest ache. Without thinking, I reached for him, my fingers brushing his cheek. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through our connection. "That's why you really wanted this partnership, isn't it? Not just to get into Paarthurnax, but to position yourself close to Seraphina's family. They think they're untouchable." His hand covered mine, holding it in place. "But with your power combined with mine, we could expose them. Make them pay for everything they've done." "Zephyr." I started to pull away, but he caught my wrist. "I know what you're thinking. That this is just about revenge. But it's more than that. The Frost Whispers have corrupted the entire magical system. They use their influence to crush anyone who threatens their power. What they did to my family, they've done it to others. They'll keep doing it unless someone stops them." Through our bond, I could feel the raw honesty in his words, the pain that had driven him to this point. But there was something else too, a fierce determination that resonated with my own desire to prove myself. "If what you're saying is true," I said carefully, "then why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? Why manipulate me when I was vulnerable?" He released my wrist, running a hand through his silver hair in frustration. "Would you have believed me? The arrogant Vashti heir, claiming conspiracy against his family? You would have thought it was just another one of my schemes. Maybe. Or maybe I would have understood better than you think." Through our bond, I shared a flash of memory. My own parents, common merchants who'd scraped together every coin they had to send me to Eldoria, the whispers and sideways glances from noble-born students, Seraphina's constant reminders of my inferior bloodline. His eyes widened slightly as he caught the memory. "You never told anyone about that, because it wasn't anyone's business. Just like your family story wasn't mine to know until you chose to share it." I took a deep breath. "But we're partners now, Zephyr. If this is going to work, really work, we need to trust each other. No more manipulation. No more hidden agendas. And if exposing the Frost Whispers means losing our place at Paarthurnax, then we'll face that together." I held out my hand. "Partners?" He stared at my offered hand for a long moment, his emotions swirling through our bond. Doubt, hope, and something warmer that made my heart skip. Finally, he took it. "Partners." The moment our hands touched, our magic surged again, gentler this time, but no less powerful. Gold and silver light twined around our joined hands, sealing our new understanding with something that felt deeper than any formal binding ritual. "We should probably get to class," I said, trying to ignore the way my skin tingled where we touched. "Professor Blackwood's already given us detention. We don't need to give her more reasons to watch us. Let her watch." His trademark smirk was back, but there was something softer in his eyes now. "We're going to give everyone at this academy something worth watching." As we left the classroom, our pendants humming with shared power, I couldn't help but wonder what I'd gotten myself into. But for the first time since our binding, it felt less like a desperate mistake and more like the beginning of something extraordinary. Chapter 3. The first week at Paarthurnax Academy passed in a blur of demanding classes, suspicious glances, and the constant hum of our magical bond. I sat in advanced elemental theory, trying to focus on Professor Thornhart's lecture about the interaction between opposing magical forces, but my attention kept drifting to Zephyr beside me. Through our bond, I could feel his intense concentration, the way his mind dissected each concept with surgical precision. It was distracting, especially when random fragments of his thoughts would filter through, complex magical formulas, strategic plans, and occasionally, surprisingly tender concern for my well-being. "Miss Solara." Professor Thornhart's sharp voice cut through my wandering thoughts. Perhaps you'd care to demonstrate the principle of elemental resonance with Mr. Vashti? A ripple of anticipation went through the classroom. Everyone knew what this meant, a practical demonstration of our bond's strength. Through our connection, I felt Zephyr's immediate alertness, like a predator sensing opportunity. Of course, Professor. I stood, my pendant warm against my skin. The demonstration area cleared quickly, students pressing against the walls to give us space. Zephyr took his position opposite me, his violet eyes gleaming with that familiar intensity that made our bond spark with energy. Remember, Professor Thornhart's voice carried an edge of warning. This is about control, not power. Elemental resonance requires perfect synchronization between partners. Ready? Zephyr's voice was low, meant only for me. I nodded and we began. Our magic unfurled slowly at first, my golden flames dancing with his silver lightning in an intricate pattern. Through our bond, I could feel him guiding the flow of energy, his precision complementing my raw power. It was different from our previous displays of force. This was delicate, almost beautiful. Excellent control, Professor Thornhart noted, circling us. Now, increase the complexity. Show us true resonance. Zephyr's response came through our bond rather than words, a gentle push, encouraging me to let more of my power flow. I complied, and our elements began to merge in ways that should have been impossible. Fire and lightning twisted together, forming patterns that made several students gasp. Remarkable. Professor Thornhart's voice held genuine amazement. I haven't seen such natural resonance since Dash. She was cut off by a sudden surge of power from the back of the classroom. A wave of frost magic slammed into our demonstration, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance we'd created. Seraphina stood with her hand extended, Kale beside her looking horrified. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said, voice dripping with false concern. My magic just slipped. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's rage explode like a thunderstorm, but before either of us could react, Professor Thornhart stepped between us and Seraphina. Miss Frostwhisper. Her voice could have frozen hellfire. That will be another week of detention and 50 points from your house. Magical sabotage during a controlled demonstration is grounds for suspension. But Professor Dash. Furthermore, Thornhart continued as if Seraphina hadn't spoken, you and Mr. Shadow Moon will write a detailed essay on the ethical implications of disrupting elemental resonance experiments. 10,000 words on my desk by Monday. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's satisfaction, though it was tinged with something darker. His thoughts brushed against mine. We should show them what real power looks like. Don't. I sent back, gripping his hand tightly. It's not worth it. The rest of the class watched in tense silence as Seraphina's perfect features twisted with barely contained fury. Kale looked like he wanted to sink through the floor. Now then, Professor Thornhart turned back to us, her expression softening slightly. Before we were so rudely interrupted, I was about to say something quite important. What you two demonstrated just now, that level of elemental resonance between fire and lightning, it's extraordinarily rare. But Professor, one of the other students spoke up, I thought opposing elements couldn't achieve true resonance. The magical theory texts specifically state dash. The texts Thornhart cut in are based on documented cases. But magic is not a static force. It evolves, adapts, sometimes defies our understanding entirely. She studied us with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. Mr. Vashti, Miss Solara, I'd like you to stay after class. There's something we need to discuss. The rest of the lesson passed in a blur of tension and whispered conversations. Through our bond, I could feel Zephyr's mind working overtime, analyzing every possible meaning behind Thornhart's words. His thoughts kept brushing against mine, a constant stream of theories and possibilities that made my head spin. When the bell finally rang, we remained in our seats as the other students filed out. Seraphina shot us one last venomous glare before departing, practically dragging Kale with her. Now then. Professor Thornhart closed the classroom door with a wave of her hand, casting several privacy wards that made the air shimmer. What I'm about to tell you must remain absolutely confidential. Do you understand? Professor Thornhart waved her hand, and a shimmering barrier of magical energy encased the classroom. The air grew thick with protective enchantments, making our pendants hum with resonant power. "What I'm about to share with you," she began, her voice uncharacteristically grave, "has been kept secret for generations. The kind of elemental resonance you demonstrated today, the merger of fire and lightning, it shouldn't be possible. At least, not according to any modern magical theory." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's intense focus, his mind working to piece together the implications. His hand found mine under the desk, our magic instinctively reaching for each other. "But it was possible once," Thornheart continued, pulling an ancient tome from a hidden compartment in her desk. The book's cover was worn leather, inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift and change as I watched. "During the age of primordial magic, before the great schism that divided the elements into their current categories." She opened the book carefully, its pages crackling with age. "There were mages then who could combine opposing elements in ways we can barely comprehend today. They were called the harmonizers, pairs whose magical resonance transcended the traditional boundaries between elements." "What happened to them?" I asked, drawn forward despite myself. "They were feared." Thornheart's expression darkened. "Their power threatened the established magical hierarchies. The noble families of the time, many of whom still hold power today, worked to suppress knowledge of their existence. They rewrote magical theory to establish the idea that certain elements could never achieve true resonance." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's sudden surge of emotion, anger, recognition, and a fierce kind of hope. "The Frost Whispers," he said quietly. "They were part of it, weren't they?" Thornheart's sharp gaze fixed on him. "Your family's archives must be more complete than I thought, Mr. Vashti." "Yes, the Frost Whispers were among those who led the suppression. They, along with several other powerful families, established the current system of magical education, one that deliberately discourages experimentation with opposing elements." "But why show us this now?" I asked, my mind reeling with implications. "Why tell us at all?" "Because," Thornheart closed the ancient book carefully, "what you demonstrated today wasn't just unusual, it was supposedly impossible. Your natural resonance suggests that you might be the first true harmonizer pair to emerge in centuries. And if that's true—" She paused, choosing her words carefully. "If that's true, there are people who will see you as a threat to everything they've built." The weight of Professor Thornheart's words hung in the air like storm clouds. Through our bond, I could feel Zephyr's mind racing, connecting pieces of a puzzle I was only beginning to understand. His grip on my hand tightened almost painfully. "The harmonizers weren't just feared for their power," Thornheart continued, pulling another book from her desk, this one bound in midnight blue leather with silver constellations that actually moved across its surface. "They represented something far more dangerous to the established order, the possibility of change." She opened the book to reveal intricate diagrams of magical energy patterns. "You see, the current system of magical education isn't just about teaching spells and theories. It's about maintaining control. By convincing generations of mages that certain combinations are impossible, that certain boundaries can't be crossed, they ensure that no one even tries." "But why?" I asked, leaning forward to study the diagrams. "What could be so threatening about combining elements?" "Because," Zephyr's voice was tight with barely contained emotion, "harmonizer magic doesn't just combine elements, it transforms them. Creates something entirely new." Through our bond, I caught flashes of ancient texts he must have read in his family's library, fragments of forbidden knowledge. "Precisely." Thornheart nodded approvingly. "And transformation is the enemy of those who benefit from keeping things exactly as they are. The noble families who suppress this knowledge, the Frost Whispers among them, they didn't just fear the power of harmonizers. They feared what their existence represented, the possibility that everything they taught about magical limitations was a lie." She waved her hand, and a complex magical projection appeared above her desk, two streams of energy, one gold and one silver, intertwining in patterns that looked eerily similar to what Zephyr and I had created during our demonstration. "What you did today," she said softly, "wasn't just impressive spell work. It was proof that everything they've built their power on is based on deliberate deception. And that makes you both incredibly dangerous." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fierce satisfaction warring with genuine concern. His thoughts brushed against mine. This changes everything. But why tell us? I asked again, more insistently this time. You're putting yourself at risk by sharing this. Thornheart's expression darkened. Because I was there, 20 years ago, when the last potential harmonizer pair was discovered. I watched as they were systematically destroyed, their reputations ruined, their magic suppressed, their lives torn apart. All to maintain the lie. She closed both books with a decisive snap. I won't let that happen again. But you need to understand what you're up against. The Frost Whispers and their allies won't just try to discredit you. They'll do everything in their power to ensure you never reach your full potential. Zephyr's hand tightened on mine as Professor Thornheart's words sank in. Through our bond, I felt a complex storm of emotions, vindication, fear, and a fierce protectiveness that surprised me with its intensity. The last harmonizer pair, he said slowly. What exactly happened to them? Thornheart's expression grew haunted. Their names were Marcus Steelheart and Elena Moonweaver. They discovered their ability to combine earth and air magic during their final year at Paarthurnax. At first, the faculty was amazed. Their demonstrations were unlike anything we'd ever seen. But then, she waved her hand, and a series of newspaper clippings appeared in the air before us. Headlines flashed. Rogue mages endanger students with forbidden magic. Steelheart family linked to dark arts conspiracy. Moonweaver heiress commits suicide amid scandal. It was systematic. Thornheart continued, her voice tight with old anger. First came the whispers, suggestions that their power was unnatural, dangerous. Then the evidence began appearing, fabricated documents linking Marcus to dark magic practitioners, testimonies from witnesses claiming Elena had been experimenting with forbidden rituals. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's recognition. This pattern was familiar to him, too familiar. His thoughts brushed against mine, just like what they did to my father. Within 6 months, Thornheart went on. Marcus was expelled and stripped of his magical license. Elena's family, desperate to salvage their reputation, forced her to undergo a binding ritual to suppress her powers. Thornheart's voice caught. She couldn't bear living with her magic crippled. She took her own life 3 days later. The silence that followed was deafening. Through our bond, I could feel Zephyr's rage building like a gathering storm, matched by my own horror and growing determination. But why tell us now? I asked again. Why not warn us before we completed our binding? Because, Thornheart's eyes gleamed with something like hope, your binding has already created something unprecedented. The magical signature you're producing, it's different from anything in our records. More stable, more naturally integrated than even the historical accounts of harmonizer pairs. Whatever this is between you. She gestured at our joined hands, at the way our magic seemed to dance between us even now. It's not just about combining elements. You're creating something entirely new. Professor Thornheart waved her hand again, and a complex three-dimensional magical projection appeared above her desk. It showed 2 intertwining streams of energy, one golden, one silver, forming patterns that seemed to defy the laws of magical physics. What you're creating, she explained, her voice filled with barely contained excitement, isn't just a combination of fire and lightning. It's an entirely new form of magic. The resonance between your elements is creating harmonic frequencies that shouldn't be possible according to current magical theory. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing, connecting pieces of information with lightning speed. His grip on my hand tightened as understanding dawned. The suppression of harmonizer knowledge, he said slowly, it wasn't just about controlling power, was it? It was about preventing people from discovering that the entire foundation of modern magical theory is built on lies. Precisely. Thornheart nodded grimly. Think about it. If mages discovered that opposing elements could not only work together, but create entirely new forms of magic, what else might they question? What other, impossible, combinations might they try? The entire system of magical education and control would crumble. She pulled out a third book, this one bound in what looked like living shadows. I've been researching harmonizer pairs for decades, collecting scattered references, piecing together fragments of their history. What you two have, it's different, stronger, more natural than anything in the historical records. Through our bond, I shared Zephyr's mixture of pride and apprehension. What does that mean for us? It means Thornheart's expression was deadly serious, that you have a choice to make. You can try to hide what you are, suppress your natural resonance to avoid drawing attention. Or we can embrace it, Zephyr finished, his violet eyes blazing with determination. Use our power to expose the truth. That path would be incredibly dangerous, Thornheart warned. The Frost Whispers and their allies have spent centuries protecting these secrets. They won't hesitate to destroy you both if they discover what you're capable of. They already want to destroy us, I pointed out, feeling Zephyr's fierce agreement through our bond. At least this way, we'd be fighting for something bigger than ourselves. Thornheart studied us for a long moment, then reached into her desk and pulled out 2 small crystals, each pulsing with inner light. These are memory crystals, containing everything I've managed to discover about harmonizer magic. Training techniques, theoretical frameworks, historical accounts, everything you'll need to understand and develop your abilities. She handed us each a crystal. I'll help you however I can, but you'll need to be careful. Trust no one outside this room. Practice only in secure locations. And most importantly, her eyes locked with mine, then Zephyr's. Remember that your greatest strength isn't just your magical compatibility, it's your trust in each other. Don't let anyone or anything break that bond. As we left her office, our new crystals humming with forbidden knowledge in our pockets, I felt Zephyr's thoughts brush against mine. Everything changes now. And through our bond, growing stronger with each passing moment, I sent back my response. We'll face it together. Chapter 4. The morning after our meeting with Professor Thornheart dawned cold and clear, the kind of autumn day that made the spires of Paarthurnax Academy gleam like polished silver. I stood at the window of our shared study room, watching students hurry across the frost-covered courtyards below, the memory crystals burning a hole in my pocket. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's presence before he entered the room. His emotions were a complex tapestry of determination, anxiety, and something darker that made my skin prickle. We need to talk about what we learned, he said without preamble, closing the door and activating a series of privacy wards that made the air shimmer. About the harmonizers, about what we can do. About how your family's enemies are even more dangerous than we thought? I finished, turning to face him. The morning light caught his silver hair, creating a halo effect that was oddly fitting for someone who could manipulate lightning. This changes everything, he said, pacing the length of the room. Through our bond, I could feel his mind racing, piecing together fragments of information like a master strategist plotting his next move. The Frost Whispers didn't just destroy my family. They've been systematically suppressing knowledge, maintaining their power through lies and manipulation for centuries. And now we're a threat to that power, I said quietly, touching my pendant. It hummed with energy, responding to our heightened emotions. Just by existing. Just by being able to do what they say is impossible. Zephyr stopped pacing, his violet eyes intense. We need to be careful about how we proceed. If Thornheart is right about what happened to the last harmonizer pair, they'll try to destroy us too. The words tasted bitter. Through our bond, I shared the memory of Seraphina's earlier attack during class, not just spite or jealousy, but a calculated attempt to disrupt our demonstration before anyone could recognize what we really were. They'll try. Zephyr's voice carried that aristocratic edge that usually irritated me, but now felt reassuring. But we have advantages the others didn't. We know what we're up against. We have Thornheart's research. And most importantly, he crossed the room to stand before me, close enough that our magical auras began to merge, gold and silver light dancing between us. We have each other. The intensity of his gaze, combined with the surge of protective determination flowing through our bond, made my heart skip. This wasn't the arrogant, manipulative Zephyr I'd known before. This was someone who understood exactly what was at stake, and was prepared to fight for it. We need to study these crystals, I said, pulling mine from my pocket. It pulsed with inner light, responding to our combined magical presence. Learn everything we can about what we're capable of. But we also need to be smart about it. One wrong move, and they'll have all the evidence they need to destroy us. Zephyr nodded grimly. We'll need somewhere secure to practice. Somewhere they can't monitor or interfere. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind working through possibilities, each idea tinged with the sharp edge of calculation that was so characteristically him. The morning sunlight caught the silver in his hair as he paced, making him look almost ethereal. The old ruins beneath the library, he said suddenly, stopping mid-stride. They're warded against magical detection, originally designed to protect sensitive texts during the Third Mage War. Most students don't even know they exist. And you do because... A flash of that familiar smirk. Let's just say I've made it my business to know every secret this academy holds. The entrance is hidden behind a false bookshelf in the restricted section. The wards are still active, but they're key to recognize Paarthurnax students. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his memories, dark corridors lined with ancient stone, forgotten chambers perfect for practicing forbidden magic. But something else nagged at me. Won't Seraphina and Kale have access too? They're Paarthurnax students as well. They won't think to look there. Zephyr's confidence flowed through our bond. Seraphina is too proud to venture into what she'd consider dusty old ruins. And Kale, his voice took on an edge that made me wince. He's too busy following her lead to think for himself. The bitterness in his tone made me reach for him instinctively, our fingers intertwining. Through our bond, I sent a wave of calm, surprised by how natural it felt to moderate his emotions now. We need to be smart about this, I said, pulling out my memory crystal. It pulsed with stored knowledge, responding to our combined magical presence. These crystals contain centuries of forbidden research. If anyone catches us studying them, they won't. Zephyr's other hand came up to cup my face, the gesture surprisingly gentle. Through our bond, I felt his fierce determination mixed with something warmer, more protective. I won't let them hurt you like they hurt the others. The intensity of his gaze, combined with the surge of emotion through our bond, made my heart skip. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. This was about survival, about protecting something precious and new. Tonight then, I said, trying to ignore the way my skin tingled where he touched me. After curfew. We'll need to be careful about timing our visits, establish a pattern that won't draw attention. I'll handle the wards, he nodded, his tactical mind already working through logistics. There are some additional protections we can add, things I learned from my family's grimoires. No one will be able to track our magical signatures. As we finalized our plans, I couldn't help but wonder how we'd gotten here, from bitter rivals to conspirators in ancient magic, bound together by forces we barely understood. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's answering thought. Sometimes the best partnerships are forged in secrets. That night, under the cover of darkness, we made our way to the library. The ancient building loomed before us, its Gothic architecture casting eerie shadows in the moonlight. Through our bond, I could feel Zephyr's focused determination mixing with my own nervous energy. The entrance is this way, he whispered, leading me through the restricted section. His hands moved with practiced efficiency, disabling the standard security wards without triggering any alarms. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of how many times he'd done this before, seeking forbidden knowledge in the dead of night. The false bookshelf revealed itself after Zephyr pressed a specific sequence of carved runes. As it swung open, the air that rushed out was thick with age and magic. We descended a narrow spiral staircase, our combined magical aura creating enough light to see by, his silver lightning dancing with my golden flames in a display that would have given Professor Thornhart even more to theorize about. The ruins beneath the library were vast, a maze of stone corridors and chambers that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. Ancient magical symbols covered the walls, some still glowing faintly with preserved power. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's satisfaction as he led me to a particular chamber. This was once a practice room for combat magic, he explained, activating a series of old ward stones. The room hummed to life, protective barriers shimmering into existence around us. The walls are reinforced with enchantments designed to contain even the most powerful spells. Perfect for what we need. I pulled out my memory crystal, watching as it pulsed in response to the ancient magic surrounding us. Should we start with the basic harmonizer techniques? Or dash? My words were cut off as Zephyr suddenly grabbed my arm, pulling me close. Through our bond, I felt a surge of alarm just before we heard it, footsteps echoing in the corridor outside. Someone followed us, he breathed, his body tensing for confrontation. Through our bond, I caught his rapid strategic assessment. We were trapped in the chamber, the only exit being the corridor where the footsteps were approaching. The steps grew closer, accompanied by the soft murmur of voices. Through our bond, Zephyr's recognition hit me like a physical blow. "Seraphina," he whispered, his grip on my arm tightening. "And Kale." My heart hammered in my chest as their voices became clearer. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through possibilities, each more desperate than the last. We couldn't be discovered here, not with the memory crystals, not in these forbidden ruins. The consequences would be. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm us, Zephyr's mind clicked into tactical mode. Through our bond, I felt his rapid assessment of our options, followed by a surge of determined energy. "Trust me," he whispered, pulling me closer. Before I could react, his lips crashed against mine. The kiss was electric, literally. His lightning magic surged through our bond, meeting my fire in a display that would have been spectacular if I hadn't been so shocked. Through our connection, I felt his strategic reasoning. If we were discovered, better to be caught in an intimate moment than studying forbidden magic. But something else was happening too. As our magic merged, the ancient symbols on the walls began to pulse with responsive energy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's surprise mix with my own as the chamber around us seemed to shift and blur. The footsteps grew closer, Seraphina's voice clearly audible now. "I'm telling you, Kale, they came this way." I saw them sneaking into the library, but just as the voices reached our chamber, the wall behind us dissolved, revealing a hidden passage we hadn't known existed. Without hesitation, Zephyr pulled me through, our combined magical aura providing just enough light to see. The passage sealed itself behind us just as we heard Seraphina and Kale enter the chamber we'd vacated. "There's nothing here." Kale's voice was muffled through the stone. "Maybe we should dash." "No." Seraphina's frustration was palpable even through the wall. "I know they're up to something. That display in Thornheart's class, it wasn't normal. And did you see how she looked at them afterward? Like they were something special." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fierce satisfaction at her words, but it was tempered by something else: concern, protectiveness, and lingering awareness of how close we still stood. "We need to move," he whispered, his breath warm against my ear. "This passage must lead somewhere." But as we started to step apart, our pendants suddenly flared with light. Through our bond, I felt a surge of ancient magic, different from anything we'd experienced before. The memory crystals in our pockets began to pulse in response. "Zephyr," I breathed, watching as golden and silver light began to swirl around us. "What's happening?" "I think." His voice was filled with wonder. "I think the ruins recognized us as harmonizers." The magic continued to build, creating patterns in the air that matched the diagrams we'd seen in Thornheart's books. Through our bond, I could feel the power growing, calling to something deep within us both. The ancient magic surrounding us continued to build, creating intricate patterns of gold and silver light that danced across the stone walls. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fascination mixing with my own as the memory crystals in our pockets pulsed in perfect synchronization with the ruins' energy. "This is old magic," Zephyr whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "Older than the Academy itself. Look at these symbols." The walls around us were coming alive with glowing runes, different from the ones we'd seen in the main chamber. These seemed to shift and change as we watched, forming patterns that reminded me of the diagrams in Thornheart's books. They're responding to our resonance, I realized, watching as our combined magical aura interacted with the ancient symbols. The ruins, they're recognizing us as harmonizers. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through possibilities. His hand found mine, and immediately the magic intensified. The passage ahead of us illuminated, revealing a spiral staircase descending deeper into the earth. "We need to go down," he said with absolute certainty. Through our bond, I felt his conviction. This wasn't just curiosity, but a profound sense that we were meant to find this place. Behind us, Seraphina's voice was growing fainter as she and Kale moved away from our original chamber. But we barely noticed, too captivated by what was unfolding before us. As we descended the stairs, our magical aura lighting the way, the air grew thick with ancient power. The walls here were covered in elaborate murals, scenes depicting pairs of mages combining different elements in ways that modern magical theory claimed were impossible. "This is it," Zephyr breathed, his excitement pulsing through our bond. "This is where they trained. The original harmonizers, they must have used these chambers to practice away from prying eyes." We reached the bottom of the stairs and found ourselves in a vast circular chamber. The ceiling was domed, covered in constellations that seemed to move of their own accord. In the center stood a raised platform, surrounded by pillars inscribed with more of the shifting runes. "It's a training arena," I said, stepping onto the platform. Immediately, the runes on the pillars blazed to life, responding to our presence. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's agreement, and something more. A sense of rightness, of coming home. "We found it," he said, joining me on the platform. "Our own secret place to practice. To learn what we're really capable of." As if in response to his words, our pendants began to glow, their light merging with the ancient magic of the chamber. Through our bond, I felt something new awakening, a deeper connection to each other and to the power that surrounded us. "No one can find us here," Zephyr said, his violet eyes reflecting the dancing lights. "We can learn everything the memory crystals have to teach us. Become what we were meant to be." And as we stood there, surrounded by the legacy of those who had come before us, I knew he was right. This was more than just a hiding place. It was a beginning. Chapter 5. The next morning dawned bright and crisp, a perfect autumn day at Paarthurnax Academy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's anticipation long before he appeared at my door, his silver hair still damp from an early morning training session. "We need to start practicing," he said without preamble, his violet eyes intense with purpose. "The memory crystals showed us things last night, techniques the original harmonizers used. If we're going to maintain our cover here, we need to master them quickly." He wasn't wrong. After discovering the hidden training chamber beneath the library, we'd spent hours studying the contents of the memory crystals. The knowledge they contained was staggering: centuries of forbidden magical theory, training methods, and power combinations that modern magical society claimed were impossible. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind working through the possibilities, categorizing and analyzing everything we'd learned. His tactical approach to magic had always irritated me before, but now I found it reassuring. We needed his strategic mind if we were going to survive this. "We can't go back to the chamber during daylight," I pointed out, closing my door and activating privacy wards. "Too risky after Seraphina and Kale almost caught us." "No," he agreed, pacing the length of my room. "But there are other places we can practice. The East Tower is abandoned during morning classes, something about unstable magical resonance, making it unsuitable for regular use." Through our bond, I caught his meaning immediately. Unstable resonance that could mask our own magical signatures? His answering smile was sharp. "Exactly. No one would think twice about detecting unusual magical patterns there." And he pulled something from his pocket, a small, intricately carved stone that pulsed with stored power. "I've been working on this. It's based on the ward configurations we saw in the hidden chamber." I took the stone, feeling its magic respond to my touch. Through our bond, I sensed how many hours he'd spent crafting it, carefully replicating the ancient protection spells we'd discovered. "It won't be as secure as the chamber," he continued, "but it should help mask our practice sessions. At least until we can figure out a way to safely access the ruins during daylight hours." The stone hummed against my palm, its magic reaching out to interact with our combined aura. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's satisfaction at how naturally it responded to us. We'll need to be careful, I said, already thinking through the logistics. If anyone discovers what we're really capable of, they won't. Zephyr's confidence flowed through our bond, tempered with the edge of calculation I was coming to rely on. We'll start small, focus on the basic harmonizer techniques first. Build our strength gradually so any changes in our magical signatures appear natural. The East Tower loomed before us, its weathered stone walls thrumming with unstable magical energy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's focused determination as he activated the protection stone, creating a subtle barrier that would help mask our practice. We should start with the basic resonance exercises, he said, pulling out his memory crystal. The ones we saw in the ancient chambers murals. I nodded, taking my position across from him. The morning sun streamed through the tower's high windows, casting long shadows across the dusty floor. Through our bond, I could feel our magic already reaching for each other, gold and silver energy dancing in the air between us. Remember, Zephyr cautioned, his violet eyes intense, we need to maintain control. If anyone detects unusual power levels. I know, I cut him off, already focusing on the techniques we'd studied. Small steps. Natural progression. We began with the simplest exercise, allowing our magical auras to merge gradually, creating controlled resonance patterns. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's satisfaction as our elements combined smoothly, fire and lightning weaving together in ways that should have been impossible. But something unexpected happened as we practiced. The unstable magical energy of the tower began to respond to our harmonization, creating strange ripples in the air around us. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's alarm just before the first surge hit. Look out! He grabbed my arm, pulling me close as a wave of wild magic swept through the room. Our combined aura flickered, struggling to maintain stability as the tower's energy patterns went haywire. This isn't normal interference, I gasped, feeling our magic strain against the chaos. The tower's responding to us somehow. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's rapid analysis. The tower's unstable resonance wasn't just masking our practice, it was actively interacting with our harmonizer abilities. Each combination we attempted seemed to trigger new reactions in the ancient stone. We need to stop, he said grimly, already moving to break our connection. But as we tried to separate, our pendants suddenly flared with light. The tower's magic surged again, stronger this time, creating a swirling vortex of energy around us. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing concern mixed with fascination as ancient symbols began appearing on the walls, similar to those we'd seen in the hidden chamber, but different somehow. Older, more primal. Zephyr, I whispered, watching as our combined aura began to take on new patterns. I don't think we can stop this. The magical vortex surrounding us continued to intensify, ancient symbols pulsing with power as our combined aura took on new, unexpected patterns. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing concern mixed with an almost academic fascination as he analyzed what was happening. The tower's resonance, he said, his voice tight with concentration, it's not just unstable, it's adaptive. It's learning from our harmonization patterns. I could feel it too. Each time our magic combined, the tower's energy would shift and change, creating new configurations that seemed to mirror and amplify our abilities. The protection stone in Zephyr's pocket was vibrating now, struggling to contain the growing power. We need to stabilize it, I said, watching as golden flames and silver lightning danced around us in increasingly complex patterns. If this gets out of control, the whole tower could collapse, Zephyr finished grimly. Through our bond, I caught fragments of his rapid calculations, the structural integrity of the ancient stone, the mounting magical pressure, the potential consequences if we failed. But as we tried to rein in our power, something unexpected happened. The memory crystals in our pockets suddenly blazed to life, responding to the tower's energy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's shock as ancient knowledge began flooding into our minds, not just the carefully preserved techniques we'd been studying, but something older, more primal. These aren't just random power surges, I gasped, understanding dawning as new patterns formed in the air around us. The tower, it's trying to teach us something. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's recognition match my own. The unstable resonance wasn't a flaw in the tower's design, it was a feature. A training tool left behind by ancient harmonizers who understood that true mastery came from adapting to chaos, not just controlling it. "Don't fight it," Zephyr said suddenly, his grip on my hands tightening. "We need to let it flow through us. Like the river exercise in the memory crystals." I nodded, understanding what he meant. Instead of trying to contain or direct the wild magic, we needed to become conduits for it. Through our bond, I felt our energies shift, moving from rigid control to fluid adaptation. The effect was immediate and stunning. The chaotic vortex around us began to stabilize, not through suppression but through harmony. Our combined aura expanded, incorporating the tower's energy into patterns that felt both ancient and new. "This is incredible," Zephyr breathed, watching as our magic created formations we'd never seen before. "The tower isn't just responding to us, it's expanding our capabilities, teaching us things that weren't even in the memory crystals." The magical energy continued to flow through us, each wave bringing new understanding of ancient techniques that had been lost to time. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing to categorize and analyze everything we were learning, while my more intuitive approach helped us adapt to the constantly shifting patterns. "Look at this," he breathed, gesturing to where our combined magic was creating intricate formations in the air. "These aren't just random combinations, they're building blocks. Each pattern leads to the next, creating a progression that—" His voice trailed off as a particularly powerful surge of energy pulsed through the tower. Through our bond, I felt his sudden realization match my own. The tower wasn't just teaching us isolated techniques, it was showing us how different forms of harmonizer magic could be combined and evolved. "The protection stone," I said urgently, noticing how it was starting to crack under the strain. "It can't contain this much power." Zephyr's hand tightened on mine as he assessed the situation. Through our bond, I felt his tactical mind working through possibilities, weighing risks against potential gains. "We need to complete the sequence," he said finally, his violet eyes intense. "These patterns, they're building towards something. If we stop now—" Another surge rocked the tower, stronger than before. The ancient symbols on the walls were glowing so brightly now they were almost painful to look at. Through our bond, I could feel the magic building to a crescendo, pushing us towards something we couldn't quite grasp. "Trust me," Zephyr whispered, pulling me closer. "Let it flow through us both, like we did in the hidden chamber." I nodded, understanding what he meant. Instead of trying to control or direct the power, we needed to become pure conduits for it. Through our bond, I felt our energies align perfectly, fire and lightning merging in ways that defied conventional magical theory. The effect was immediate and stunning. The chaotic energy around us began to coalesce into a single, brilliant pattern, a complex mandala of gold and silver light that seemed to contain entire universes of magical potential. "This is it," Zephyr breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "This is what the original harmonizers were capable of. Not just combining elements, but creating entirely new forms of magic." Through our bond, I felt his excitement and determination mixing with my own sense of awe. We were touching something ancient and powerful, something that had been deliberately hidden from the magical world for centuries. But just as we were beginning to grasp the full implications of what we'd discovered, a sharp crack echoed through the tower. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's alarm as the protection stone finally shattered, releasing a wave of uncontrolled magical energy. "We need to contain it," he shouted, his hands moving in complex patterns as he tried to stabilize the surging power. Through our bond, I felt his desperate calculation. If this energy escaped the tower, it would alert every mage in the academy to our presence. Without hesitation, I moved to support him, our magic weaving together in the patterns we'd just learned. The ancient symbols on the walls pulsed in response, seeming to guide our efforts as we fought to control the chaos we'd unleashed. "The mandala," I gasped, recognizing the solution. "We need to use it as a focus point." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate understanding. Together, we directed our combined power into the complex pattern still hovering in the air between us. The effect was immediate. The wild magic began to spiral inward, drawn into the mandala's intricate design. "It's working," Zephyr breathed, his violet eyes reflecting the swirling energies. "But something else is happening." He was right. As the tower's power flowed into the mandala, new patterns began to emerge, not just combinations of our elements, but entirely new forms of magic. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fascination as we witnessed the birth of something that hadn't existed in centuries. "This is why they feared the harmonizers," he said softly, watching as gold and silver light created impossibilities in the air around us. "We're not just combining existing magic, we're creating new forms of it, evolving it." The realization sent a shiver down my spine. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through implications, the potential applications, the dangers, the responsibility that came with such power. Finally, the last of the wild energy settled into stable patterns, leaving the tower quiet except for the soft hum of our combined magic. The mandala hung between us, a testament to what we'd discovered and what we might become. "We can't tell anyone about this," Zephyr said, his voice carrying that edge of tactical assessment I'd come to rely on. "Not even Thornheart. What we just did, it changes everything we thought we knew about magic." Through our bond, I felt his determination mixing with something warmer, more protective. His hand found mine, our fingers intertwining as we studied the mandala we'd created. "We'll need to practice," I said, already thinking ahead. "Learn to control these new patterns before they control us." Zephyr nodded, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. "Together," he said softly. "Whatever comes next, we face it together." And as the morning sun continued to stream through the tower's windows, illuminating the ancient symbols that had guided us to this discovery, I knew we'd crossed a threshold from which there was no return. Chapter 6. The morning of our first major trial at Paarthurnax Academy dawned cold and gray, the kind of weather that seemed to mirror the anxiety churning in my stomach. Through our bond, I could feel Zephyr's presence long before he appeared at my door, his usual confidence tinged with an edge of tension I'd never felt from him before. "Are you ready?" he asked, his violet eyes scanning my face with an intensity that made my skin prickle. Through our bond, I caught fragments of his strategic planning. He'd been up most of the night, studying the historical accounts of previous labyrinth trials. The shifting labyrinth was legendary among Paarthurnax students, a magical construct that adapted to each pair that entered it, designed to test not just magical ability, but the strength of the bond between partners. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind working through the possibilities, calculating risks and potential challenges. "We need to be careful," he said, pacing my room as I gathered my things. "The labyrinth doesn't just test our magic, it tests our connection. If it detects any weakness in our bond, it will exploit it," I finished, touching my pendant unconsciously. After our discovery in the East Tower, we'd spent every available moment practicing the new techniques we'd learned, but this would be our first real test under observation. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's agreement mixed with something darker, concern, perhaps even fear, though he'd never admit it. "The labyrinth changes for each pair," he continued, his tactical mind working through scenarios. "It reads our magical signatures, our strengths, our weaknesses. And our true feelings about each other," I added quietly, making him stop his pacing to look at me. Through our bond, I felt his emotions spike, a complex mix of determination, anxiety, and something warmer that neither of us was ready to acknowledge. "We've been practicing," he said firmly, crossing the room to stand before me. "Our resonance patterns are strong, our harmonization is stable, as long as we stick to the basics." But we both knew it wasn't that simple. The labyrinth was designed to strip away pretense, to force pairs to confront the truth of their connection. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's unspoken concern. What would happen when our carefully constructed facade was put to the ultimate test? The great hall of Paarthurnax Academy buzzed with nervous energy as paired students gathered for the trial. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's attention sharpen as Professor Thornheart stepped forward to address the assembled crowd, her silver robes gleaming in the morning light. "The shifting labyrinth," she began, her voice carrying effortlessly through the hall, is more than just a test of magical ability. It is a crucible that will reveal the true nature of your partnerships. Many who enter believing themselves perfectly matched discover otherwise. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension spike at her words. His hand found mine, fingers intertwining with a pressure that betrayed his concern. Around us, other pairs drew closer together, some whispering reassurances, others maintaining stoic silence. Each pair will face unique challenges, Thornheart continued, her eyes sweeping across the gathered students. The labyrinth responds to your individual magical signatures, your strengths, your weaknesses, and most importantly, the authenticity of your bond. I couldn't help but notice how her gaze lingered on us for a moment longer than necessary. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of irritation mixed with determination. Since our discovery in the East Tower, we'd been careful to maintain a low profile, practicing our new abilities only in secret. But something about Thornheart's scrutiny suggested she suspected more than she let on. "The rules are simple," she said, gesturing to the massive doors behind her that would lead to the labyrinth. "You have 3 hours to reach the center. You must remain in physical contact with your partner at all times. Breaking contact for more than 10 seconds will result in immediate disqualification." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind already working through tactical implications. The physical contact requirement would make combat magic more challenging, requiring perfect coordination between partners. Additionally, Thornheart's voice took on a darker edge. The labyrinth will test your mental and emotional bonds. It may show you things, memories, fears, desires. How you handle these revelations will determine your success or failure. A murmur ran through the assembled students. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's anxiety spike again, though his face remained carefully neutral. We both had secrets we'd rather keep hidden, things that could shatter the careful facade we'd built. "The first pair will enter in 10 minutes, Thornheart concluded. "Remember, the labyrinth reveals truth. Whether you're prepared for that truth, well, that's entirely up to you." As the other students began moving to their assigned waiting areas, Zephyr pulled me aside into a quiet alcove. Through our bond, I felt his mind racing through possibilities, calculating risks and potential scenarios. "We need to establish clear protocols," he said, violet eyes intense as they met mine. "If the labyrinth starts showing memories, we focus on the present," I finished, understanding his concern. "Whatever it shows us about the past doesn't matter. We're partners now, whatever our reasons were for getting here." The great doors to the shifting labyrinth opened with an ominous groan, revealing a swirling mist that seemed to pulse with ancient magic. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's focus sharpen as we watched the first pair disappear into the darkness. Their screams echoed back moments later, making several students flinch. "Remember," Professor Thornheart's voice carried across the waiting area, "what you see in the labyrinth is real only if you believe it to be. Your greatest enemy will be your own mind." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical assessment of each pair that entered. Some emerged within minutes, clearly having failed their first challenge. Others didn't return at all, presumably still navigating the maze's endless corridors. The waiting was almost worse than the anticipation of the trial itself. "Pair 17, Thornheart called out. "Ignis Solara and Zephyr Vashti." We stepped forward together, our hands automatically finding each other. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind shift into combat mode, analyzing every detail of the entrance before us. The mist seemed to respond to our presence, swirling in patterns that mimicked our combined magical signature. "Remember the protocols," Zephyr whispered as we approached the threshold. "No matter what we see, what we experience, we stay together. Physical contact at all times. If we get separated, we use the resonance patterns from the East Tower to find each other," I finished, squeezing his hand. Through our bond, I felt his approval mixed with something warmer, trust, perhaps, though neither of us was ready to acknowledge it. As we stepped into the mist, the world around us began to shift and blur. The great doors slammed shut behind us with a finality that made my heart race. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's concentration intensify as he began mapping our surroundings. The The labyrinth materialized around us, ancient stone walls covered in shifting runes similar to those we'd seen in the hidden chamber. But these were different somehow, more malevolent. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's recognition just as I reached my own conclusion. The labyrinth was reading us, learning our secrets, preparing to use them against us. "Don't let go," Zephyr said firmly, his violet eyes gleaming in the ethereal light. "No matter what happens, no matter what we see, we stay connected." But even as he spoke, the walls began to pulse with an eerie light. Through our bond, I felt his alarm as images started appearing in the stone. Memories, fears, desires we'd both tried to keep hidden. "Focus," he commanded, though I felt his own uncertainty through our bond. "The labyrinth is trying to distract us. We need to." His voice trailed off as a particular memory materialized before us, the night in the Dragon's Breath Tavern when we'd first formed our partnership. But something was different about this version. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's shock as we watched the scene unfold differently than we remembered. The memory playing out before us was both familiar and disturbingly different. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension spike as we watched the scene in the Dragon's Breath Tavern unfold differently than we remembered. In this version, our initial meeting was charged with an undercurrent of attraction we'd both denied at the time. "The labyrinth is trying to confuse us," Zephyr said firmly, his grip on my hand tightening. "Show us things that aren't real to break our focus." But even as he spoke, the walls shifted again, revealing new scenes. Through our bond, I felt his shock as we witnessed moments from our past, training sessions, arguments, fleeting glances we thought no one had noticed, all tinged with an intimacy we'd struggled to ignore. "We need to keep moving," I insisted, tugging him forward as the corridors began to shift around us. The stone walls seemed to pulse with our combined magical signature, creating patterns that mimicked the resonance we discovered in the East Tower. Suddenly, the passage ahead split into 3 identical corridors. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind working through the possibilities, analyzing subtle differences in the magical signatures emanating from each path. "The middle one," he said finally, his violet eyes narrowing. "The magical current is stronger, more consistent with the labyrinth's core energy." But as we stepped forward, the floor beneath us began to crumble. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's surge of protective instinct as he pulled me close, our combined magic creating a barrier against the falling debris. "The labyrinth is testing our trust," he growled, his free hand weaving complex patterns in the air. "It wants to see if we'll let go of each other when things get dangerous." Through our bond, I felt his determination mixing with something deeper, a fierce protectiveness that went beyond our practiced partnership. The memory crystals in our pockets began to pulse in response to our heightened emotions, their ancient magic resonating with the labyrinth's energy. "Look," I gasped, pointing to where our combined aura was creating unexpected patterns in the air. The gold and silver light was weaving together in ways we'd only seen in the East Tower, forming configurations that seemed to stabilize the crumbling passage. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's recognition just as the implications hit me. The labyrinth wasn't just testing our partnership, it was responding to our true magical nature as harmonizers. The ancient power we'd discovered was manifesting here in ways we couldn't have predicted. "We can't let them see this," Zephyr whispered urgently, his mind racing through possibilities. "If Thornheart or the others realize what we're capable of." The labyrinth's walls continued to pulse with our combined magical signature, creating increasingly complex patterns that mirrored our harmonizer abilities. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing concern as he realized we couldn't hide our true nature much longer. "We need to find a way to mask this," he said urgently, his free hand weaving containment spells in the air. "If they discover what we really are." But before he could finish, the corridor ahead of us erupted into chaos. The stone walls began to crack and shift, releasing waves of wild magic that threatened to tear us apart. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he pulled me closer, our bodies pressed together as we faced the onslaught. "Remember the East Tower," I gasped, recognizing the familiar chaos in the energy patterns. "We need to let it flow through us, not fight it." Understanding flashed through our bond as Zephyr caught my meaning. Together, we shifted our stance, allowing our magic to merge completely. Gold and silver light exploded around us, creating a protective sphere that absorbed and redirected the labyrinth's power. "It's working," Zephyr breathed, his violet eyes reflecting the swirling energies. "But look, the patterns we're creating." He was right. Our combined magic was forming configurations we'd only seen in the ancient murals of the hidden chamber. Through our bond, I felt his recognition mix with growing alarm as we realized the implications. The labyrinth wasn't just testing us, it was revealing our true nature to anyone watching. "We need to end this quickly," he said, his tactical mind racing through possibilities. "Find the center before they have time to analyze what's happening." Through our bond, I caught his plan just as he began to move. Using the resonance patterns we'd discovered, we could theoretically navigate the labyrinth's shifting corridors by following the flow of its magical energy back to its source. "It's risky," I warned, feeling the strain on our combined magic. "If we lose control of these patterns." "We won't." Zephyr's confidence flowed through our bond, steadying my nerves. "Trust me, Ignis. Like you did in the East Tower." And I did trust him, I realized with sudden clarity. Despite everything, our initial animosity, our complicated reasons for partnering, the secrets we still kept from each other, I trusted him completely. Through our bond, I felt his response to that realization, surprise, warmth, and something deeper that neither of us was ready to name. His hand tightened on mine as we began to move, our combined magic creating a path through the chaos. The labyrinth responded to our advance, throwing increasingly powerful challenges at us. But we moved as one, our magic flowing together in perfect harmony as we navigated the shifting corridors. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's exhilaration mixing with my own as we discovered new applications of our combined power. Finally, after what seemed like hours, we emerged into a vast circular chamber, the center of the labyrinth. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's triumph just as Professor Thornhart's voice echoed through the space. "Impressive," she said, stepping out of the shadows. "Though perhaps not quite what you intended to reveal." Chapter 7. The silence in Professor Thornhart's office was deafening. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension as we stood before her desk, still covered in the residual magic from our labyrinth trial. Our hands remained clasped together, neither of us willing to break the physical connection that had kept us alive in the maze. "What you demonstrated in there," Thornhart began, her silver eyes studying us with an intensity that made my skin crawl, "was far beyond the capabilities of typical first-year pairs. The resonance patterns you created, they shouldn't be possible." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through possible explanations, crafting and discarding lies with tactical precision. But before he could speak, Thornhart raised her hand, silencing any attempted justification. "The last time I saw magic like that," she continued, her voice taking on a strange edge, "was in the ancient texts describing the original harmonizers. Magic users who could combine their powers in ways that defied conventional theory. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's alarm spike as Thornhart rose from her desk, moving to a hidden panel in the wall. With a wave of her hand, she revealed a collection of ancient scrolls and artifacts. "These patterns," she said, unrolling a weathered parchment covered in familiar symbols, "appeared in the labyrinth during your trial. Patterns that haven't been seen in centuries. Patterns that, according to official records, should be impossible to create." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as Thornhart approached us, her magic probing at our combined aura. His grip on my hand tightened, our pendants humming with barely contained power. "The question is," she continued, stopping just short of us, "how did two first-year students discover abilities that have been deliberately hidden from the magical world? And, more importantly, what do you plan to do with them?" Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind calculating possibilities, weighing each potential response to Thornhart's implied threat. His grip on my hand remained steady, but I could sense the tension coiling through him like lightning before a storm. "Professor," he began carefully, his violet eyes never leaving Thornhart's face, "what you saw in the labyrinth was simply an advanced application of standard resonance theory. If you check the Academy's advanced text stash, don't insult my intelligence, Mr. Vashti. Thornheart cut him off, her silver eyes flashing. She moved to her desk, pulling out an ancient tome bound in weathered leather. These patterns appeared during your trial. She opened the book, revealing detailed illustrations that made my heart stop. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's shock mirror my own. The drawings perfectly matched the configurations we'd discovered in the East Tower, the same swirling patterns of gold and silver light, the same complex mandala formations. This text, Thornheart continued, her voice taking on an edge of barely contained excitement, is one of the few surviving records of true harmonizer magic. Magic that was supposedly lost centuries ago when the original practitioners were. She paused, meaningfully eliminated. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge. His free hand moved slightly, ready to weave defensive spells if necessary. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with suppressed power, responding to our heightened emotions. The official records claimed the harmonizers were too dangerous to be allowed to continue, Thornheart said, running her fingers over the ancient pages. Their ability to combine and evolve magical energy threatened the established order. But the truth. She looked up at us sharply. The truth is far more complex. She waved her hand, and the air around us filled with shimmering images, historical scenes playing out like ghostly theater. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fascination mix with growing alarm as we watched ancient harmonizers performing feats of magic that defied everything we'd been taught. The harmonizers weren't just powerful, Thornheart explained, her voice taking on a professor's lecturing tone. They were evolutionary. Each pair could create new forms of magic, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. The magical establishment feared them because they couldn't be controlled, couldn't be predicted. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension mounting as Thornheart continued to reveal more about the ancient harmonizers. The ghostly images floating around us showed scenes of incredible magical feats, pairs of mages creating entirely new forms of magic, evolving existing spells into something more powerful, more profound. The records speak of their ability to not just combine magic, Thornheart continued, her silver eyes gleaming with an almost fevered intensity, but to fundamentally alter its nature. Each pair could create unique magical signatures, patterns that had never existed before. They weren't just powerful, they were revolutionary. She waved her hand again, and new images appeared, darker this time. Scenes of conflict, of harmonizer pairs being hunted down by traditional mages. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as we watched the brutal suppression of these ancient practitioners. The Council of Mages declared them too dangerous to exist, Thornheart explained, her voice taking on a bitter edge. They claimed the harmonizers threatened the natural order of magic. But the truth, she paused, fixing us with an intense stare, was that they feared what they couldn't control. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through implications. The memory crystals in our pockets seemed to pulse in response to the historical images, as if recognizing their own past. Our hands remained tightly clasped, both of us drawing strength from the connection. The official purge lasted 3 years, Thornheart continued, moving to another shelf of ancient texts. Most harmonizer pairs were eliminated. Those who survived went into hiding, their knowledge scattered and buried. The council rewrote magical theory to exclude their contributions, ensuring future generations would never discover their true potential. She pulled out another book, this one bound in what looked like dragon scales. But some of us never stopped searching. Some of us knew the truth was still out there, waiting to be rediscovered. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's sudden realization match my own. Thornheart hadn't called us here to threaten us. She'd called us here because she'd been waiting for something like us to appear. The patterns you created in the labyrinth, she said, opening the scaled book to reveal familiar mandala configurations, match exactly with these ancient recordings. You're not just combining magic, you're evolving it. Creating new forms that shouldn't be possible according to current magical theory. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind working through the implications of Thornheart's revelations. The ghostly images continued to swirl around us, showing scenes of ancient harmonizers performing increasingly complex magical feats. Our joined hands pulsed with residual energy from the labyrinth, the memory crystals in our pockets humming in response to the historical displays. But there's more, Thornheart continued, her silver eyes gleaming with an almost predatory intensity. The harmonizers weren't just capable of combining and evolving magic. They discovered something far more significant, something that terrified the council enough to order their complete elimination. She moved to another shelf, retrieving a small, ornate box that seemed to vibrate with contained power. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's sharp intake of breath as she opened it, revealing a crystal similar to the ones we carried, but far older. This, she said reverently, is one of the few surviving artifacts from the original harmonizer pairs. Watch. As she activated the crystal, the air around us filled with new images, more detailed, more intimate than the previous ones. We watched as ancient harmonizer pairs performed rituals that made my heart race. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's shock mirror my own as we recognized patterns we'd discovered independently in the East Tower. The harmonizers found a way to permanently alter the fundamental nature of magic itself, Thornheart explained, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Each pair could create entirely new forms of magical energy, forms that could be passed down to future generations. They weren't just powerful mages, they were evolving the very essence of magic itself. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through tactical implications. His grip on my hand tightened as we watched the ancient pairs weaving gold and silver light into configurations that exactly matched what we'd created during our private practice sessions. The council feared this evolution, Thornheart continued, closing the box with a decisive snap. They believed it would destabilize the carefully controlled magical hierarchy they'd established. So they didn't just eliminate the harmonizers, they attempted to erase all knowledge of their true capabilities. She turned to face us directly, her silver eyes boring into ours with uncomfortable intensity. But they failed. Some knowledge survived, preserved by those who understood the true importance of what the harmonizers had discovered. And now, through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as Thornheart stepped closer. The memory crystals in our pockets seemed to pulse in response to her proximity, their ancient magic recognizing something in her that we couldn't yet understand. The council's greatest fear, Thornheart continued, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper, wasn't just the power of individual harmonizer pairs. It was the possibility that their abilities could spread, that they could teach others to access these deeper levels of magical potential. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through implications as Thornheart moved to yet another shelf, retrieving what appeared to be a journal bound in shimmering dragon scales. This, she said, holding up the book with reverence, is the personal diary of Arya Starweaver, one of the last surviving harmonizers. She documented everything, their discoveries, their techniques, their vision for the future of magic itself. The air around us filled with new images, more intimate than before. We watched as Arya and her partner performed intricate rituals, creating patterns of light and energy that made our own attempts look amateur by comparison. They believed that all mages had the potential to become harmonizers, Thornheart explained, her silver eyes gleaming with intensity. That the ability to combine and evolve magic wasn't a rare gift, but a natural progression that had been artificially suppressed by those in power. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's shock mirror my own as we watched Arya teaching other pairs, showing them how to access deeper levels of magical resonance. The patterns they created were hauntingly familiar, the same configurations we'd discovered by accident in the East Tower. The council couldn't allow this knowledge to spread, Thornheart continued, her voice taking on a bitter edge. They feared a world where magical power couldn't be controlled, couldn't be regulated. So they didn't just eliminate the harmonizers, they rewrote magical theory itself, creating artificial limitations that would prevent future generations from discovering their true potential. She closed the journal with a decisive snap, fixing us with a penetrating stare. But they didn't succeed entirely. Some of us have been waiting, watching for signs that the old abilities might resurface. And now, through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as Thornheart stepped closer. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with increasing intensity, responding to the ancient artifacts around us. "The question," she said softly, "is whether you're ready for what comes next." The council still exists, though under a different name. They still monitor for signs of harmonizer abilities. And if they discover what you're capable of. She left the threat unspoken, but through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate understanding. We weren't just dealing with academic politics anymore. This was about something far more dangerous, a centuries-old conspiracy to suppress magical evolution itself. "We need time," Zephyr said finally, his voice carrying that tactical edge I'd come to rely on. "Time to understand what we're capable of, time to learn control." Thornheart nodded slowly, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Time," she agreed, "and proper guidance. The knowledge you need exists, hidden, but not lost. The question is, are you prepared to learn it?" Chapter 8. The days following our meeting with Professor Thornheart passed in a blur of intense training and hushed conversations. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's constant state of heightened alertness, his tactical mind working overtime to process everything we'd learned about the ancient harmonizers. We'd taken to practicing in the dead of night, deep in the Academy's forgotten corners where even the most curious eyes couldn't follow. The East Tower had become our sanctuary, its weathered walls now covered in the same shimmering patterns we'd seen in Thornheart's ancient texts. "We need to be more careful," Zephyr said one night, his violet eyes reflecting the gold and silver light of our combined magic. Through our bond, I felt his concern as he watched me weave increasingly complex patterns in the air. If what Thornheart said is true, there are people watching for signs of harmonizer abilities. I nodded, but didn't stop the flow of magic between us. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with growing intensity as we practiced, their ancient power responding to our evolving abilities. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fascination with each new pattern we created, his tactical mind cataloging and analyzing every variation. "Look at this," I said, adjusting the flow of energy slightly. The golden light from my hands merged with his silver in a new configuration, creating a three-dimensional mandala that exactly matched one of the illustrations from Thornheart's books. Through our bond, I felt his excitement spike as he recognized the pattern. "That's the Starweaver formation," he breathed, stepping closer to examine the swirling energies. According to Thornheart's texts, it was one of the most advanced configurations the original harmonizers could create. But we just did it by accident, I finished, feeling the same mix of exhilaration and fear through our bond. The implications were staggering. If we could recreate these ancient patterns without formal training, what else might we be capable of? The night deepened around us as we continued our secret practice in the East Tower. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing fascination with each new pattern we created, his tactical mind cataloging every variation and possibility. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with increasing intensity, their ancient power responding to our evolving abilities. "There's something else in Thornheart's texts we need to discuss," Zephyr said suddenly, his violet eyes reflecting the swirling gold and silver light. "Something about the way harmonizer pairs were chosen." Through our bond, I felt his hesitation before he continued. According to the records, true harmonizer pairs couldn't be forced or arranged. The ability to combine magic at that level required a natural resonance between partners, something that couldn't be faked or manufactured. The implications hung heavy in the air between us. Our partnership had begun as a calculated arrangement, a mutual agreement born of revenge and ambition. But the patterns we were creating, the way our magic merged so effortlessly. "Look at this," I said, trying to distract from the uncomfortable direction of his thoughts. I adjusted the flow of energy between us, creating a new configuration that spiraled outward in complex fractals. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate recognition. "The celestial spiral," he breathed, stepping closer to examine the pattern. Thornheart showed us this in one of the ancient texts. It was supposedly one of the most difficult formations to maintain, requiring perfect synchronization between partners. Yet we'd created it almost effortlessly, our magic flowing together as naturally as breathing. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing through implications, analyzing the gap between what we'd been told was possible and what we were actually achieving. "We need to be careful," he said finally, his tactical instincts asserting themselves. "If what Thornheart said about the council is true, they'll have watchers everywhere. Anyone who shows signs of harmonizer abilities." He didn't need to finish the thought. Through our bond, I caught flashes of the historical images Thornheart had shown us, harmonizer pairs being hunted down, their knowledge destroyed, their very existence erased from magical history. The silence in the East Tower was broken only by the soft hum of our combined magic. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's concentration deepen as we continued to experiment with increasingly complex patterns. The memory crystals in our pockets pulsed with ancient power, responding to each new configuration we created. "There's something else troubling me," Zephyr said suddenly, his violet eyes reflecting the swirling energies around us. In Thornheart's texts, there were passages about how harmonizer abilities evolved over time. The longer pairs worked together. He trailed off, but through our bond, I caught the direction of his thoughts. According to the ancient records, true harmonizer pairs didn't just maintain their abilities, they grew stronger, their magic becoming more intricate and powerful with each passing day. "Look at this," I said, adjusting our combined energy flow. The gold and silver light merged in a new pattern, creating a three-dimensional structure that seemed to pulse with its own life. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate recognition. "The phoenix crown," he breathed, stepping closer to examine the formation. "That's a master-level configuration." According to Thornheart's books, it took most harmonizer pairs years to achieve this level of control. Yet we'd created it almost effortlessly, our magic flowing together as naturally as breathing. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind analyzing the implications. If we were already capable of master-level formations after just a few weeks of practice, we need to be more strategic about this, he said finally, his voice taking on that familiar analytical edge. "If we're progressing this quickly, it won't be long before others notice. We need contingency plans." Through our bond, I caught flashes of his thoughts, escape routes mapped out, safe houses identified, emergency protocols developed. Always the tactician, even in matters of forbidden magic. "There's more," I said, remembering something from Thornheart's ancient texts. The records mentioned something about harmonizer pairs developing unique signatures, magical patterns that were specific to their partnership, something that couldn't be replicated by others. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's concentration deepen as we experimented with increasingly complex magical formations. The East Tower's ancient stones seemed to pulse with our combined energy, responding to each new pattern we created. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with growing intensity, their power harmonizing with our evolving abilities. "There's something else in the texts we need to consider," Zephyr said, his violet eyes reflecting the swirling gold and silver light. According to Thornheart's records, as harmonizer pairs grew stronger, they developed the ability to share more than just magic. Through our bond, I caught flashes of what he meant, ancient pairs who could share thoughts, emotions, even memories with perfect clarity. The implications made my heart race. Already, our bond was deeper than anything we'd anticipated, allowing us to sense each other's feelings and intentions with increasing precision. "Look at this configuration," I said, adjusting our combined energy flow. The gold and silver light merged in a complex three-dimensional pattern that seemed to pulse with its own consciousness. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate recognition and concern. "The mind's eye formation," he breathed, stepping closer to examine the swirling energies. According to the texts, this was used by advanced pairs to enhance their mental connection. But we shouldn't be able to create this yet. We've only been practicing for 3 weeks, I finished, feeling the same mix of exhilaration and fear through our bond. The text said it took most pairs months just to achieve basic resonance patterns. But we're already creating master-level formations. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind racing through implications. If we were progressing this quickly, how long before others noticed? How long before the Council's watchers identified us as potential harmonizers? We need to be more strategic, he said finally, his voice taking on that familiar analytical edge. If we're developing this quickly, we need contingency plans. Safe houses, escape routes, emergency protocols. But even as he spoke, the pattern we'd created began to shift and evolve on its own, responding to our combined magical signature in ways we hadn't intended. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's alarm spike as the gold and silver light formed new configurations we'd never seen before. The air in the East Tower crackled with magical energy as our experimental pattern continued to evolve. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing alarm as the gold and silver light formed increasingly complex configurations we'd never seen before, not even in Thornheart's ancient texts. This isn't right, he said, his tactical mind racing through possibilities. The patterns shouldn't be able to evolve on their own like this. According to the texts, even master-level harmonizers needed conscious control to maintain their formations. But our magic seemed to have developed a will of its own, creating intricate mandalas and spirals that pulsed with living energy. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with increasing intensity, resonating with each new pattern that emerged. Look at this, I breathed, pointing to a particularly complex formation. It's responding to our emotions, not just our magical intent. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's recognition mix with growing concern. The ancient texts had mentioned something about this, how advanced harmonizer pairs could create patterns that reflected their emotional state, their magic becoming an extension of their deepest feelings. We need to stop, he said suddenly, his voice tight with tension. If these patterns are evolving beyond our control, we're risking exposure. Anyone with enough magical sensitivity could detect Dash. But before he could finish, the door to the East Tower burst open. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's instant shift to battle readiness as we both turned to face the intruder. Professor Thornheart stood in the doorway, her silver eyes wide with a mixture of awe and alarm as she took in the swirling patterns of light around us. By the ancient powers, she breathed. I've never seen. This shouldn't be possible at your level of training. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he stepped slightly in front of me, his hands ready to weave defensive spells. The memory crystals in our pockets pulsed with barely contained power, responding to our heightened emotions. The patterns, Thornheart continued, moving closer to examine the swirling energies. They're not just complex, they're evolving, creating new configurations that aren't documented in any of the ancient texts. This is beyond anything we thought possible. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's immediate understanding of the implications. We weren't just recreating ancient harmonizer magic, we were creating something entirely new. Something that could change everything, or get us killed if the wrong people discovered what we were capable of. Chapter 9. The grand ballroom of the Paarthurnax Academy was a masterpiece of magical architecture, its vaulted ceiling adorned with floating chandeliers that shifted colors in response to the emotional energy of the gathered pairs. Enchanted crystals cast prismatic patterns across polished marble floors, creating an ethereal atmosphere that seemed to pulse with ancient power. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's heightened awareness as we entered, his tactical mind already mapping escape routes and analyzing potential threats. Remember, he murmured, his hand resting possessively on my lower back as we descended the marble staircase. Tonight isn't just about maintaining appearances. Every Paarthurnax pair will be watching, evaluating, looking for any crack in our partnership they can exploit. We can't afford a single misstep. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with suppressed energy, responding to the charged atmosphere. Around us, dozens of magically bonded pairs moved through intricate social dances, their formal attire enhanced with subtle enchantments that made the fabric shimmer and flow like liquid starlight. The air itself seemed thick with magic, every gesture and glance carrying layers of meaning in this elaborate dance of power and influence. Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the positioning of various influential pairs, the subtle power dynamics at play, the carefully orchestrated social hierarchy we'd need to navigate. His fingers tightened slightly on my waist as he spotted a particular group near the refreshment tables, their calculated laughter carrying across the room. "Seraphina and Kale at 2 o'clock, he whispered, his voice carrying that dangerous edge I'd come to recognize. "They've been watching us since we arrived. Be prepared. Seraphina never makes a social move without multiple layers of strategy behind it." Indeed, my former friend and his new partner cut striking figures in their coordinated evening wear, Seraphina in ice blue silk that seemed to capture and reflect the chandelier light, Kale in midnight black with silver accents that matched her jewelry perfectly. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as Seraphina's calculating gaze met mine across the room. "Lady Solara, Lord Vashti," Seraphina's silken voice carried across the space between us as she approached, Kale shadowing her steps with practiced grace. "Your performance in the labyrinth was impressive, though some might say unexpectedly so, given your unconventional partnership." The chandeliers above us shifted to a deeper shade of crimson, reflecting the rising tension. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's anger flash hot and sharp, though his expression remained perfectly controlled. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy, responding to our combined emotional state. "Unconventional methods often yield extraordinary results," Zephyr replied, his voice carrying that dangerous smoothness I'd come to recognize. "Though I suppose those bound by tradition might find it difficult to comprehend such innovation." Through our bond, I caught his satisfaction as Seraphina's perfect mask slipped for just a moment, revealing the calculation beneath. Kale shifted slightly, his hand moving to rest on Seraphina's waist in a mirror of Zephyr's protective stance. "Innovation has its place," Seraphina recovered smoothly, her ice blue eyes glittering with barely concealed malice. "Though some might argue that certain traditions exist for good reason. The magical binding between partners is a sacred thing, after all, not something to be experimented with." The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with increasing intensity as the tension built. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge stronger, his fingers tightening slightly on my waist. "Sacred indeed," I interjected, finding my voice at last. "Though perhaps what makes a partnership truly sacred is not adherence to tradition, but the strength of the bond itself. Wouldn't you agree, Kale?" Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's approval mix with concern as Kale's dark eyes met mine. The chandeliers above shifted again, casting shadows that seemed to dance with lives of their own. The tension in the air was palpable as Kale's dark eyes met mine, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his features. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge stronger, his magical energy intertwining with mine in an unconscious display of unity. "A fascinating perspective, Lady Solara," Seraphina interjected smoothly, her ice blue eyes glittering with barely concealed malice. "Though I wonder if such progressive views might be influenced by your rather unique circumstances. After all, not everyone finds themselves partnered through such unconventional means." The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with increasing intensity, responding to the growing tension. Around us, other pairs had begun to take notice of our exchange, their conversations dropping to hushed whispers as they watched the drama unfold. Perhaps Zephyr's voice carried that dangerous edge I'd come to recognize. Some circumstances require a more innovative approach. Traditional methods can become rather stagnant, wouldn't you agree, Kale? Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's tactical assessment, the way Kale's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, the slight shift in Seraphina's stance that betrayed her discomfort. The chandeliers above cast shifting shadows across their faces, the magical light responding to the emotional undercurrents swirling through the room. "Innovation has its merits," Kale spoke for the first time, his rich voice carrying across the space between us. "Though some might argue that true partnership requires more than mere convenience." The barb struck deep, and through our bond, I felt Zephyr's anger flash hot and sharp. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy, their power responding to our combined emotional state. Around us, the air seemed to crackle with suppressed magical tension. "How fortunate, then," I replied, finding strength in Zephyr's unwavering presence beside me, that our partnership transcends mere convenience. Though I suppose those bound by traditional expectations might find it difficult to comprehend such depth of connection. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's surge of pride and approval, his fingers tightening slightly on my waist in a gesture that felt surprisingly natural. The chandeliers above shifted again, casting prismatic patterns across the marble floor that seemed to dance with lives of their own. The tension in the grand ballroom reached a fever pitch as other pairs began to gather around us, drawn by the spectacle of our confrontation. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind assessing each new arrival, calculating potential threats and allies in this delicate social battlefield. Speaking of depth of connection, Seraphina's voice dripped with honeyed venom. I've heard the most fascinating rumors about your unique bonding ceremony. Some say it was rather hastily arranged, almost as if you were both desperate. The memory crystals in our pockets pulsed with dangerous energy, responding to the surge of emotions that coursed through our bond. Above us, the enchanted chandeliers shifted to a deep crimson, casting ominous shadows across the gathered faces. Careful, Seraphina. Zephyr's voice carried that lethal smoothness that made even the bravest mages step back. Spreading malicious rumors about a Paarthurnax pair's bonding ceremony could be considered a serious breach of magical etiquette. I'm sure your family wouldn't want to weather another scandal so soon after the last one. Through our bond, I caught flashes of his strategic calculation, the way he deliberately emphasized another scandal, the subtle reminder of some past disgrace that made Seraphina's perfect mask crack just slightly at the edges. Kale's hand tightened visibly on her waist, his dark eyes narrowing with barely suppressed anger. At least our partnership was formed through proper channels, Kale interjected, his rich voice carrying across the now silent ballroom. Not some clandestine arrangement in a disreputable tavern. The words hit like a physical blow, and through our bond, I felt Zephyr's rage explode like a supernova. The memory crystals hummed with such intensity that several nearby pairs stepped back, their own magical artifacts responding to the surge of power. Perhaps I found myself saying, my voice steady despite the turmoil in my chest, you should be more concerned with your own partnership's foundations, Kale. After all, proper channels don't guarantee proper motives. Or have you forgotten our conversation the night before your sudden announcement with Seraphina? The silence that followed my words was deafening. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mix of pride and concern as the implications of what I'd just revealed hung in the air. The memory crystals in our pockets pulsed with dangerous energy, responding to the surge of emotions that threatened to overwhelm us all. Seraphina's perfect mask cracked completely, her ice blue eyes widening with a mixture of shock and fury as she turned to face Kale. What conversation? She demanded, her voice sharp as winter frost. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's savage satisfaction as the tables turned. It was nothing, Kale started, but the damage was done. The gathered crowd began to whisper, their voices carrying fragments of speculation and scandal across the ballroom. Above us, the enchanted chandeliers shifted through a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting the turbulent emotions swirling through the room. Nothing, I pressed, feeling Zephyr's strength flowing through our bond. Is that what you call declaring your love for me the night before announcing your partnership with Seraphina? Is that what you call begging me to wait for you, claiming you had a plan to overcome your family's objections? The whispers grew louder, and through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind assessing the shifting social dynamics. We'd just dealt a devastating blow to Seraphina and Kale's carefully cultivated image of the perfect traditional partnership. You dare. Seraphina's voice trembled with barely contained rage, her magical aura beginning to manifest as frost patterns on the marble floor. You dare to spread such lies about my partner. Careful, Seraphina. Zephyr's voice carried that lethal smoothness that made even the bravest mages step back. Your ice magic is showing. Losing control at a social gathering? How unconventional. The memory crystals hummed with increasing intensity as magical energy crackled through the air. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's readiness for battle, his protective instinct surging as Seraphina's hands began to glow with frost magic. Perhaps Professor Thornhart's commanding voice cut through the tension like a blade. This would be an appropriate time to remember the Academy's strict policies regarding magical confrontations at social events. Chapter 10. The aftermath of the ballroom confrontation rippled through Paarthurnax Academy like wildfire. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's heightened vigilance as we made our way through the crowded corridors the next morning, every student's whispered conversation and furtive glance carrying potential threats or opportunities. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with subdued energy, still resonating from the previous night's magical tension. The ancient stones of the Academy seemed to pulse with gossip and speculation, every corner harboring clusters of students dissecting our explosive encounter with Seraphina and Kale. "They're saying Seraphina hasn't left her chambers since last night," Zephyr murmured as we entered the advanced magical theory classroom, his hand resting protectively on my lower back. Through our bond, I caught flashes of his strategic assessment, the shifted social dynamics, the new alliances forming, the potential repercussions we'd need to navigate. Lady Frostwhisper's absence from morning meditation was noted. Professor Thornhart's voice carried across the room as she materialized beside us, her silver eyes gleaming with barely concealed interest. As was the rather spectacular display of emotional magic at last night's gathering. Perhaps you too would care to explain how your magical signatures managed to trigger such an unprecedented response from the ballroom's enchanted architecture. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate tension, his tactical mind racing through potential explanations that wouldn't reveal too much about our rapidly evolving abilities. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as other students gathered closer, eager to catch every word of our exchange. "A natural resonance, Professor," Zephyr replied smoothly, though I felt his unease through our bond. The emotional charge of the moment simply amplified our normal magical output. "Natural resonance?" Professor Thornhart's eyebrow arched skeptically. "The enchanted chandeliers haven't responded to pair bonding since the Great Convergence 3 centuries ago. Yet last night, they not only responded but created entirely new color patterns that haven't been documented in any of our historical records." The whispers around us grew louder, and through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as several students edged closer. The memory crystals hummed with increasing intensity, responding to our combined tension. "I assure you, Professor," I interjected, feeling Zephyr's tension through our bond, any unusual magical manifestations were purely coincidental. The emotional intensity of the moment simply dashed. Emotional intensity? Professor Thornhart's silver eyes gleamed with dangerous curiosity. "Yes, let's discuss that particular aspect of last night's events. The entire Eastern Wing is still reverberating with magical aftershocks from your confrontation with Lady Frostwhisper and Lord Shadowmoon." Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as other students pressed closer, their whispered conversations growing more animated. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy, responding to our combined anxiety. "A regrettable loss of control," Zephyr replied smoothly, though I felt his unease intensify. The social dynamics of the evening were complicated. Complicated? A new voice cut through the tension. Magistra Blackthorn, the Academy's foremost expert on magical partnerships, emerged from the shadows near the lecture podium. "That's certainly one way to describe what happened. The magical resonance between you two triggered protective wards that haven't activated since the Great Convergence." The whispers around us grew to a fever pitch. Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's rapidly shifting thoughts, calculating risks, weighing responses, trying to find a way to deflect attention from our increasingly unusual magical manifestations. "The Academy's archives," Magistra Blackthorn continued, her ancient eyes fixed upon us with unsettling intensity, "contain detailed records of every bonded pair's magical signature for the past 1,000 years. Yet yours appears to be evolving in ways that defy conventional understanding." The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy as more faculty members materialized from various corners of the classroom, drawn by the growing tension. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's battle readiness rising, his magical energy intertwining with mine in preparation for whatever might come next. Perhaps, Professor Thornhart suggested, her voice carrying that dangerous edge of academic curiosity, we should schedule a more thorough examination of your partnership's magical dynamics. The implications for our understanding of bonded pair evolution could be significant. The tension in the classroom reached a breaking point as more faculty members materialized, their ancient eyes fixed upon us with unsettling intensity. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's battle readiness surge as Professor Thornhart and Magistra Blackthorn exchanged meaningful glances. Perhaps Zephyr's voice carried that dangerous edge I'd come to recognize. We should discuss this in a more private setting. The classroom hardly seems appropriate for such detailed magical analysis. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with increasing intensity, responding to the growing magical pressure in the room. Around us, other students pressed closer, their whispered conversations a constant undercurrent of speculation and excitement. On the contrary, Magistra Blackthorn replied, her ancient eyes gleaming with predatory interest, this presents an excellent learning opportunity for your classmates. The evolution of magical partnerships is a fascinating field of study, and your case appears to be uniquely instructive. Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's rapidly shifting tactical assessment, the positioning of each faculty member, the subtle magical barriers being erected around the classroom, the growing risk of our secret being exposed. The enchanted windows began to frost over, responding to the building magical tension. The chandelier's response last night, Professor Thornhart continued, her silver eyes narrowing, triggered ancient warning systems that haven't activated since the third magical convergence. Systems specifically designed to detect unauthorized magical experimentation. The whispers around us grew to a fever pitch. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as several faculty members began weaving complex detection spells, their hands moving in intricate patterns that made the air shimmer with arcane energy. Your magical signatures, Magistra Blackthorn observed, her voice carrying centuries of academic authority, appear to be intertwining in ways that defy conventional understanding. The depth of your bond far exceeds what should be possible given the short duration of your partnership. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy as more detection spells filled the air. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing concern as the magical pressure around us intensified, threatening to expose the true nature of our unconventional bonding. And yet, a new voice cut through the tension. Archmagister Ravencroft himself emerged from the shadows, his ancient presence immediately commanding silence from the gathered crowd. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's alarm spike dangerously. The memory crystals in our pockets practically vibrated with suppressed energy. And yet, the Archmagister continued, his obsidian eyes fixed upon us with millennia of wisdom. Their partnership has demonstrated remarkable effectiveness. The labyrinth trial results were unprecedented. The magical detection spells surrounding us began to shift and swirl in complex patterns. Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's rapidly evolving tactical assessment. The Archmagister's unexpected intervention could either save us or expose everything. Effectiveness born of desperation, perhaps? Professor Thornhart suggested, her silver eyes narrowing. The magical resonance patterns suggest an artificial acceleration of their bond's natural development, something that should be impossible without access to forbidden knowledge. Magistra Blackthorn finished, her ancient hands weaving new detection spells that made the air shimmer with arcane energy. Knowledge that was sealed away after the third convergence for very good reasons. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as the magical pressure around us intensified. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy, responding to our combined anxiety and the growing threat of exposure. The Academy's archives, the Archmagister mused, his voice carrying centuries of authority, contain numerous accounts of unusual partnerships, pairs whose bonds defied conventional understanding, pairs who changed the very nature of what we thought possible. The whispers among the gathered students reached a fever pitch. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of recognition. Something in the Archmagister's words held deeper meaning, a hidden message meant specifically for us. Perhaps the Archmagister continued, his obsidian eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge, we should consider the possibility that our understanding of magical partnerships is incomplete, that there are aspects to bonding that transcend our traditional frameworks. The tension in the classroom reached its crescendo as the Archmagister's words hung in the air. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mind racing, analyzing every nuance of the ancient mage's unexpected intervention. The memory crystals pulsed with an intensity that made several nearby students step back involuntarily. The Archmagister continued, his obsidian eyes seeming to peer directly into our souls, precedents in our history. Partnerships that defied conventional understanding. Bonds that evolved in ways our ancestors never anticipated. The third convergence itself was triggered by such a pair. Professor Thornhart and Magister Blackthorn exchanged alarmed glances. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of recognition. Something in the Archmagister's words held deeper significance, a hidden message meant specifically for us. The archives speak of the Crimson Pair, the Archmagister mused, his voice carrying centuries of carefully preserved knowledge. Two mages whose partnership was formed under unusual circumstances. Their bond evolved so rapidly that the magical community of their time believed them to be practicing forbidden arts. The detection spells surrounding us began to shift and swirl in increasingly complex patterns. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as more faculty members joined the growing circle around us. And yet, the Archmagister's voice took on a tone of ancient wisdom. The Crimson Pair's unprecedented abilities ultimately saved our realm during the third convergence. Their forbidden bond proved to be exactly what was needed in our darkest hour. The whispers among the gathered students reached a fever pitch. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind piecing together the implications. The Archmagister wasn't just defending us, he was offering us protection under the weight of historical precedent. Perhaps, the ancient mage concluded, his obsidian eyes gleaming with knowing intensity, we should remember that lesson before passing judgment on partnerships that challenge our understanding. After all, magic itself evolves. Why shouldn't our bones evolve with it? Chapter 11. The days following the Archmagister's intervention brought an uneasy calm to Paarthurnax Academy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's constant vigilance as we navigated the shifting political landscape of our new reality. The memory crystals in our pockets hummed with subdued energy, a constant reminder of the power we were struggling to control. The archives, Zephyr murmured as we made our way through the ancient library's towering shelves, must contain more information about the Crimson Pair. The Archmagister's words weren't random, he was pointing us towards something specific. The magical lanterns cast dancing shadows across centuries-old tomes, their enchanted light responding to our presence. Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the carefully calculated nature of the Archmagister's intervention, the hidden meanings beneath his historical references, the potential allies and enemies this new development had created. "Look at this," I whispered, pulling an ancient text from a particularly dusty shelf. The book's binding thrummed with preserved magical energy, its pages seeming to whisper with centuries of accumulated knowledge. The third convergence, a complete historical analysis. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate interest spike. The memory crystals pulsed with heightened energy as we carefully opened the ancient tome, its pages crackling with preserved enchantments. The Crimson Pair, Zephyr read aloud, his voice barely audible, first appeared in the historical record 3 months before the third convergence. Their partnership was formed under unusual circumstances involving forbidden knowledge and ancient artifacts. The magical lanterns flickered ominously as we delved deeper into the text. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's growing tension as we uncovered more parallels between the Crimson Pair's story and our own situation. Their bond evolved at an unprecedented rate. I continued reading, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon us. Traditional partnership development typically requires years of careful cultivation, yet the Crimson Pair achieved full magical synchronization within weeks of their initial bonding. The ancient text before us continued to reveal more startling parallels. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing unease as we discovered increasingly detailed accounts of the Crimson Pair's journey. The memory crystals pulsed with an almost uncomfortable intensity as we read further. "Listen to this," Zephyr whispered, his finger tracing lines of text that seemed to glow faintly at his touch. The Crimson Pair's bond manifested unusual properties from the beginning. They demonstrated the ability to share magical energy, communicate without words, and amplify each other's spells in ways that defied conventional magical theory. Through our bond, I caught his flash of recognition. These were exactly the kinds of abilities we'd been experiencing, abilities that had drawn unwanted attention during the labyrinth trial and the ballroom confrontation. "But here's where it gets concerning," I murmured, turning to a particularly ominous passage. The magical community's response to their unprecedented abilities was hostile. Many believed their rapid bond development could only be achieved through forbidden magic. There were calls for their immediate separation and imprisonment. The magical lanterns flickered ominously, casting dancing shadows across the ancient pages. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as we both processed the implications. The memory crystals hummed with warning energy. "The Archmagister knew," Zephyr concluded, his voice barely audible. "He recognized the signs in our partnership because they mirror the historical accounts. But why point us toward this information? What's his true purpose?" Before I could respond, a new presence made itself known, the soft rustle of robes against ancient stone. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate battle readiness as we turned to face the intruder. Because Magistra Blackthorn's ancient voice carried across the library's hushed atmosphere, history has an unfortunate habit of repeating itself, particularly when those in power fear what they don't understand. The ancient library seemed to hold its breath as Magistra Blackthorn emerged fully from the shadows, her weathered hands clasped before her. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate tactical assessment, calculating escape routes, evaluating magical defenses, preparing for potential confrontation. The Crimson Pair's story, Magistra Blackthorn continued, her ancient eyes fixed upon the text before us, is more than just historical record. It's a warning and a promise. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy as she approached our table. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's growing tension, his magical energy intertwining protectively with mine. Their bond was deemed unnatural, the ancient professor mused, her fingers tracing the air above the weathered pages. The magical community feared what they couldn't understand. "Sound familiar? Why are you here?" Zephyr's voice carried that dangerous edge I'd come to recognize. Through our bond, I felt his protective instinct surge as Magistra Blackthorn drew closer. "Because history remembers the Crimson Pair as heroes," she replied, her eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "But the archives tell a different story. One of persecution, of hidden truths, of a power that threatened to tear our world apart." The magical lanterns flickered ominously as she waved her hand, revealing a hidden section of text that seemed to materialize from within the pages themselves. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's shock mirror my own. The third convergence wasn't just a magical catastrophe, Magistra Blackthorn continued, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. It was an attempt to separate the Crimson Pair by force, to break a bond that the magical community deemed too dangerous to exist. The ancient library's atmosphere grew heavier with each revelation. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mounting tension as Magistra Blackthorn continued to unveil the hidden history before us. The memory crystals pulsed with an almost painful intensity. The magical community's fear, Magistra Blackthorn continued, her weathered hands tracing ancient symbols in the air, led to increasingly desperate measures. They believed the Crimson Pair's bond was an abomination, a threat to the very foundations of magical society. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's growing unease as more hidden text materialized on the pages before us. The magical lanterns cast ever-shifting shadows across the ancient tome, revealing passages that seemed to write themselves into existence. "The archives speak of attempts to forcibly separate them," she revealed, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. "Experimental spells, forbidden rituals, ancient artifacts, all deployed in desperate attempts to break their connection. But with each attempt, their bond only grew stronger. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy as we absorbed these revelations. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he positioned himself slightly between me and the ancient professor. The third convergence wasn't just a natural magical catastrophe, Magistra Blackthorn continued, her ancient eyes gleaming with centuries of preserved knowledge. It was the culmination of these attempts. A massive ritual, designed to sever all magical bonds simultaneously. They believed it would finally break the Crimson Pair's connection. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's shock mirror my own. The implications were staggering, an entire magical catastrophe, one that had reshaped our understanding of magic itself, had been orchestrated as an attempt to destroy a single partnership. But they miscalculated, she revealed, waving her hand to unveil yet another hidden passage. The Crimson Pair's bond had evolved beyond anything they could comprehend. When the ritual began, their connection didn't break, it amplified. The resulting magical backlash nearly tore our world apart. The ancient library seemed to hold its breath as Magistra Blackthorn's revelations continued to unfold. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's mounting tension as each new detail painted an increasingly dangerous picture of our situation. The memory crystals pulsed with an almost painful intensity. The Crimson Pair's survival, Magistra Blackthorn continued, her weathered hands weaving complex patterns in the air that made the text before us shift and change, was both a miracle and a warning. They managed to channel the ritual's energy through their bond, using it to stabilize the magical fabric of our world rather than tear it apart. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's strategic mind racing through the implications. The magical lanterns cast ever-shifting shadows across the ancient tome as more hidden text materialized before us. But the cost was tremendous, she revealed, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. The effort of containing and redirecting such massive magical energy left them changed. Their bond evolved into something entirely new, something that had never existed before and has never been seen since. Until now. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy as her ancient eyes fixed upon us with knowing intensity. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he processed the full weight of her words. The magical community's fear of unconventional bonds didn't end with the third convergence. Magistra Blackthorn continued, revealing yet another hidden passage. The Crimson Pair's transformation led to new laws, new restrictions, new methods of controlling and regulating magical partnerships, all designed to prevent another pair from achieving that level of power. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing unease as the parallels became impossible to ignore. The magical lanterns flickered ominously as Magistra Blackthorn waved her hand once more, revealing a final, chilling passage. But perhaps the most dangerous truth, she concluded, her ancient eyes gleaming with centuries of preserved knowledge, is what happened after. The Crimson Pair didn't just disappear into history, they were systematically erased from it. Every record of their true abilities, their ultimate fate, their very identities, all carefully hidden away. The version of events taught in our academies is a carefully crafted fiction designed to discourage others from following their path. The silence that followed her words was deafening. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind piecing together all the implications, the Archmagister's intervention, the growing scrutiny from the faculty, the hidden dangers lurking beneath the surface of our seemingly peaceful academic life. So you see, Magistra Blackthorn concluded, her ancient voice carrying both warning and promise, why the Archmagister felt compelled to intervene. History is not just repeating itself, it's accelerating. And this time, the magical community may not wait for a crisis before taking action against a bond they deem too dangerous to exist. Chapter 12. The revelation of the Crimson Pair's true history hung over us like a storm cloud in the days that followed. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's constant vigilance as we navigated the increasingly treacherous waters of Academy life. The memory crystals pulsed with subdued energy, a constant reminder of the dangerous knowledge we now possessed. "We need to be more careful," Zephyr murmured as we made our way through the Academy's winding corridors. Through our bond, I caught flashes of his strategic assessment, the subtle changes in how faculty members watched us, the way other students seemed to give us a wider berth, the growing sense of isolation that surrounded our partnership. The morning light filtered through the ancient stained glass windows, casting prismatic patterns across the stone floors. Each step we took seemed to echo with new significance, every shadow potentially harboring watchful eyes. The Archmagister's intervention bought us time, I replied softly, feeling the weight of our situation pressing down upon us. But Magister Blackthorn's warnings suggest that time might be running out faster than we thought. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's agreement mingled with growing concern. The memory crystals hummed with nervous energy as we approached our advanced magical theory classroom, where Professor Thornhart's piercing gaze awaited us. The historical parallels are unsettling, Zephyr continued, his voice barely above a whisper. The Crimson Pair's initial struggles, the community's fear of their rapid bond development, the increasing attempts to control and regulate their partnership, it's all happening again. But this time they won't wait for a crisis before taking action. I finished his thought, our bond allowing me to catch the dark undertone of his concerns. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as we entered the classroom, immediately noting the unusual arrangement of protective wards around our usual seats. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind racing through possibilities. The classroom's magical atmosphere felt heavier than usual, charged with intention that made the very air seem to crackle with suppressed energy. Professor Thornhart's piercing gaze followed our every movement as we made our way to our seats. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind analyzing the unusual arrangement of protective wards, the subtle shifts in magical energy throughout the classroom, and the tense atmosphere that seemed to crackle with suppressed power. Today, Professor Thornhart announced, her silver eyes gleaming with dangerous intensity, we will be discussing advanced magical resonance between bonded pairs. Particularly, she paused, her gaze fixing directly upon us, the theoretical limits of such connections. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as other students turned to stare at us. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's growing concern as he noticed the intricate detection spells woven into the very fabric of the classroom's magical barriers. Historical records, Professor Thornhart continued, waving her hand to reveal a complex magical diagram in the air, suggest that traditional partnership bonds develop along predictable patterns. The magical resonance between pairs typically follows established guidelines, growing stronger over years of careful cultivation. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension spike as several faculty members quietly entered the classroom, positioning themselves strategically around the perimeter. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy as we recognized Magister Blackthorn among them, her ancient eyes watching us with unreadable intensity. However, Professor Thornhart's voice took on a sharp edge. There have been anomalies. Partnerships that defied these established patterns. Bonds that evolved at unprecedented rates, manifesting abilities that should have been impossible without years of dedicated training. The magical diagram shifted, revealing complex mathematical formulas and theoretical models. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of recognition. These were the same patterns Magister Blackthorn had shown us in the hidden texts about the Crimson Pair. Such rapid bond development, Professor Thornhart continued, her silver eyes never leaving us, raises important questions about the nature of magical partnerships. Questions about safety, about control, about the potential risks to both the pairs themselves and those around them. The protective wards around our seats pulsed with increasing intensity. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's battle readiness rising as more faculty members entered the classroom, each carrying ancient artifacts that thrummed with preserved magical energy. Today's practical demonstration, Professor Thornhart concluded, her voice carrying that dangerous edge of academic curiosity, will focus on measuring and analyzing these theoretical limits. Volunteers. The silence that followed Professor Thornhart's request for volunteers was deafening. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind racing through possibilities as the protective wards around us pulsed with increasing intensity. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy, responding to the growing magical pressure in the room. Perhaps, Professor Thornhart continued, her silver eyes never leaving us, a practical demonstration of advanced resonance patterns between established pairs would be instructive. Seraphina, Kale, would you care to demonstrate? Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of concern as Kale and Seraphina rose from their seats, their movements perfectly synchronized in a way that made my heart clench with remembered pain. The magical diagram in the air shifted and expanded, creating a complex web of detection spells around them. Observe, Professor Thornhart instructed the class, the natural, gradual development of their magical resonance. Note the stable patterns, the controlled energy flow, the predictable progression of their bond's strength. The faculty members positioned around the room began weaving additional detection spells, creating layers of magical analysis that made the very air shimmer with arcane energy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing tension as several of these spells brushed against our own connection, probing and analyzing. Traditional partnerships, Magistra Blackthorn's ancient voice carried from her position near the door, developed these patterns over months, even years of careful cultivation. The magical community has established these guidelines for good reason, to ensure safety, stability, and proper control. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter amusement at the word control. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as more detection spells filled the air, their intricate patterns revealing the true purpose of this demonstration. However, Professor Thornhart continued, her voice taking on that dangerous edge of academic curiosity. Recent events have raised interesting questions about the nature of magical partnerships. Questions about the possibility of accelerated development, about bonds that defy conventional understanding. The protective wards around our seats suddenly flared with intense energy, creating a visible barrier that separated us from the rest of the class. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's battle readiness surge as he recognized the trap being laid. Perhaps, Professor Thornhart suggested, her silver eyes gleaming with predatory interest, our newest partnership would care to demonstrate these unconventional patterns? For the sake of academic inquiry, of course. The tension in the classroom reached a breaking point as Professor Thornhart's challenge hung in the air. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind racing through possibilities, analyzing every aspect of our precarious situation. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy, responding to the growing magical pressure surrounding us. For academic purposes, Professor Thornhart continued, her silver eyes gleaming with predatory interest, we would be most interested in observing the unusual patterns of your partnership's development. The speed at which your bond formed, the unprecedented abilities you've demonstrated, the rather remarkable results of your labyrinth trial. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of recognition. This wasn't just a demonstration, it was an interrogation. The protective wards around us pulsed with increasing intensity, their patterns shifting to create an intricate web of detection and containment spells. Of particular interest, Magistra Blackthorn's ancient voice carried from her position near the door are the resonance patterns we observed during your recent encounters. Patterns that bear striking similarities to certain historical anomalies we've been discussing. The faculty members positioned around the room began weaving additional layers of magical analysis, their spells creating a complex tapestry of detection and measurement. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing tension as several of these spells probed at our connection, attempting to map and quantify our bond. The academic community, Professor Thornhart continued, her voice taking on that dangerous edge of scientific curiosity, has long sought to understand the mechanisms behind accelerated bond development. The theoretical implications alone could revolutionize our understanding of magical partnerships. The memory crystals hummed with warning energy as more faculty members entered the classroom, each carrying ancient artifacts that thrummed with preserved magical power. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's strategic assessment. We were being surrounded, contained, and prepared for something far more dangerous than a simple demonstration. Perhaps, Magistra Blackthorn suggested, her ancient eyes fixed upon us with knowing intensity, a practical examination of these patterns would help illuminate the nature of your connection. Under controlled conditions, of course. For safety reasons. The protective wards around us suddenly flared with intense energy, creating a visible barrier that separated us from the rest of the class. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's battle readiness surge as he recognized the true purpose of this elaborate setup. After all, Professor Thornheart concluded, her silver eyes never leaving us, understanding such unusual bonds is crucial for maintaining the safety and stability of our magical community. We wouldn't want any unfortunate incidents to occur, like those documented in certain historical records. The tension in the classroom reached its breaking point as Professor Thornheart's ultimatum hung in the air. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind shift from defense to offense, his magical energy intertwining with mine in a way that made the memory crystals pulse with dangerous intensity. An interesting proposal, Professor. Zephyr's voice carried that dangerous edge I'd come to recognize. But perhaps we should discuss the true purpose of this academic inquiry. After all, we wouldn't want to repeat certain historical mistakes, would we? Through our bond, I caught his strategic intent, turning their own knowledge against them. The protective wards around us flared with increasing power as the faculty members exchanged alarmed glances. The Crimson Pair's story, Zephyr continued, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent classroom, teaches us valuable lessons about fear, control, and the consequences of attempting to suppress what we don't understand. Wouldn't you agree, Magistra Blackthorn? The ancient professor's eyes widened slightly, recognition flickering across her weathered features. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's satisfaction as the detection spells surrounding us began to waver and shift. Your concern for academic understanding is admirable, I added, letting our magical energies merge and amplify in a way that made several of the detection artifacts hum with warning tones. But perhaps we should also discuss the ethical implications of using students as test subjects without their informed consent. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous power as more faculty members entered the classroom, their ancient artifacts thrumming with preserved magical energy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's battle readiness surge as he positioned himself strategically. After all, Zephyr's voice took on that dangerous edge of academic curiosity, mimicking Professor Thornheart's earlier tone. The historical records are quite clear about the consequences of attempting to forcibly analyze or control unusual magical bonds. Shall we review those case studies, Professor? The protective wards around us suddenly flared with unprecedented intensity as our combined magical energy pushed back against their containment. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fierce pride as several of the detection artifacts began to overload and shut down. Or perhaps, I suggested, letting our power flow freely between us in a display that made several faculty members step back involuntarily. We should discuss more recent examples. The third convergence wasn't the only time the magical community's fear led to catastrophic consequences. The classroom's magical atmosphere crackled with dangerous energy as our bond manifested visible patterns in the air, patterns that bore striking similarities to the historical diagrams Professor Thornheart had shown earlier. The choice is yours, Zephyr concluded, our combined power making the very air shimmer with arcane energy. Continue this academic inquiry and risk repeating history's mistakes, or recognize that some bonds transcend your need for control and understanding. Chapter 13. The aftermath of our confrontation in Professor Thornheart's classroom sent ripples through Paarthurnax Academy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's constant vigilance as we navigated the increasingly hostile atmosphere. The memory crystals pulsed with subdued energy, a reminder of the power we demonstrated and the fear it had inspired. They'll be watching us more closely now, Zephyr murmured as we made our way through the Academy's ancient corridors. The morning light filtered through stained glass windows, casting prismatic shadows that seemed to dance with unusual intensity. Through our bond, I caught flashes of his strategic assessment, the subtle positioning of detection artifacts throughout the building, the increased presence of senior faculty members, the way other students whispered and scattered at our approach. The Archmagister's protection can only extend so far, I replied, feeling the weight of our situation pressing down upon us. The memory crystals hummed with warning energy as we passed another cluster of detection spells, their intricate patterns attempting to analyze our bond. But something else nagged at my consciousness, a growing suspicion about Zephyr's past that I couldn't ignore. Through our bond, I caught occasional flashes of memories that didn't quite align with what he'd told me about himself. Dark fragments of experiences that hinted at deeper, more troubling secrets. "We need to talk," I said finally, pulling him into an abandoned classroom. The magical lanterns flickered to life automatically, casting dancing shadows across ancient stone walls covered in complex arcane formulae. Through our bond, I felt his immediate tension, his instinctive desire to deflect and defend. "About what happened in Thornhart's class?" he asked, but we both knew that wasn't what I meant. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy as I gathered my courage. "About your past," I said quietly, watching his face carefully. "About what really happened with Seraphina's family. About why you were so desperate to form this partnership." Through our bond, I felt his immediate withdrawal, the way his magical energy seemed to coil defensively around itself. The lanterns flickered ominously as the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. "There are some secrets," Zephyr replied, his voice carrying that dangerous edge I'd come to recognize, "that are better left buried. For everyone's safety." The tension in the abandoned classroom grew thick enough to cut with a knife. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's internal struggle as he wrestled with demons from his past. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy, responding to the turmoil of emotions flowing between us. "I've seen fragments," I pressed gently, taking a step closer. "Through our bond. Memories you try to hide, moments that don't align with the story you've told everyone. The real reason Seraphina's family wants you destroyed." The magical lanterns flickered violently as Zephyr's control slipped for a moment. Through our bond, I caught flashes of darker memories, a midnight ritual gone wrong, screams echoing through ancient halls, the devastating consequences of forbidden magic. "You don't understand what you're asking." Zephyr's voice carried that dangerous edge of barely contained power. "Some secrets aren't just dangerous, they're deadly. The kind that get people killed, that destroy entire families." Through our bond, I felt his protective instinct surge, but this time it wasn't directed at external threats. He was trying to protect me from the truth, from the darkness in his past that still haunted him. "The Frost Whisper family didn't just deny you entry to Paarthurnax," I continued, piecing together the fragments I'd glimpsed through our connection. "They were covering up something much worse. Something that happened during your first attempted partnership." The temperature in the room dropped several more degrees as Zephyr's magical energy coiled defensively. Through our bond, I caught more fragments, a failed bonding ritual, ancient artifacts pulsing with forbidden power, Seraphina's older sister lying motionless on a ritual circle. "Stop," Zephyr warned, his voice barely above a whisper. "For both our sakes, stop digging. The Frost Whispers have eyes and ears everywhere. Even mentioning these things puts us both at risk." The memory crystals hummed with dangerous intensity as more pieces of the puzzle began falling into place. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing panic as he realized how much I'd already pieced together. "But it wasn't your fault, was it?" I pressed, taking another step closer. "The failed ritual, what happened to Isabella Frost Whisper, you were just a pawn in someone else's game. That's why you were so desperate to form our partnership, to prove that you could succeed where they made you fail." The temperature in the abandoned classroom dropped even further as Zephyr's magical energy crackled with dangerous intensity. Through our bond, I felt his internal struggle reaching a breaking point, the carefully constructed walls around his darkest memories beginning to crack. "You want the truth?" he finally spoke, his voice carrying that deadly quiet I'd learned to fear. "Fine, but remember, you asked for this." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented power as Zephyr's magical energy surged, creating a swirling vortex of memories in the air between us. Through our bond, I felt his pain, his rage, and his deep-seated guilt as the scenes began to play out. "Isabella Frost Whisper wasn't just Seraphina's older sister," he began, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "She was the family's pride, their perfect heir, destined for greatness at Paarthurnax Academy. And I was their chosen instrument." The magical images shifted, showing a younger Zephyr being led through ancient corridors by stern-faced frost whisper elders. Through our bond, I caught the overwhelming sense of pressure, of expectations that would prove devastating. They needed a partner for Isabella, he continued, the memories swirling faster. Someone powerful enough to match her abilities, but controllable enough to remain loyal to the family's interests. They chose me, a talented orphan with no family connections, no political power, someone they could mold and manipulate. The lanterns flickered violently as darker memories surfaced. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing distress as the most painful moments approached. The bonding ritual was modified, he revealed, his voice barely above a whisper. The Frost Whispers had discovered ancient texts about amplifying magical partnerships, about creating bonds that would transcend normal limitations. They saw an opportunity to cement their family's power for generations. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy as the ritual scene played out before us. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's remembered terror as the modified spells began to go wrong. Isabella realized what her family had done, he continued, the memories showing her desperate attempt to break the ritual. She tried to save me, to stop the corrupted magic from taking hold. But the backlash. The magical images showed the devastating explosion that followed, the way Isabella's attempt to protect Zephyr had redirected the corrupted energy back into herself. Through our bond, I felt his overwhelming guilt and grief. She survived, technically, Zephyr's voice cracked slightly. But her mind, the magical damage was irreversible. The Frost Whispers needed someone to blame, and I was the perfect scapegoat. They spread rumors about my ambition, my recklessness, how I'd attempted forbidden magic and destroyed their heir's future. The magical images continued to swirl around us, each memory more devastating than the last. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's pain reaching a crescendo as the full truth finally emerged. But that's not even the worst part, he continued, his voice now barely above a whisper. The Frost Whispers didn't just destroy my reputation, they covered up their own involvement completely. Every record of the modified ritual was destroyed. Every witness was silenced. Isabella was hidden away in their private estate, her condition a carefully guarded family secret. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy as darker revelations surfaced. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of midnight meetings, whispered threats, and the subtle manipulation of academy politics. Seraphina was just a child when it happened, Zephyr revealed, the memories showing a younger version of my rival watching from the shadows. She saw everything, the ritual, the explosion, her sister's sacrifice. But her family, they modified her memories, made her believe I was responsible for everything. The magical lanterns flickered violently as more pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's bitter resignation as he continued. That's why she hates me so completely, he explained, the memories showing years of carefully orchestrated encounters. The Frost Whispers made sure she would grow up seeing me as the villain who destroyed her sister's life. They needed her anger, her desire for revenge, to ensure I could never reveal the truth. The temperature in the room dropped even further as the full implications became clear. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge once again. And now you understand why I was so desperate to form our partnership, he said, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of suppressed power. The Frost Whispers' influence grows stronger every year. They're positioning Seraphina to become the next Archmagister. Once she has that power, the memory crystals hummed with warning energy as the final pieces clicked into place. Through our bond, I caught his growing fear, not for himself, but for me. They'll never let the truth come to light, he concluded, the magical images fading away. And now that you know, you're in as much danger as I am. The Frost Whispers have eyes everywhere, and they'll do anything to protect their secrets. The silence that followed Zephyr's revelation was deafening. Through our bond, I felt the weight of his confession settling between us like a physical presence. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy, responding to the turmoil of emotions flowing through our connection. So now you understand, Zephyr continued, his voice carrying that edge of bitter resignation. why I needed this partnership to succeed, why I was willing to risk everything, even knowing the Frost Whispers would never stop hunting me. I thought if I could prove myself worthy of Paarthurnax, if I could show that I wasn't the monster they painted me as. The magical lanterns flickered ominously as more pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his desperate plan, to use our partnership as a shield, to build enough power and influence to finally expose the truth. But you didn't count on one thing, I said softly, taking a step closer. You didn't expect our bond to become real, to develop into something beyond your carefully laid plans. Through our bond, I felt his internal struggle intensify. The memory crystals hummed with unprecedented energy as the truth of my words hit home. The Frost Whispers were right about one thing, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I am dangerous. Not because of what they claim I did to Isabella, but because of what I'm willing to do to protect those I care about. The temperature in the room dropped even further as his protective instinct surged through our bond. The magical images around us shifted, showing scenes from our time together, our trials, our victories, the moments when our partnership had transcended mere convenience. You should walk away, Zephyr said, though our bond betrayed how much it cost him to say those words. The Frost Whispers will never stop. And now that you know the truth, you're as much a target as I am. They can't risk anyone discovering what really happened to Isabella. But instead of stepping back, I moved closer. Through our bond, I let him feel my determination, my unwavering support, my growing understanding of the man behind the carefully constructed facade. You're right about one thing, I replied, my voice steady despite the dangerous energy crackling around us. The truth about Isabella needs to come out. But you're wrong if you think I'm walking away. Whatever the Frost Whispers throw at us, whatever dangers we face them together. Chapter 14. The summons from the Paarthurnax Academy Council arrived at dawn, carried by a shimmering magical messenger that materialized in our quarters. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's immediate tension as we read the formal declaration demanding our presence. By order of the High Council of Paarthurnax Academy, Ignis Solara and Zephyr Vashti are hereby commanded to appear before the full assembly to address grave concerns regarding the nature and legitimacy of their magical partnership. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy as we prepared for what we both knew would be a pivotal confrontation. Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's strategic mind racing through possibilities, analyzing potential threats and escape routes. They're moving faster than we anticipated, Zephyr murmured, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of contained power. The Frost Whispers must have more influence on the council than we thought. The morning light filtered through our window, casting long shadows across the ancient stone floors. Through our bond, I felt the weight of our recent revelations pressing down upon us, the truth about Isabella, the Frost Whisper family's dark secrets, and the growing danger that surrounded our partnership. We need to be careful, I replied, watching as magical detection spells began materializing around our quarters. After what you told me about Isabella, we can't risk giving them any excuse to separate us. The memory crystals hummed with warning energy as more council observers appeared in the corridors outside. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter amusement at their obvious surveillance. They'll try to break us, he warned, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine. The council has ways of testing magical bonds, of exposing partnerships built on deception. And with the Frost Whispers pushing their agenda, the great council chamber of Paarthurnax Academy loomed before us, its ancient doors carved with intricate magical symbols that pulsed with warning energy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tactical mind analyzing every detail of our surroundings, the positioning of the council members, the detection artifacts scattered throughout the room, and the subtle magical barriers designed to contain powerful magic. Ignis Solara, Zephyr Vashti, High Counselor Mora's voice echoed through the chamber. You stand before this assembly to address serious concerns regarding the nature and legitimacy of your partnership. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous intensity as we took our places in the center of the room. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter recognition of several Frost Whisper family allies among the council members. We have received Troubling reports, Counselor Thaddeus continued, his ancient eyes fixed upon us with predatory interest. Reports suggesting your partnership may not be what it appears. That it may, in fact, be founded on deception and ulterior motives. The magical barriers around the chamber pulsed with increasing power as more council members took their seats. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he noticed Seraphina and her family representatives watching from the gallery. The council has authorized, High Counselor Mora announced, the use of advanced detection spells to verify the authenticity of your magical bond. These tests will probe the depth and nature of your connection, exposing any irregularities. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as ancient artifacts began activating around the chamber. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's growing concern. These weren't just detection spells, they were designed to forcibly separate magical partnerships deemed unsuitable. Should your bond prove false, Counselor Thaddeus added, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of academic curiosity, the consequences will be severe. Expulsion from the academy would be the least of your concerns. The magical barriers around the council chamber pulsed with increasing intensity as the ancient artifacts began their work. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as the first wave of detection spells washed over us. The council will now begin the formal examination, High Counselor Moira announced, her voice echoing through the chamber. We will test 3 aspects of your partnership: magical resonance, emotional synchronicity, and bond integrity. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy as the first test began. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's strategic assessment of the situation, the Frost Whisper representatives watching intently from their elevated seats, the positioning of the detection artifacts, and the subtle magical currents flowing through the chamber. For the test of magical resonance, Counselor Thaddeus explained, activating an ancient crystal sphere, you will demonstrate your ability to harmonize your magical energies. Any discrepancy, any hesitation will be immediately detected. The crystal sphere began emitting patterns of pure magical energy, creating complex webs of light that surrounded us. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's confidence as our magical signatures naturally aligned, something that shouldn't have been possible for a partnership as young as ours. Fascinating, murmured one of the council members, studying the readings. Their resonance patterns are unusually developed. From the gallery, I caught Seraphina's sharp intake of breath. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's grim satisfaction as the first test revealed more than the Frost Whispers had anticipated. Proceed to emotional synchronicity, High Counselor Mora commanded, her silver eyes narrowing at the unexpected results. Let us see if their connection runs deeper than mere magical compatibility. The detection artifacts shifted, creating a new pattern of analytical spells. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's momentary tension. This would be the more dangerous test, probing not just our magical connection, but the emotional foundations of our partnership. This examination, Counselor Thaddeus explained with that dangerous edge of academic curiosity, will reveal the true nature of your emotional bond. Partnerships built on deception cannot maintain synchronicity under direct magical scrutiny. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as the emotional detection spells began their work. Through our bond, I felt something unexpected, Zephyr's genuine concern for my safety, his growing protective instinct, and underneath it all, emotions he himself hadn't fully acknowledged. Remarkable, whispered another council member, studying the shifting patterns of light around us. Their emotional resonance is far more complex than expected. From the gallery, I noticed several Frost Whisper representatives exchanging worried glances. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter amusement. Our deception had evolved into something real, something their carefully laid plans hadn't accounted for. The final test of bond integrity loomed before us, the most dangerous and revealing examination yet. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension spike as High Counselor Mora activated the most powerful detection artifact, an ancient mirror that supposedly revealed the true nature of magical partnerships. The Mirror of Truth, Counselor Thaddeus announced, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of anticipation, will show us the foundation of your bond. No deception can withstand its scrutiny. No false partnership can maintain its facade before its power. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented energy as the mirror's surface began to shimmer. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of recognition. He'd seen this artifact before, during the failed ritual with Isabella Frostwhisper. Be warned, High Counselor Moira continued, her silver eyes fixed upon us. The mirror's magic can be destructive to partnerships built on lies. Many promising pairs have been torn apart by what it reveals. The magical barriers around the chamber crackled with intensity as the mirror's power reached out toward us. Through our bond, I felt something unexpected, Zephyr's absolute certainty that our connection, despite its deceptive beginnings, had evolved into something real and unbreakable. Look into the mirror, Counselor Thaddeus commanded, and let us see the truth of your bond. From the gallery, I noticed Seraphina leaning forward, her eyes gleaming with anticipated triumph. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter amusement. The Frost Whispers thought this would be their moment of victory, their chance to expose our deception. But as we gazed into the mirror's depths, something extraordinary happened. The surface began to glow with an intensity that made several council members shield their eyes. Through our bond, I felt our connection surge with unprecedented power, responding to the mirror's magic in ways that defied explanation. Impossible, whispered one of the elder council members, studying the readings from the detection artifacts. The resonance patterns, they're stronger than any we've recorded in decades. The mirror of truth surface continued to pulse with unprecedented magical energy, casting prismatic patterns across the council chamber. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fierce determination as the mirror began to reveal the deepest aspects of our connection. This is extraordinary, High Counselor Moira whispered, her silver eyes wide with astonishment. The mirror shows not just a magical bond, but a connection that has evolved far beyond its original parameters. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous intensity as the mirror's magic probed deeper. Through our bond, I caught fragments of our shared journey, the initial deception, the gradual build of trust, and the unexpected evolution of our partnership into something neither of us had anticipated. Impossible, Seraphina's voice cut through the chamber from the gallery. The mirror must be malfunctioning. Their partnership is built on lies. We have evidence. The magical barriers around the chamber crackled with energy as several Frostwhisper representatives stepped forward, producing ancient scrolls and detection artifacts. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's bitter amusement. They were about to reveal more than they intended. The council recognizes Lady Frostwhisper's right to present evidence, Counselor Thaddeus announced, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty as he studied the mirror's continuing display. But before Seraphina could speak, the mirror of truth's surface suddenly erupted with blinding light. Through our bond, I felt our connection surge with unprecedented power, responding to the mirror's magic in a way that made several council members gasp in shock. The mirror shows truth beyond intention, High Counselor Moira declared, her voice carrying that dangerous edge of revelation. A partnership that began in deception has transformed into something far more significant. The magical resonance patterns are unlike anything we've seen in decades. The detection artifacts around the chamber began to overload, their ancient mechanisms struggling to process the complexity of our bond. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of triumph as the Frostwhisper representatives exchanged alarmed glances. Furthermore, Counselor Thaddeus added, studying the mirror's shifting patterns, the emotional synchronicity displayed here suggests a depth of connection that cannot be fabricated. Even the most skilled practitioners cannot fool the mirror of truth on this level. From the gallery, I noticed several council members whispering urgently among themselves. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he noticed Seraphina's growing anger. The council hereby recognizes, High Counselor Moira announced, her voice echoing through the chamber, the legitimacy and extraordinary nature of the partnership between Ignis Solara and Zephyr Vashti. Their bond has proven itself beyond question. Chapter 15. The aftermath of our council trial left the halls of Paarthurnax Academy buzzing with speculation and intrigue. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's constant vigilance as we navigated the increasingly complex political landscape our victory had created. "The frost whispers won't take this lying down," he murmured as we made our way through the ancient corridors. The morning light filtered through stained glass windows, casting prismatic shadows that seemed to dance with unusual intensity. Through our bond, I caught flashes of his strategic assessment, the subtle positioning of family allies throughout the academy, the increased surveillance, the whispered conversations that stopped whenever we approached. The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as we passed another cluster of detection spells, their intricate patterns still attempting to analyze our unprecedented bond. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's bitter amusement at their continued efforts to understand what even we couldn't fully explain. "The mirror of truth revealed more than anyone expected," I replied, thinking back to the shocking display in the council chamber. Even Seraphina couldn't deny what it showed. The magical lanterns flickered ominously as we entered the academy's vast training grounds. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's flash of concern as he noticed several senior faculty members watching our approach with unusual interest. "We have a new trial ahead of us," he explained, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of contained power. "The council may have validated our partnership, but now they want to test its practical applications. They're sending us into the Whispering Woods." The memory crystals hummed with dangerous energy at the mention of that notorious testing ground. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he continued to explain. "The Whispering Woods is no ordinary forest," he warned, his magical energy coiling defensively around mine. "It's a magically enhanced environment designed to challenge even the strongest partnerships. The trees themselves respond to emotional discord, and the very air is charged with spells that amplify our deepest fears and desires." The Whispering Woods loomed before us, its ancient trees stretching impossibly high into the misty morning sky. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension mounting as we approached the magical barrier that marked the testing ground's entrance. "The council has designed 3 specific trials for us," he explained, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of contained power. "Each one will test different aspects of our partnership: combat synchronization, emotional resilience, and magical harmony." The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as we crossed the threshold. Through our bond, I caught immediate changes in the magical atmosphere. The air itself seemed to thicken with ancient spells, while the trees whispered secrets in languages long forgotten. "The first trial," Zephyr continued, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, "will pit us against illusions of our greatest fears. The woods will draw them directly from our minds, giving them form and substance. We'll have to face them together." From somewhere deeper in the forest, I heard haunting whispers that seemed to carry fragments of familiar voices. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the manipulation at play. "Don't listen too closely to the whispers," he warned, his eyes scanning the shifting shadows. "The woods are designed to create doubt, to find the weak points in our partnership and exploit them. Many pairs have broken under the psychological pressure alone." The magical lanterns we'd brought flickered ominously as we ventured deeper into the testing grounds. Through our bond, I caught flashes of Zephyr's memories, stories of other partnerships that had entered these woods and emerged forever changed, if they emerged at all. "The council is watching," he added, gesturing subtly to the detection artifacts hidden among the branches. "Every reaction, every moment of hesitation or synchronicity, it's all being recorded and analyzed. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about proving the depth of our connection." The memory crystals hummed with dangerous intensity as the first trial began to materialize around us. Through our bond, I felt our magical energies instinctively aligning, preparing for whatever horrors the woods had drawn from our deepest fears. "Remember," Zephyr whispered, his voice barely audible above the forest's growing whispers, "whatever we see, whatever we face it together. The woods will try to separate us, to make us doubt each other. We can't let that happen." The first trial materialized around us with terrifying intensity, the Whispering Woods bending reality to manifest our deepest fears. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective surge as the illusions took shape, drawing from our most vulnerable memories. "Stay close," he commanded, his magical energy intertwining with mine as shadowy figures emerged from the mist. "The woods will try to separate us. That's when we're most vulnerable." The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy as our fears took physical form. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's visions, Isabella Frostwhisper's broken form after the failed ritual, Seraphina's vengeful pursuit, the Council's judgment. But more disturbing were the newer fears, ones that centered around my safety and our growing connection. "The illusions aren't just images," he warned, his voice tight with tension. "They can cause real damage if we let them affect our magical bond. We have to maintain our connection, no matter what we see." From the shifting shadows emerged my own fears, Kale and Seraphina's mocking laughter, the Academy's rejection, and most painfully, visions of Zephyr himself revealing our partnership as nothing but a calculated deception. Through our bond, I felt his immediate response to my distress, his magical energy wrapping protectively around mine. "Don't let them in," he urged as the illusions pressed closer. "Focus on what's real, our bond, our connection, everything we've built together. The woods can't fake that." The magical lanterns flickered violently as the trial intensified, the trees themselves seeming to whisper our deepest insecurities. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening in response to the threat, our magical energies aligning with unprecedented synchronicity. "The Council is watching," Zephyr reminded me, his eyes scanning the detection artifacts hidden among the branches. "But more importantly, we're watching each other. Trust what you feel through our bond. It's the only truth that matters here." The memory crystals hummed with warning energy as the illusions launched their first attack, spectral figures lunging forward with deadly intent. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's strategic mind engaging, analyzing patterns and identifying weaknesses in the magical constructs. Together, he commanded, his magical energy surging in perfect harmony with mine. "Let's show them what a real partnership looks like." Our magical energies surged in perfect synchronization as we faced the illusions head-on. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's strategic mind working overtime, analyzing patterns and identifying weaknesses in the magical constructs that surrounded us. "The woods are testing our combat harmony," he explained, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of concentration. "Each illusion is designed to exploit any hesitation or doubt between us. We need absolute trust." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented energy as we moved together, our magical signatures intertwining in ways that made the detection artifacts hidden in the trees hum with interest. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing amazement at the depth of our connection. "The Council has never seen anything like this," he murmured, as our combined magic tore through another wave of spectral attackers. "Even the most established partnerships rarely achieve this level of synchronicity." The magical lanterns flickered violently as the trial intensified, the woods themselves seeming to respond to our growing power. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening with each passing moment, our fears and doubts dissolving in the face of our undeniable harmony. But it's more than just magical alignment, I realized, as we dispatched another cluster of illusions. The woods are forcing us to confront something deeper. From the shifting shadows emerged more personal specters, visions of betrayal, abandonment, and loss that struck at our deepest insecurities. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the wood's true challenge. "They're trying to make us doubt each other," he warned, his magical energy coiling defensively around mine. "To question whether this partnership is real or just another deception." The memory crystals hummed with dangerous intensity as the trial reached its crescendo. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's own struggles, his fear of truly trusting anyone after Isabella, his growing concern for my safety, and underneath it all, emotions he wasn't ready to acknowledge. Together, I commanded, taking the lead as another wave of illusions approached. "Let them see what we've become." The final moments of our trial in the Whispering Woods unfolded with breathtaking intensity. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's unwavering presence as we faced the most challenging illusion yet, a perfect recreation of the night. Everything changed between us at the Dragon's Breath Tavern. The woods are forcing us to confront our beginning, he realized, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of revelation, making us question everything that led us here. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented energy as the scene played out before us, our initial hostility, the desperate bargain, the calculated deception that had somehow evolved into something neither of us had anticipated. But look closer, I urged, as our magical energies intertwined with growing confidence. See how far we've come from that night. How much has changed between us. The magical lanterns flickered with increasing intensity as the woods responded to our strengthening bond. Through our connection, I caught fragments of Zephyr's thoughts, his growing amazement at the depth of our partnership, his fierce protectiveness, and underneath it all, emotions he was finally beginning to acknowledge. The council wanted to test our bond's authenticity, he said, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine. But they've revealed something even they didn't expect. Something we've been trying to deny. From the shifting shadows emerged more personal specters, visions of our shared future, possibilities both terrifying and exhilarating. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's response to these images, his strategic mind finally accepting what his heart had known for some time. The woods don't just show us our fears, I realized, as our combined magic dispelled the last of the illusions. They show us our truths, the ones we've been too afraid to face. The memory crystals hummed with dangerous intensity as the trial reached its conclusion. Through our bond, I felt our connection surge with unprecedented power, our magical signatures harmonizing in ways that made the detection artifacts hidden throughout the woods pulse with excitement. Together, Zephyr commanded, his voice carrying that new edge of certainty. Let's show them what we've become, not what they expected, not what we planned, but something far more powerful. The magical barriers around us crackled with energy as we channeled our combined power, our partnership transcending mere magical alignment to become something the Whispering Woods had never witnessed before. The council wanted proof, I said, feeling our bond strengthen with each passing moment. Well, they're about to get more than they bargained for. Chapter 16. The aftermath of our triumph in the Whispering Woods sent ripples through Paarthurnax Academy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's heightened awareness as we made our way back through the ancient halls, now filled with whispers and wondering glances. The council's detection artifacts are still processing the data from our trial, he murmured, his voice carrying that new edge of certainty. What we demonstrated in there, it's unprecedented. The memory crystals pulsed with residual energy from our experience, their surfaces still flickering with echoes of our magical synchronization. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the political implications of our success, the shifting alliances among the faculty, and most importantly, the growing unease among the Frost Whisper supporters. They can't deny what happened anymore, I replied, watching as another cluster of students hurriedly parted before us. The woods showed everyone the truth about our partnership. The magical lanterns in the corridors seemed to burn brighter as we passed, responding to our enhanced magical signatures. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he noticed several council members observing us from the shadows. But that's exactly what worries me, he confessed, his magical energy coiling defensively around mine. We proved ourselves too well. The Frost Whispers won't take this lying down, especially after what the woods revealed about their own secrets. From nearby classrooms, I could hear excited discussions about our performance, fragments of conversation that spoke of unprecedented magical harmony and bond depths never before recorded. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter amusement at their attempts to rationalize what they'd witnessed. The council will want to study us more closely now, he warned, as we approached our quarters. What we demonstrated in the woods, it goes beyond their understanding of magical partnerships. They'll want answers we can't give them. The memory crystals continued to pulse with residual energy as we made our way to High Counselor Mora's private chambers. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's growing tension as we approached the ornate doors, their surfaces etched with ancient protective runes. This isn't just about our performance in the woods, he whispered, his magical energy coiling defensively around mine. The council has never seen a partnership evolve like ours. They'll want answers we can't give without revealing our original deception. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as we entered. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the careful positioning of detection artifacts throughout the room, the subtle magical currents designed to monitor our reactions. Our extraordinary pair. High Counselor Moira greeted us, her silver eyes gleaming with dangerous curiosity. Your demonstration in the Whispering Woods has raised interesting questions. From the corners of the room, I noticed several senior council members emerging from the shadows. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized some of Seraphina's strongest allies among them. The woods revealed something unprecedented, Counselor Thaddeus added, his voice carrying that edge of academic fascination. A partnership that seems to defy our understanding of magical bonds. The memory crystals pulsed with increasing intensity as the council members circled us, their detection artifacts humming with analytical energy. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter amusement at their attempts to quantify what even we couldn't fully explain. Your magical signatures, High Counselor Moira continued, activating an ancient sphere that displayed our resonance patterns, show levels of synchronicity that shouldn't be possible for a partnership of your duration. The question is, why? The council chamber fell into a tense silence as High Counselor Moira's question hung in the air. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's careful calculation as he formulated our response, his magical energy subtly intertwining with mine for support. Our partnership, he began diplomatically, has evolved in ways none of us anticipated. The Whispering Woods merely confirmed what we've known for some time. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous intensity as several council members exchanged meaningful glances. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's growing concern. They were probing too close to our original deception. Evolution is one thing, Counselor Thaddeus interjected, activating another detection artifact. But your magical signatures show a level of compatibility that typically takes years to develop. The woods revealed patterns we've never seen before. From the shadows, I noticed more council members emerging, each carrying ancient artifacts designed to analyze magical bonds. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the growing threat of exposure. Perhaps, High Counselor Moira suggested, her silver eyes gleaming with dangerous curiosity, you could demonstrate some of what you showed us in the woods. Under controlled conditions, of course. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as more detection artifacts were activated. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's strategic assessment. They were trying to recreate the conditions that had revealed our extraordinary connection. We understand the Council's interest, I replied carefully, feeling Zephyr's approval through our bond. But what happened in the woods was a response to extreme circumstances. It's not something we can simply reproduce on command. The memory crystals flickered with increasing intensity as several council members moved closer, their artifacts humming with analytical energy. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, responding to the perceived threat. Fascinating, Counselor Thaddeus murmured, studying the readings. Even now, their magical signatures are adapting, protecting each other. It's almost as if. As if what? High Counselor Moira prompted, her voice carrying that dangerous edge of revelation. As if their bond has evolved beyond conventional magical partnership, Counselor Thaddeus finished, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of academic fascination. The readings suggest something unprecedented, a fusion of magical signatures that shouldn't be possible. The memory crystals pulsed with increasing intensity as more council members gathered around us. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as the detection artifacts continued their relentless analysis. Perhaps, High Counselor Moira suggested, activating another ancient artifact, we should examine the emotional components of their connection. The Whispering Woods revealed some interesting patterns in that regard. From the shadows, I noticed several senior council members exchanging meaningful glances. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's growing concern. They were getting dangerously close to uncovering truths we weren't ready to face ourselves. The woods showed us something remarkable, Counselor Thaddeus continued, studying the shifting patterns in his detection sphere. Their fear responses, their protective instincts, They're perfectly synchronized. Almost as if. As if what? Another council member prompted, leaning forward with dangerous interest. As if their initial partnership has evolved into something far more profound, High Counselor Mora finished, her silver eyes fixed upon us with uncomfortable intensity. Something that transcends mere magical compatibility. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as the council's artifacts continued their analysis. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, responding to the growing pressure of their scrutiny. We've seen partnerships evolve before. Zephyr interjected carefully, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine. The woods are designed to enhance emotional responses. True, High Counselor Mora conceded, though her expression remained calculating. But never to this degree. Your bond shows patterns we've only seen in legendary partnerships, ones that shaped the very foundation of magical theory. The tension in the council chamber reached its peak as High Counselor Mora activated one final detection artifact. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective surge as the ancient device began to pulse with analytical energy. What we witnessed in the Whispering Woods, she declared, her silver eyes fixed upon us with dangerous intensity, goes beyond mere magical compatibility. Your bond shows patterns that haven't been recorded since the founding of Paarthurnax Academy itself. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented energy as more council members gathered around the detection spheres. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's growing concern. Our connection was revealing far more than we'd intended. The emotional synchronicity, Counselor Thaddeus added, studying the shifting patterns, the protective responses, the magical resonance, it all points to something we've only read about in ancient texts. A soul-deep connection that transcends conventional partnership bonds. From the shadows, I noticed several senior council members exchanging meaningful glances. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, responding to the growing pressure of their scrutiny. Perhaps, High Counselor Moira suggested, her voice carrying that dangerous edge of revelation, we should consider the implications of such a partnership. The potential applications, the research opportunities. With all due respect, Zephyr interjected, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, we're not here to be studied like rare specimens. Our partnership may be unique, but it's still ours. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as several council members stepped forward. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's strategic assessment. We needed to end this interrogation before they discovered too much. The council acknowledges your right to privacy, High Counselor Mora conceded, though her expression remained calculating. But you must understand our interest. What you've demonstrated could revolutionize our understanding of magical partnerships. We understand, I replied carefully, feeling Zephyr's approval through our bond. But some things can't be quantified or studied. They can only be experienced. The memory crystals flickered with dangerous intensity as the council members finally withdrew, their detection artifacts powered down, but their curiosity far from satisfied. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's relief mingled with growing concern. We'd survived this interrogation, but at what cost? Chapter 17. The days following our successful trials in the Whispering Woods brought unprecedented changes to our life at Paarthurnax Academy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's constant vigilance as we navigated the shifting political landscape our victory had created. Our status has changed, he murmured as we made our way through the ancient corridors, now filled with admiring glances and respectful nods. Being officially recognized as a Paarthurnax pair carries more weight than we anticipated. The memory crystals pulsed with residual energy from our triumph, their surfaces still flickering with echoes of our extraordinary performance. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the political alliances being formed, the whispered conversations in dark corners, and most notably, the growing respect from those who had once doubted us. The council's recognition changes everything, I replied, watching as another group of students hurriedly made way for us. We're no longer just partners, we're symbols of what's possible. The magical lanterns in the hall seemed to burn brighter as we passed, responding to our enhanced magical signatures. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he noticed several faculty members observing us with newfound interest. "That's what concerns me," he confessed, his magical energy coiling defensively around mine. "The more attention we draw, the more scrutiny we'll face. And there are still those who would love to see us fail." From nearby classrooms, I could hear excited discussions about our achievements, fragments of conversation that spoke of revolutionary magical theory and redefining partnership bonds. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's bitter amusement at their attempts to analyze what even we couldn't fully explain. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented energy as we made our way to the advanced training grounds. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's focused determination as we prepared for our first official session as a recognized Paarthurnax pair. "The Council has assigned us special training modules," he explained, his magical energy intertwining with mine as we approached the ancient practice arena. "They're designed to push the boundaries of our connection, to see just how far our bond can develop." The magical barriers around the training grounds hummed with warning energy as we entered. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the carefully placed detection artifacts, the enhanced safety wards, and most notably, the gathering crowd of curious onlookers. Word has spread quickly, I observed, watching as more students and faculty members filled the observation galleries. Everyone wants to see what makes our partnership so special. From the instructor's platform, Master Aldrich emerged, his ancient staff crackling with analytical energy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's respect for the legendary mage who had trained some of the most powerful partnerships in the Academy's history. "Today," Master Aldrich announced, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of authority, "we begin exploring the unique properties of your magical bond. The Council has granted special permission for advanced combat synchronization training." The memory crystals flickered with increasing intensity as Master Aldrich activated the training ground's enhancement runes. Through our bond, I caught Zephyr's growing excitement. This was an opportunity to push our abilities beyond conventional limits. "Remember," he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, "they're watching for any sign of weakness. We need to show them that our performance in the woods wasn't a fluke." The training arena crackled with magical energy as Master Aldrich initiated the first combat synchronization exercise. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's focused determination as we faced the challenges ahead. "Today's session will test the limits of your magical resonance," Master Aldrich announced, his ancient staff pulsing with analytical energy. "We'll begin with advanced defensive maneuvers that require perfect synchronization." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented intensity as the training grounds transformed around us. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the carefully crafted illusions, the enhanced combat scenarios, and most importantly, the watchful eyes of our growing audience. "Remember," he whispered through our connection, his magical energy intertwining with mine, "they're not just testing our combat abilities. They're studying how our bond responds under pressure." From the observation galleries, I could hear the excited murmurs of students and faculty as Master Aldrich conjured the first wave of magical constructs. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as the training dummies advanced with lethal intent. "Focus on our connection," he commanded, his magical energy coiling defensively around mine. "Let them see what makes us different from other pairs." The magical barriers around the arena hummed with warning energy as we moved in perfect synchronization. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing amazement at the depth of our coordination, every spell, every movement, every breath perfectly aligned. "Extraordinary," Master Aldrich murmured, his detection artifacts pulsing with analytical energy. "Their magical signatures are harmonizing in ways I've never seen before." From the corner of my eye, I noticed several council members entering the observation gallery. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's determination strengthen. This was our chance to prove ourselves beyond any doubt. Together, I urged through our connection, feeling our magical energies surge in response. "Let's show them what a true partnership looks like." The training arena crackled with unprecedented magical energy as Master Aldrich increased the difficulty of our combat synchronization exercises. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's unwavering focus as we faced increasingly complex challenges. Your magical signatures are displaying remarkable harmony, Master Aldrich observed, his ancient staff pulsing with analytical energy. But now we must test the limits of your connection under extreme pressure. The memory crystals flickered with dangerous intensity as the training grounds transformed once again. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. The enhanced combat scenarios were becoming more lethal, designed to push us beyond our comfort zones. Remember what we learned in the woods, he whispered through our connection, his magical energy intertwining protectively with mine. Trust our bond. Let it guide us. From the observation galleries, the excited murmurs had turned to gasps of amazement as we moved in perfect synchronization. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's fierce pride as we dispatched wave after wave of magical constructs with increasing efficiency. Extraordinary, I heard High Counselor Moira murmur from her position among the observers. Their connection grows stronger with each challenge. It's unlike anything we've documented before. The magical barriers around the arena hummed with warning energy as Master Aldrich initiated the final phase of training. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing concern. This would be our most demanding test yet. Focus, he commanded, his magical energy surging protectively around mine. They're watching for any sign of weakness. We need to show them the true depth of our partnership. From the corner of my eye, I noticed several detection artifacts pulsing with unprecedented intensity. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, responding to the growing pressure of scrutiny. Together, I urged through our bond, feeling our magical energy surge in perfect harmony. Let's show them what we're truly capable of. The training arena pulsed with magical energy as Master Aldrich called an end to our combat synchronization exercises. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's exhausted satisfaction as we faced the gathered crowd of observers. Remarkable, Master Aldrich declared, his ancient staff crackling with analytical energy. In all my years at Paarthurnax Academy, I've never witnessed such perfect magical harmony between partners. Your performance today has exceeded all expectations. The memory crystals flickered with unprecedented intensity as High Counselor Moira stepped forward from the observation gallery. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. This moment would define our future at the Academy. What we've witnessed today, she announced, her silver eyes gleaming with dangerous fascination, goes beyond mere combat prowess. Your partnership demonstrates a level of magical synchronization that challenges our fundamental understanding of bonded pairs. From the gathered crowd, I could hear excited whispers and scholarly debates breaking out. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as several council members began taking detailed notes on their detection artifacts. The implications are extraordinary, Counselor Thaddeus added, studying the recorded data. Their magical signatures don't just complement each other, they enhance and amplify their combined power in ways we've only theorized about. The magical barriers around the arena hummed with residual energy as Master Aldrich dismissed the remaining observers. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing concern. Our extraordinary performance would attract even more attention. Remember, he whispered through our connection, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine. Every triumph comes with a price. The more we prove ourselves, the more they'll want to understand what makes us different. From the corner of my eye, I noticed several senior students watching us with a mixture of awe and envy. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, responding to the weight of expectations now placed upon us. We'll face it together, I assured him, feeling our magical energy surge in perfect harmony. Whatever comes next, we're stronger as one. Chapter 18. The peaceful rhythm we had established at Paarthurnax Academy was shattered one stormy evening. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's sudden alarm before I even saw the urgent message scroll materializing before us. Emergency Council meeting, he read, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of concern. All recognized pairs are required to attend immediately. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented energy as we made our way through the ancient corridors. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. The unusual timing, the mandatory attendance, and most worryingly, the waves of tension radiating from the council chambers. "Something's wrong," I whispered, watching as other pairs hurried past us, their faces etched with concern. "The council never calls emergency meetings unless there's a threat to the academy," Zephyr finished, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine. "And given recent events, I have a feeling we might be at the center of it." From the gathering crowd, I could hear whispered speculations and nervous theories. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as we noticed several council members exchanging grave looks. "Whatever happens," he murmured, his magical energy intertwining with mine, "remember that our bond is real now. They can't take that away from us." The magical barriers around the council chamber hummed with warning energy as we entered. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing concern, the enhanced detection artifacts, the presence of senior faculty members, and most notably, the arrival of representatives from other magical institutions. "This isn't just about us anymore," he warned through our connection. "Something bigger is happening, and our partnership might have triggered it." The council chamber fell into an eerie silence as High Counselor Moira took her place at the center of the raised platform. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's tension spike as he noticed the grave expressions on the faces of the assembled council members. "We have received disturbing reports," High Counselor Moira began, her voice carrying that dangerous edge of authority, of unauthorized magical experimentation within our walls. "Reports that suggest certain pairs may be tampering with the fundamental nature of their bonds." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented energy as whispers erupted throughout the chamber. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's growing concern. The council's words hit too close to our own deception. "As you all know," she continued, activating several ancient detection artifacts, "the sanctity of magical partnerships is the foundation upon which Paarthurnax Academy was built. Any attempt to artificially enhance or modify these bonds threatens not just the individuals involved, but the very fabric of our magical society." From the corners of the chamber, I noticed several senior faculty members moving to strategic positions. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the subtle positioning of magical barriers. In light of these concerns, High Counselor Moira announced, her silver eyes scanning the gathered pairs, "The Council has decided to implement mandatory bond verification trials for all current partnerships." The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as shocked murmurs filled the air. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic assessment. "This could expose everything we'd worked so hard to hide." "These trials," she explained, her voice carrying that edge of finality, "will probe the authenticity and depth of your magical connections. Any pair found to have artificially manipulated their bond will face immediate expulsion and magical separation." The council chamber crackled with tension as High Counselor Moira detailed the upcoming bond verification trials. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled panic as the implications of these tests became clear. "Each pair will undergo 3 phases of examination," she announced, activating more detection artifacts. "First, a magical resonance analysis to measure the natural harmony of your bond. Second, a combat synchronization test to evaluate your battlefield compatibility. And finally, a deep emotional probe to verify the authenticity of your connection." The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous intensity as whispers of concern spread through the gathered pairs. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. Our deception might be able to withstand the first 2 tests, but the emotional probe would be devastating. "These trials," High Counselor Moira continued, her silver eyes scanning the room, "will begin tomorrow at dawn. Any pair found to have artificially enhanced their bond will face immediate expulsion and magical separation, a process that, I must warn you, can be extremely painful and potentially fatal." From the corners of the chamber, I noticed several healing mages taking up positions. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the implications. They were preparing for the possibility of violent magical backlash. Furthermore, Counselor Thaddeus added, stepping forward with another ancient artifact, We have received intelligence suggesting that certain pairs may have undergone forbidden bonding rituals. These particular ceremonies, while powerful, are extremely dangerous and unstable. Any pairs found to have participated in such rituals will face severe consequences. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as panic began to spread. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing horror. He recognized the artifact Thaddeus held, a device specifically designed to detect traces of forbidden magic. Remember, High Counselor Mora's voice cut through the chaos. These measures are for your own protection. Artificial bonds are inherently unstable and can lead to catastrophic magical backlash. We cannot risk the safety of our students or the reputation of Paarthurnax Academy. The council chamber erupted into chaos as High Counselor Mora revealed the next phase of their investigation. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled panic as she activated more ancient detection artifacts. Furthermore, she announced, her voice cutting through the pandemonium, we have reason to believe that certain pairs have been experimenting with forbidden enhancement rituals. Our sources indicate that these ceremonies took place in the abandoned crypts beneath the academy, a violation that carries severe consequences. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous intensity as whispers of fear spread through the gathered crowd. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. They were getting dangerously close to uncovering our secret. These enhancement rituals, Counselor Thaddeus elaborated, stepping forward with another ancient artifact, leave distinct magical signatures that can be detected even months after the ceremony. The Council has developed new methods to identify these traces with absolute certainty. From the corners of the chamber, I noticed several security mages taking up defensive positions. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the implications. They were preparing for potential resistance. Let me be absolutely clear, High Counselor Mora continued, her silver eyes scanning the room with dangerous intensity. Any pair found to have participated in these forbidden rituals will face immediate magical separation. The process is extremely painful and potentially fatal, but we cannot risk the stability of our institution. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as panic continued to spread. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing horror. We had performed our bonding ritual in those very crypts. Remember, she added, her voice carrying that edge of finality, these measures are not just about maintaining order. Artificial bonds are inherently unstable and can lead to catastrophic magical backlash. We've already detected concerning energy fluctuations within the academy walls. The council chamber remained thick with tension as High Counselor Mora delivered her final pronouncement. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled panic as she activated the most ancient of the detection artifacts. The trials will begin at first light, she declared, her voice carrying that dangerous edge of finality. Each pair will be tested in isolation, preventing any possibility of interference or deception. The process will be thorough, invasive, and potentially dangerous, but necessary for the safety and integrity of our institution. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented intensity as whispers of fear spread through the gathered crowd. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. We had less than 12 hours to prepare for the most challenging test of our deception. Furthermore, Counselor Thaddeus added, stepping forward with another ominous artifact, we have developed new methods to detect not just current enchantments, but also traces of past magical ceremonies. The depth of these probes will reveal any forbidden rituals performed within the last year, including those conducted in the ancient crypts beneath the academy. From the corners of the chamber, I noticed several healing mages exchanging concerned glances. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the implications. They were preparing for multiple magical separations. Let me be absolutely clear, High Counselor Mora continued, her silver eyes scanning the room with dangerous intensity. Any attempt to resist or evade these trials will be considered an admission of guilt. The consequences of such actions will be severe and immediate. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with warning energy as panic continued to spread. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing determination. We needed to find a way to protect our connection, no matter the cost. Remember, she concluded, her voice carrying that edge of authority, these measures are not just about maintaining order. We have detected concerning magical anomalies within the Academy walls, fluctuations that suggest multiple unstable bonds. The risk of catastrophic magical backlash grows with each passing day. Chapter 19. The aftermath of the Council's announcement left Paarthurnax Academy in a state of barely contained panic. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled fear as we made our way back to our quarters, the weight of impending trials hanging over us like a storm cloud. "We need to prepare," he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine. "The bond verification trials, they're designed to expose exactly what we've done." The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous intensity as we entered our shared living space. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment, the ancient detection artifacts, the emotional probes, and most worryingly, the devices specifically designed to identify forbidden rituals. "The crypts," I murmured, watching as he activated multiple privacy wards around our quarters. "They'll be able to trace our ritual back to the exact location." From the corridors outside, we could hear the panicked discussions of other pairs. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the growing hysteria in their voices. "We're not the only ones who've broken the rules," he observed, his magical energy intertwining with mine. "But we might be the ones who've gone the furthest." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as Zephyr pulled out several ancient tomes. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his desperate plan. We had less than 12 hours to find a way to mask our forbidden bond. "There might be a way," he explained, spreading the books across our study table. "Ancient texts mention methods to temporarily suppress magical signatures. It's dangerous, potentially fatal, but it might be our only chance." The ancient tomes spread across our study table held dangerous secrets. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's desperate determination as he pored over forbidden texts, searching for any method to shield our connection from the Council's probes. "Here," he whispered, his magical energy pulsing with excitement as he pointed to a weathered page. "The ritual of shadowed hearts, an ancient ceremony used by forbidden pairs to mask their magical signatures. It's incredibly dangerous, but it might be our only chance." The memory crystals flickered with unprecedented intensity as we studied the complex ritual requirements. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. The ceremony would require rare ingredients, precise timing, and most worryingly, a willingness to temporarily sever our magical connection. "The risks are extreme," he explained, his voice carrying that edge of concern. "If performed incorrectly, the ritual could permanently damage our bond, or worse, trigger the kind of catastrophic magical backlash the Council fears. But if we succeed, it might shield us long enough to pass the trials." From the corridors outside, we could hear the growing panic as other pairs rushed to prepare for tomorrow's tests. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the desperation in their voices. We weren't the only ones with secrets to hide. "We'll need specific ingredients," he continued, creating a detailed list with trembling hands. "Shadow mist essence from the Forbidden Forest, crystallized moonlight from the highest tower, and, most crucially, blood willingly given by both partners under the light of the setting sun." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as we began gathering supplies. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing concern. Each ingredient we collected would leave magical traces that could be detected by the Council's artifacts. "There's more," he added, his magical energy coiling anxiously around mine. "The ritual requires absolute trust between partners. We'll have to temporarily break our current bond, a process that will be excruciatingly painful, and then reform it under the ritual's protection. If either of us hesitates or resists during any part of the ceremony, the consequences could be fatal." From the ancient texts, I studied the complex magical formulas and precise incantations required. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, as if already preparing for the trauma ahead. "We have less than 6 hours until sunset," Zephyr whispered, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity. "Once we begin, there's no turning back. Are you willing to risk everything, your life, your magic, your very essence, to protect our secret? The setting sun cast long shadows across our quarters as we prepared for the forbidden ritual. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled fear as we arranged the gathered ingredients in a precise pattern on the floor. The ritual of shadowed hearts requires absolute precision, he explained, his voice barely above a whisper as he traced complex magical symbols with crystallized moonlight. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and the consequences could be catastrophic. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous intensity as we began the preliminary incantations. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic assessment. The ritual would temporarily mask our magical signatures by creating a shadow realm within our bond, a space where the Council's detection artifacts couldn't penetrate. The most crucial part, he continued, his magical energy coiling anxiously around mine, is the blood offering. We must willingly give our blood under the last rays of sunset, while simultaneously maintaining the protective circle and reciting the ancient incantations. The timing must be perfect. From the corridors outside, we could hear the growing panic as other pairs rushed to prepare for tomorrow's trials. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the desperation in their voices. We weren't the only ones facing potential exposure. The ritual has 3 phases, he explained, carefully arranging the shadow mist essence in intricate patterns. First, we create the shadow realm using our combined magical energy. Then, we temporarily sever our current bond, a process that will be excruciating but necessary. Finally, we reform our connection within the protection of the shadow realm. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as the sun continued its descent. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing concern. We would only have one chance to perform the ritual correctly. There's something else you need to know, he added, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of uncertainty. The shadow realm isn't just a magical construct, it's a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. While our bond is reformed within it, we'll be forced to confront the true nature of our connection. Are you prepared for what we might discover? From the ancient texts spread around us, the forbidden symbols seemed to pulse with their own dark energy. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, as if already preparing for the trauma ahead. We have less than an hour until the optimal moment, Zephyr whispered, his eyes meeting mine with intense determination. Once we begin, there's no turning back. The ritual will either shield us from tomorrow's trials or destroy us completely. Are you absolutely certain you want to proceed? The final rays of sunlight painted our quarters in shades of crimson as we began the forbidden ritual of shadowed hearts. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled fear transform into steely determination as he took his position within the intricate pattern we had created. Remember, he whispered, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of urgency, once we begin the severing process, we must not resist the pain. Fighting against it will only make the separation more traumatic and potentially fatal. We have to trust each other completely. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented intensity as we initiated the first phase of the ritual. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's growing concern as the shadow mist essence began to swirl around us, creating ethereal patterns that seemed to defy the laws of magic itself. The shadow realm is forming, he explained, his magical energy intertwining with mine in complex patterns. We'll need to maintain perfect synchronization as we recite the ancient incantations. Any deviation could destabilize the entire ritual and expose our attempt to the Council's detection artifacts. From the corridors outside, the sounds of panic and preparation had finally died down, leaving us in eerie silence. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the gravity of what we were about to attempt, a ritual so dangerous it had been banned for centuries. The blood offering must be precise, he continued, drawing an ornate ceremonial dagger from its sheath. 3 drops each, given willingly under the last ray of sunset, while maintaining the protective circle and channeling our combined magical energy into the Shadow Realm's formation. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as the Shadow Mist essence began to coalesce into a dark, swirling vortex. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's growing anxiety. The next phase would be the most dangerous and painful part of the ritual. When I give the signal, he instructed, his eyes meeting mine with intense focus, we'll need to temporarily sever our current bond. The pain will be excruciating, unlike anything we've experienced before. We must endure it while continuing to channel our individual magical energies into the Shadow Realm's formation. From the ancient texts spread around us, the forbidden symbols began to pulse with an otherworldly glow. Through our bond, I felt our connection strengthening defensively, as if already preparing for the trauma of separation. The Shadow Realm will try to test us, Zephyr warned, his voice barely above a whisper. It will force us to confront our deepest fears, our hidden desires, our true feelings about this partnership. We must remain focused on our goal, protecting our bond from the Council's probes, no matter what the Shadow Realm reveals about us. The crystallized moonlight scattered across the floor began to resonate with the growing power of the ritual. Through our bond, I could feel the magnetic pull of the Shadow Realm, beckoning us into its dangerous embrace. "Are you ready?" Zephyr asked, raising the ceremonial dagger. "Once we begin the blood offering, there's no turning back. We either succeed together or face the consequences of our failure. The choice must be yours as much as mine." The ritual reached its crescendo as the last ray of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's magical energy surge with dangerous intensity as we began the final phase of the ritual of Shadowed Hearts. "Now," he commanded, his voice carrying that edge of desperate urgency, "we must sever our current bond while maintaining the Shadow Realm's stability. Remember, don't fight the pain, let it flow through you, and keep channeling your individual magic into the protective circle." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented power as we simultaneously drew the ceremonial daggers across our palms. Through our bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's determination mixing with raw fear as our blood dropped into the swirling vortex of shadomescence. "The separation begins," he warned, his magical energy starting to pull away from mine. "Whatever you see in the Shadow Realm, whatever fears or desires it reveals, stay focused on our goal. We must reform our bond within its protection before the Council's trials tomorrow." From the depths of the Shadow Realm, ethereal whispers began to emerge. Through our rapidly weakening bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge one final time before the excruciating pain of separation tore through us both. "Hold steady," he gasped through gritted teeth, his face contorted in agony. "The Shadow Realm is forming properly. We need to maintain the protective circle for exactly 7 more minutes while our blood mingles with the shadomescence." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with dangerous energy as the ritual reached its most critical phase. Through the fading remnants of our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's desperate struggle to maintain control of his magical energy while enduring the trauma of separation. "The Shadow Realm will test us both," he managed to warn, his voice strained with pain. "It will force us to confront our deepest truths, why we really formed this partnership, what we truly feel for each other, what we're willing to sacrifice to protect our secret." From within the swirling vortex, shadowy tendrils began to reach toward us. Through the last threads of our dissolving connection, I felt Zephyr's consciousness brush against mine one final time, carrying a message of determined resolve. "Remember," he whispered, his eyes meeting mine through the chaos of the ritual, "once we enter the Shadow Realm, we'll be completely vulnerable to each other. Every lie, every hidden motivation, every suppressed emotion will be exposed. Are you prepared to face those truths?" The crystallized moonlight scattered across the floor began to pulse in rhythm with our racing heartbeats. Through the agony of separation, I watched as our mingled blood transformed into threads of pure magical energy, weaving together within the protection of the Shadow Realm. "It's time," Zephyr announced, his voice barely audible over the ritual's crescendo. "We must enter the Shadow Realm together and reform our bond within its protection. Whatever we discover about each other, whatever truths are revealed, we cannot turn back now. Our very survival depends on completing this ritual successfully." Chapter 20. The Shadow Realm enveloped us in its ethereal darkness, a swirling void of memories and emotions that pulsed with dangerous magical energy. Through the lingering pain of our severed bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness brushing against mine, both of us suspended in this otherworldly dimension created by the forbidden ritual. "Stay close," his voice echoed through the darkness, carrying that edge of protective urgency. "The Shadow Realm will try to separate us, to force us to confront our deepest fears and hidden truths alone. We must resist its pull and reform our bond before the Council's trials begin." The memory crystals from our quarters appeared as distant, pulsing stars in the endless void around us. Through our temporarily severed connection, I caught fragments of Zephyr's growing concern as shadowy tendrils began to materialize, each one carrying echoes of our past encounters and suppressed emotions. "The ritual is working," he observed, his magical energy reaching tentatively toward mine. "But the Shadow Realm is stronger than I anticipated. It's not just masking our magical signatures, it's trying to expose every lie, every hidden motivation, every unspoken feeling we've ever had about our partnership." From the swirling darkness, images began to form, memories of our first meeting at the Dragon's Breath Tavern, the desperate alliance we formed, the forbidden ritual in the crypts beneath the academy. Through the chaos, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the Shadow Realm strategy. "Don't let the memories overwhelm you," he warned, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of experience. "The Shadow Realm feeds on emotional turmoil. It will use our past against us, trying to prevent us from reforming our bond within its protection. We must stay focused on the present moment." The magical energies around us hummed with unprecedented power as more memories materialized. Through our severed connection, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's hidden vulnerabilities, his fear of betrayal, his desperate need for revenge against Seraphina's family, and most surprisingly, his growing genuine concern for my well-being. "The Shadow Realm is forcing us to confront our true feelings," he explained, his magical energy coiling defensively around the exposed emotions. "Every deception, every moment of genuine connection, every conflicting emotion we've experienced since forming our partnership, it's all being laid bare before us." The swirling darkness of the Shadow Realm continued to pulse with dangerous magical energy as more memories materialized around us. Through our severed bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness struggling to maintain focus as the realm forced us to confront increasingly intimate moments from our shared past. "The Shadow Realm is testing our resolve," he warned, his voice echoing through the void. "It's not just about exposing our secrets, it's trying to determine if our connection is strong enough to be reformed within its protection. Every memory, every emotion, every hidden truth must be acknowledged before we can proceed." The memory crystals scattered throughout the void pulsed with unprecedented intensity as scenes from our first days at Paarthurnax Academy materialized. Through the chaos, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully guarded memories, his initial disdain for our partnership, the gradual shift in his perception of me, and the moment he first realized our connection might be more than just a convenient alliance. "Don't fight the memories," he instructed, his magical energy reaching tentatively toward mine. "The Shadow Realm feeds on resistance. We must accept each truth it reveals, no matter how uncomfortable or surprising. Our survival depends on complete honesty with ourselves and each other." From the swirling darkness emerged the memory of our first successful combat synchronization, the moment our magical energies had perfectly aligned during training. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's emotional response to that memory, his genuine surprise at our compatibility, his growing respect for my abilities, and a hint of something deeper he had tried to suppress. "The Shadow Realm is showing us more than just events," he explained, his voice carrying that edge of revelation. "It's revealing the emotions and thoughts we kept hidden even from ourselves. Every moment of genuine connection, every suppressed feeling, every unacknowledged truth about our partnership, it's all being laid bare before us." The magical energies around us hummed with dangerous intensity as the Shadow Realm delved deeper into our shared history. Through the chaos, I watched as moments of tension, conflict, and unexpected tenderness played out before us, each scene accompanied by the raw, unfiltered emotions we had experienced but never acknowledged. "We're reaching a critical point," Zephyr warned, his consciousness brushing against mine with urgent intensity. "The Shadow Realm is about to show us our deepest truths, the real reasons we formed this partnership, what we truly feel for each other now, and what we're willing to sacrifice to protect our bond. Are you prepared to face these revelations? From the depths of the void, new memories began to form, more recent, more intimate moments that we had carefully avoided discussing. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the potential impact of these revelations on our relationship. Whatever we discover, he whispered, his magical energy coiling defensively around the exposed emotions, remember that we must accept it completely. The Shadow Realm will not allow us to reform our bond until we acknowledge every truth it reveals. Our very survival depends on absolute honesty in this moment. The Shadow Realm's dark energies swirled around us with increasing intensity as deeper, more intimate memories began to materialize. Through our severed bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness struggling to maintain composure as the realm forced us to confront the most vulnerable moments of our partnership. These memories, he whispered, his voice carrying that edge of revelation, they're not just showing us what happened, they're revealing the emotions we tried to hide even from ourselves. Every moment of genuine connection, every suppressed feeling, every unacknowledged truth about our relationship is being exposed. The memory crystals scattered throughout the void pulsed with dangerous energy as scenes from our early days at Paarthurnax Academy played out before us. Through the chaos, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully guarded thoughts, his initial plan to use our partnership solely for revenge, the unexpected moments when he found himself genuinely caring about my well-being, and the growing conflict between his original intentions and his evolving feelings. The Shadow Realm is merciless in its revelations, he explained, his magical energy reaching tentatively toward mine. It's showing us every lie we told ourselves, every moment we denied our growing connection, every time we chose pride over honesty. We must acknowledge these truths if we hope to reform our bond. From the swirling darkness emerged particularly powerful memories, our first successful combat synchronization, the moment we accidentally shared emotions through our bond, the night we stayed up talking about our fears and dreams. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's emotional response to each scene, his surprise at our compatibility, his growing respect for my abilities, and something deeper he had desperately tried to suppress. These moments, he continued, his voice trembling slightly, they're more than just memories. The Shadow Realm is showing us how our relationship truly evolved, not the story we told others, or even the one we told ourselves, but the real progression of our feelings and trust. The magical energies around us hummed with unprecedented power as the Shadow Realm delved even deeper into our shared history. Through the chaos, we watched as moments of conflict transformed into understanding, as grudging respect became genuine care, and as our carefully maintained facades began to crack under the weight of authentic connection. We're approaching the core truth, Zephyr warned, his consciousness brushing against mine with urgent intensity. The Shadow Realm is about to show us what we've been most afraid to acknowledge, the real nature of our feelings for each other, what we're truly willing to sacrifice to protect this bond, and whether our connection is strong enough to withstand complete honesty. From the depths of the void, new memories began to crystallize, more recent, more intimate moments that we had carefully avoided discussing. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the potential impact of these revelations on our future. Whatever we discover, he whispered, his magical energy coiling defensively around the exposed emotions, we must face it together. The Shadow Realm will not allow us to reform our bond until we acknowledge every truth it reveals, no matter how uncomfortable or frightening those truths might be. The Shadow Realm's dark energies pulsed with unprecedented intensity as our most intimate and vulnerable memories materialized before us. Through our severed bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness reeling from the force of these revelations, each memory more powerful and revealing than the last. The Shadow Realm is showing us everything, he whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. Not just the moments we shared, but the thoughts and feelings we kept hidden, even from ourselves. Every private doubt, every secret hope, every unacknowledged truth about what we mean to each other. The memory crystals scattered throughout the void blazed with dangerous energy as scenes from our most significant encounters played out around us. Through the chaos, I witnessed Zephyr's most carefully guarded memories, the exact moment he realized he was falling for me despite his initial plans, the nights he spent wrestling with his growing feelings, and the times he chose to protect me at the cost of his own ambitions. These revelations, he continued, his magical energy reaching desperately toward mine, they're more than just memories. The Shadow Realm is forcing us to confront the evolution of our relationship, from a partnership of convenience to something neither of us expected or were prepared to acknowledge. From the swirling darkness emerged particularly powerful scenes, the night we first shared our deepest fears, the moment our magic perfectly synchronized during combat, the times we caught each other staring when we thought the other wasn't looking. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's raw emotional response to each memory, his growing affection, his internal struggle against these feelings, and the profound fear of vulnerability that kept him from admitting the truth. The Shadow Realm isn't just exposing our past, he explained, his voice carrying that edge of revelation. It's showing us the present moment, the real nature of our feelings, the depth of our connection, and whether what we've built together is strong enough to withstand complete honesty. The magical energies around us hummed with dangerous intensity as the Shadow Realm began to manifest our most recent memories. Through the chaos, we watched as moments of tension transformed into unspoken tenderness, as calculated actions gave way to genuine care, and as our carefully maintained facades crumbled in private moments of vulnerability. "We're approaching the final test," Zephyr warned, his consciousness brushing against mine with urgent intensity. "The Shadow Realm will force us to confront our greatest truth, whether this partnership is still just about revenge and ambition, or if it's become something far more meaningful and dangerous." From the depths of the void, the most recent and intimate memories began to crystallize, stolen glances, lingering touches, moments when our magic intertwined with unexpected passion. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the unavoidable conclusion these memories were leading us toward. "Whatever we discover in these final revelations," he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, "we must face it together. The Shadow Realm will not allow us to reform our bond until we acknowledge every truth it reveals, especially the ones we've been most afraid to admit to ourselves." The Shadow Realm's energies reached their crescendo as the final and most profound revelations materialized before us. Through our severed bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness trembling with the weight of the truths we could no longer deny or escape. "This is the moment of absolute truth," he whispered, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of vulnerability. "The Shadow Realm is showing us everything we've been too afraid to acknowledge, the real nature of our feelings, the depth of our connection, and whether what we've built together is strong enough to survive complete honesty." The memory crystals scattered throughout the void blazed with blinding intensity as our most intimate and revealing memories surrounded us. Through the chaos, I witnessed the evolution of Zephyr's feelings, from calculated manipulation to genuine care, from reluctant respect to deep affection, and, finally, to something that terrified us both: love. "The Shadow Realm isn't just showing us our past," he continued, his magical energy reaching desperately toward mine. "It's forcing us to confront our present, every suppressed emotion, every denied feeling, every moment we chose pride over honesty. We can't reform our bond until we accept these truths completely." From the swirling darkness emerged a cascade of powerful moments, the first time our magic perfectly synchronized without effort, the night we stayed up talking until dawn, the countless times we chose to protect each other despite our original intentions. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's raw emotional response to each revelation, his growing terror at the depth of his feelings, his desperate attempts to maintain control, and the ultimate futility of denying what had become undeniable. "This partnership," he admitted, his voice trembling with emotion, "it stopped being about revenge or ambition long ago. The Shadow Realm is showing us what we've become, something far more dangerous and precious than either of us intended. Something that could destroy us both if we're not strong enough to embrace it." The magical energies around us pulsed with unprecedented power as the Shadow Realm began to manifest our most recent and intimate memories. Through the chaos, we watched as moments of calculated partnership transformed into genuine connection as strategic touches became desperate needs for closeness, and as our carefully maintained facades crumbled in private moments of vulnerability. "We're approaching the final revelation," Zephyr warned, his consciousness intertwining with mine despite our severed bond. "The Shadow Realm will force us to confront our greatest truth, whether we're willing to risk everything for what we've become to each other. Our lives, our magic, our very souls hang in the balance of this moment." From the depths of the void, the most powerful memory of all began to crystallize, the exact moment when our partnership had irreversibly transformed into something deeper. Through our severed connection, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the significance of this final truth. "Whatever we discover in this moment," he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, "we must face it together. The Shadow Realm will not allow us to reform our bond until we acknowledge and accept every truth it reveals, especially the one we've been most afraid to admit, that somewhere along the way, despite all our plans and precautions, we fell in love." Chapter 21. The aftermath of our experience in the Shadow Realm left us both shaken and transformed. Through our newly reformed bond, strengthened by the brutal honesty forced upon us by the ritual, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled turmoil as we materialized back in our quarters at Paarthurnax Academy. "The Council's trials begin in less than an hour," he whispered, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of vulnerability we could no longer ignore. "Our bond is stronger now, protected by the Shadow Realm's magic, but what we discovered there, it changes everything." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented intensity, reflecting the profound shift in our magical connection. Through our enhanced bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's internal struggle, the conflict between his original plans for revenge and the undeniable depth of his feelings for me, revealed mercilessly by the Shadow Realm. "We need to discuss what happened," he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in ways that felt both familiar and startlingly new. "The Shadow Realm didn't just protect our bond, it forced us to confront truths we've been desperately trying to ignore. About our partnership, about our feelings, about everything." From the corridors outside, we could hear the growing commotion as other pairs prepared for the Council's trials. Through our strengthened bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with new intensity, no longer just tactical, but deeply personal. "The Council will be looking for any sign of deception," he explained, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity. "They'll probe our bond, searching for weakness or artifice. What we discovered in the Shadow Realm, it might save us or it might destroy us completely." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as we began our final preparations. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic assessment, how to navigate the trials without exposing the forbidden ritual we'd performed, while also dealing with the profound emotional revelations we could no longer deny. "Whatever happens in these trials," he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, "we can't go back to pretending. The Shadow Realm stripped away all our carefully constructed lies, to others and to ourselves. We have to decide what we're going to do with these truths." The morning light filtered through our quarters as we prepared for the Council's trials, casting long shadows that seemed to mirror our internal turmoil. Through our newly strengthened bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled anxiety as he meticulously checked our magical defenses. "The Shadow Realm's protection should hold," he explained, his voice carrying that edge of uncertainty we could no longer hide from each other. "But the Council's probes will be thorough. They'll be looking for any sign that our partnership isn't genuine, any hesitation, any inconsistency in our magical resonance." The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous intensity, reflecting the profound changes in our connection. Through our enhanced bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic planning mixed with raw emotional vulnerability, his determination to protect what we'd discovered in the Shadow Realm, even as he struggled to accept the depth of his own feelings. "We need to be prepared for their questioning," he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in ways that felt both comforting and terrifying. They'll try to separate us, to probe our individual memories and emotions. The Shadow Realm's protection will help mask the ritual, but our other discoveries, those might be harder to conceal. From the corridors outside, we could hear other pairs being summoned one by one for their trials. Through our strengthened bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as each name was called, no longer just tactical concern, but a deep, personal fear of losing what we'd built together. The Council has ways of detecting deception, he warned, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity. They might not be able to see the forbidden ritual, but they'll sense the change in our bond. We'll have to be careful about how we explain that transformation. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with unprecedented energy as we made our final preparations. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's internal struggle, the conflict between maintaining our carefully constructed facade and acknowledging the real feelings that had developed between us. "Whatever happens in there," he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, "we can't let them see our fear." The Shadow Realm showed us truths we weren't ready to face, but now we have no choice. We either embrace what we've become to each other, or we risk losing everything. The Council's summons arrived with crushing inevitability, echoing through our quarters like a death knell. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled panic as we prepared to face the most dangerous challenge of our partnership. "Remember," he whispered, his voice carrying that edge of protective urgency, "the Council will try to separate us during the trials. They'll probe our individual memories, searching for inconsistencies in our story. The Shadow Realm's protection should hold, but we need to be careful about how much we reveal." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented intensity, reflecting the profound changes in our magical connection. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixed with raw emotional vulnerability, his determination to protect what we'd discovered, even as he struggled to maintain our carefully constructed facade. "The trials will be designed to expose any artifice," he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in ways that felt both familiar and dangerously new. "They'll use ancient artifacts, truth-sensing spells, even psychological manipulation. We need to stay focused on our rehearsed story while letting enough genuine emotion show through to make it believable." From the corridors outside, we could hear the whispers and speculation of other pairs as they discussed the upcoming trials. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with new intensity, no longer just tactical concern, but a deep, personal fear of losing what we'd built together. "If they separate us," he warned, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity, "don't fight it. Let them think they're in control. The Shadow Realm's protection will maintain our connection even if they try to temporarily sever our bond. But be careful. They might try to use our real feelings against us." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as we made our final preparations. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's internal struggle, the conflict between maintaining our deception and acknowledging the truths the Shadow Realm had forced us to confront. "Whatever happens in there," he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, "remember what we discovered in the Shadow Realm. Our connection. It's not just about revenge or ambition anymore. It's become something real, something dangerous, something worth protecting at any cost." The sound of approaching footsteps in the corridor signaled that our time for preparation was running out. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's anxiety spike as we made our final adjustments to the magical barriers protecting our quarters. "The Council will use their most powerful artifacts during the trials," he warned, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of experience. "Ancient crystals that can detect deception, enchanted mirrors that reveal hidden truths, and spells designed to temporarily sever magical bonds. We need to be prepared for anything." The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented intensity, reflecting the profound changes in our connection since emerging from the Shadow Realm. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic planning mixed with waves of protective concern, his determination to shield me from the Council's most invasive probes while maintaining our carefully constructed facade. "They'll try to separate us first," he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns. It's their standard procedure. Isolate bonded pairs and look for inconsistencies in their individual stories. But thanks to the Shadow Realm's protection, our connection should remain intact even if they attempt to magically sever it. From beyond our quarters, we could hear the distinctive sound of the council's ceremonial bells, marking the beginning of the trials. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with new intensity, no longer just about survival, but about preserving something precious we'd discovered in the Shadow Realm. Whatever questions they ask, he instructed, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity, let me take the lead in responding. The council knows my history with Seraphina's family. They'll be watching me closely for signs of deception or ulterior motives. We need to convince them our partnership is genuine without revealing too much about what we discovered in the Shadow Realm. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as the final preparations were completed. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's internal struggle, the conflict between maintaining our necessary deceptions and honoring the real feelings that had developed between us. Remember, he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, what we found in the Shadow Realm. It wasn't just about strengthening our bond. It was about discovering truths we weren't ready to face. The council must never know about the forbidden ritual, but perhaps some truths are worth revealing. The council's summons finally arrived, echoing through our quarters with the weight of destiny. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's carefully controlled fear transform into steely determination as we prepared to face the ultimate test of our partnership. This is it, he whispered, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of finality. Everything we've done, everything we've discovered in the Shadow Realm, everything we've become to each other, it all comes down to how we handle these next few hours. The council won't just be testing our magical compatibility, they'll be searching for the truth behind our partnership. The memory crystals pulsed with unprecedented intensity, reflecting the profound changes in our connection since emerging from the Shadow Realm. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixed with waves of raw emotion, his determination to protect what we'd built, his fear of losing everything, and something deeper that neither of us had been ready to name until the Shadow Realm forced us to confront it. Remember the plan, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns. When they separate us, and they will, focus on the genuine emotions. Let them see enough truth to believe in our connection, but keep the ritual hidden beneath the Shadow Realm's protection. Our very lives depend on maintaining that balance. From beyond our quarters, we could hear the distinctive sound of the council's ceremonial procession approaching. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity, no longer just about survival, but about preserving something precious and unexpected we'd discovered in each other. Whatever happens in there, he warned, his eyes meeting mine with fierce intensity, don't let them make you doubt what we found in the Shadow Realm. They'll try to twist our memories, to make us question our feelings, to expose any weakness in our bond. But what we discovered, what we've become to each other, it's real. More real than either of us ever intended. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as the final moments ticked away. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's internal struggle, the conflict between maintaining necessary deceptions and honoring the undeniable truths that had emerged between us. Before we face them, he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, there's something you need to know. What happened in the Shadow Realm, it wasn't just about strengthening our bond or protecting our secret. It forced me to confront feelings I've been trying to deny since the moment we formed this partnership. And now, standing here, facing whatever comes next. I need you to know that none of it was pretend. Not anymore. Chapter 22. The grand ceremonial chamber of the council loomed before us, its ancient stone walls embedded with countless memory crystals that pulsed with centuries of magical energy. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's tension spike as we approached the massive obsidian doors that would lead us to our judgment. Remember everything we practiced, he whispered, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of protective urgency. The council will use their most powerful artifacts, the Mirror of Truth, the Crystals of Memory, and the Bonds of Revelation, each designed to expose any deception in our partnership. But they can't detect what's protected by the Shadow Realm. The memory crystals surrounding us pulsed with unprecedented intensity, reflecting the profound changes in our connection since emerging from the Shadow Realm. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully controlled fear mixed with something deeper, a fierce determination to protect not just our secret, but the unexpected truth of what we'd become to each other. When they separate us, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns, they'll try to break our connection. The ancient artifacts they use can temporarily sever most magical bonds. But ours, thanks to the Shadow Realm, it's different now. Let them think they've succeeded in breaking it. That moment of false victory might be our greatest protection. From within the chamber, we could hear the council members assembling, 12 of the most powerful mages in existence, each capable of detecting the slightest magical irregularity. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity as he recognized individual magical signatures. Archmage Theron will lead the questioning, he explained, his eyes meeting mine with fierce intensity. He's known for his ability to detect emotional deception. The others will focus on probing our magical connection, looking for signs of artificial enhancement or forbidden rituals. But what they'll find, it's not what they're expecting. The magical barriers around the chamber hummed with ancient power as we prepared for our entrance. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixed with waves of genuine emotion, his fear of losing what we'd built, his determination to protect our secret, and something deeper that the Shadow Realm had forced us both to acknowledge. Before we enter, he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, there's something you need to understand. The council won't just be testing our magical compatibility, they'll be searching for the truth behind our partnership. They'll probe our memories, our emotions, our very souls. What they find, it has to be enough truth to convince them without revealing everything. The obsidian doors began to swing open, their movement releasing waves of ancient magical energy. Through our strengthened bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness brush against mine with unprecedented vulnerability. Whatever happens in there, he said softly, his voice carrying that edge of dangerous honesty, remember what we discovered in the Shadow Realm. Not just about our magic, but about us. Some of it we have to hide, but some of it might be our salvation. The council needs to see enough real emotion to believe in our partnership. And after what we've been through, that part, at least, won't require any deception. The council chamber stretched before us, a vast circular room dominated by 12 ornate thrones arranged in a perfect circle. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness tighten with recognition as each council member materialized in their designated seat. The trial begins, intoned Archmage Theron, his ancient voice carrying centuries of magical authority. Step forward, Ignis Solara and Zephyr Vashti, and present yourselves for examination. The memory crystals embedded in the chamber walls pulsed with unprecedented intensity, their light casting dancing shadows across the polished obsidian floor. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully controlled fear mixed with fierce determination, his mind already calculating every possible outcome, every potential threat to our secret. We shall begin with the separation, declared Councilwoman Lyra, her silver-white hair glowing with magical energy. The bonds of revelation will temporarily sever your magical connection, allowing us to examine each of you individually. From hidden alcoves in the chamber walls emerged ancient artifacts, crystalline structures that hummed with dangerous power. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he recognized the legendary tools of magical examination. Remember, he whispered through our connection, his mental voice carrying that edge of desperate urgency. Let them think they've succeeded in breaking our bond. The Shadow Realm's protection will maintain our connection, but they must believe they've separated us completely. The council members began their intricate spell work, their combined magical energy filling the chamber with waves of ancient power. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixed with genuine emotion, his fear of losing what we built, his determination to protect our secret, and something deeper that neither of us had been ready to name until the Shadow Realm forced us to confront it. "The bonds of revelation are active," announced Councilman Magnus, his eyes glowing with magical sight. "Proceed with individual examination. Lady Solara, you will be questioned first." The council chamber's ancient magic pulsed with dangerous intensity as Archmage Theron directed his attention toward me. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness strain against the council's attempt to sever our connection, his protective instinct surging despite the distance between us. "Lady Solara," Theron's voice resonated with centuries of magical authority, "step forward and place your hands upon the crystal of memory. We shall examine the true nature of your partnership with Zephyr Vashti." The massive crystal before me hummed with ancient power, its surface shifting with swirling colors that seemed to peer into my very soul. Through our carefully hidden bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's urgent warnings mixing with genuine concern. "Remember," his thoughts whispered through our connection, "let them see enough truth to believe, but keep the Shadow Realm hidden. Focus on real memories, our first successful magical synchronization, the moments of genuine connection, the times we've protected each other." Councilwoman Lyra stepped forward, her silver hair gleaming with magical energy as she began weaving an intricate spell of revelation. "We shall begin with your earliest memories of Zephyr Vashti. Show us the moment you agreed to this partnership." The crystal pulsed beneath my hands, drawing forth memories of that fateful night at the Dragon's Breath Tavern. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness tense as the council observed our first real interaction, the raw emotions, the desperate circumstances, the spark of possibility that neither of us had expected to find. "Interesting," murmured Councilman Magnus, his eyes glowing with magical sight. "There is genuine emotion here, though perhaps not what one might expect from a traditional partnership. Show us more recent memories, your training sessions, your moments of synchronization." The crystal's power intensified, pulling forth scenes from our time at Paarthurnax Academy. Through our hidden connection, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as particularly intimate moments emerged. The night we first successfully merged our magical energies, the times we'd stayed up talking until dawn. The moments when our carefully maintained facades had cracked to reveal something deeper. "Your magical compatibility is remarkable," observed Councilwoman Celeste, her ancient eyes narrowing with curiosity. "But there's something unusual about your bond. Something that doesn't quite follow the traditional patterns of partnership magic." Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced connection, I felt Zephyr's anxiety spike at her words. "Stay calm," his thoughts reached me, carrying that edge of protective urgency. "Let them see the strength of our connection, but don't let them probe too deeply into its nature." The council members exchanged meaningful glances as they continued their examination, their combined magical energy filling the chamber with waves of ancient power. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixed with genuine emotion, his fear of discovery warring with his determination to protect what we'd built together. "Lady Solara," Archmage Theron's voice cut through the magical tension, "there is one final test. The mirror of truth will show us what lies in your heart when you think of your partner. Step forward and face your reflection." The mirror of truth stood before me, its ancient surface rippling with magical energy that seemed to peer directly into my soul. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness surge with protective urgency as the council members gathered around the legendary artifact. "The mirror reveals all," intoned Archmage Theron, his voice carrying centuries of magical authority. "It will show us the true nature of your feelings for your partner, stripped of all pretense and deception. Step forward, Lady Solara, and face your reflection." The mirror's surface began to shimmer and shift, its magic reaching deep into my consciousness. Through our carefully hidden bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's desperate thoughts mixing with genuine concern. "Don't fight it," his mental voice whispered through our connection. "Let them see enough truth to believe, but keep our deepest secrets protected. The Shadow Realm's magic will shield what matters most." Councilwoman Lyra stepped closer, her silver hair crackling with magical energy as she began weaving an intricate spell of revelation. The mirror will show us 3 moments: past, present, and potential future. Each will reveal a different aspect of your partnership with Zephyr Vashti. The mirror's surface suddenly crystallized, showing our first real moment of magical synchronization at the Academy. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness tense as we both relived that unexpected surge of connection, the way our magic had intertwined with dangerous perfection. "Fascinating," murmured Councilman Magnus, his eyes glowing with magical sight. "There is genuine compatibility here, beyond what one might expect from an arranged partnership. The magical resonance is unusual." The scene shifted, showing a more recent memory, the night before we entered the Shadow Realm, when we'd stayed up late discussing our fears and hopes for the future. Through our hidden connection, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as the council observed our unguarded moments of vulnerability. "The emotional connection appears genuine," observed Councilwoman Celeste, her ancient eyes narrowing with curiosity. "Though there's something different about their bond. Something that doesn't quite follow traditional patterns." The mirror's surface began to ripple again, preparing to show the potential future. Through our Shadow Realm enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's anxiety spike to dangerous levels. "Stay strong," his thoughts reached me, carrying that edge of desperate protection. "Whatever the mirror shows, remember what we discovered in the Shadow Realm. Some truths are worth fighting for." The mirror of truth surface began to ripple with unprecedented intensity, preparing to reveal the potential future that lay ahead for Zephyr and me. Through our Shadow Realm enhanced bond, I felt his consciousness surge with a mixture of terror and protective determination. "The final revelation approaches," intoned Archmage Theron, his ancient voice resonating through the chamber. "The mirror will show us what fate holds for this unusual partnership." The crystalline surface suddenly exploded with magical energy, projecting a series of rapid-fire visions that filled the chamber with swirling light. Through our carefully hidden bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's thoughts mixing with waves of raw emotion. "Remember," his mental voice whispered urgently, "whatever they see, whatever they think they understand, they can't possibly know the whole truth. What we found in the Shadow Realm, it's beyond their comprehension." The council members leaned forward in their ornate thrones, their combined magical energy pulsing with curiosity as the visions began to take shape. Through our connection, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge to dangerous levels as intimate moments from our possible future materialized in the mirror. "Extraordinary," murmured Councilwoman Lyra, her silver hair crackling with magical energy. "The depth of their connection, it's unlike anything we've seen before." The mirror showed flashes of potential futures, moments of triumph and tragedy, scenes of powerful magic and quiet intimacy, glimpses of a partnership that had evolved far beyond its deceptive beginnings. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness strain against the weight of these revelations. "There is something here," observed Councilman Magnus, his eyes glowing with intense magical sight, "something that defies traditional understanding of magical partnerships. Their bond has been transformed." The final vision crystallized in the mirror's surface, a moment of profound connection that made several council members gasp audibly. Through our Shadow Realm enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's anxiety spike to nearly unbearable levels. "Enough," declared Archmage Theron, raising his hand to dispel the mirror's magic. "We have seen what we needed to see. This partnership, whatever its origins, has become something unprecedented." The council members exchanged meaningful glances as the ancient artifacts powered down, their combined magical energy slowly receding from the chamber. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixed with genuine relief. We had survived the trial, though perhaps not in the way we had expected. "Your partnership is approved," announced Theron, his voice carrying that edge of curious wonder. Though I suspect we have only begun to understand its true nature. Chapter 23. The journey back to our quarters after the council's trial felt surreal, each step echoing with the weight of what had just transpired. Through our Shadow Realm enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness churning with a complex mixture of relief, anxiety, and something deeper that neither of us was quite ready to name. They approved our partnership, he whispered, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of disbelief as we finally reached the safety of our private chambers. But what they saw in the mirror of truth, it wasn't what we planned. It wasn't what we prepared for. The memory crystals in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to the heightened state of our magical connection after the trial. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully controlled panic mixing with waves of protective concern. The mirror showed them things we never intended to reveal, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns. Glimpses of possible futures, moments of connection that go far beyond our original deception. They saw something real. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the excited whispers and speculation of other pairs discussing the unprecedented outcome of our trial. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity as he processed the implications of our success. The council knows our bond is different, he explained, his eyes meeting mine with fierce intensity. They sense the Shadow Realm's influence, even if they couldn't identify its source. But instead of condemning us, they celebrated it, called it unprecedented, extraordinary. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as Zephyr began pacing, his mind racing through the possible consequences of our trial. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his strategic calculations mixed with genuine emotion, his fear of what the council might eventually discover, his relief at our survival, and something deeper that the mirror of truth had forced us both to confront. We need to be more careful than ever, he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine. The council will be watching us closely now, studying our bond, trying to understand what makes it different. We can't let them discover the Shadow Realm ritual, but more than that, we can't let them see how much things have changed between us. How much the ritual changed us. The evening shadows lengthened across our quarters as Zephyr continued his restless pacing, his magical energy crackling with unprecedented intensity. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I could feel the complex storm of emotions churning beneath his carefully controlled exterior. The council's approval changes everything, he said, finally stopping to face me directly. They'll be watching us more closely than ever now. Not just as potential threats, but as something unprecedented. Something they want to study and understand. The memory crystals pulsed with dangerous energy, reflecting the heightened state of our connection after the trial. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixing with waves of genuine concern. We need to be more careful about how we present ourselves in public, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns. The mirror of truth showed them possibilities we never intended to reveal. They saw futures where we become something more than just allies of convenience. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the excited whispers and speculation of other pairs discussing the unprecedented outcome of our trial. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge as he processed the implications of their gossip. The other pairs will be watching us too, he warned, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity. They'll want to understand what makes our bond different, what gives us the power they sensed during the trial. We can't let them get too close, can't let them see how the Shadow Realm has changed us. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as Zephyr began constructing additional protective spells. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his carefully controlled fear mixing with something deeper, a fierce determination to protect not just our secret, but the unexpected truth of what we'd become to each other. Whatever happens next, he whispered, his magical energy coiling protectively around mine, we need to be prepared for increased scrutiny. The council's approval comes with a price. They'll want to understand our bond, study it, perhaps even try to replicate it. We can't let that happen. The sun had long since set when a gentle knock at our chamber door interrupted our strategic planning. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness instantly shift to high alert, his protective instinct surging with dangerous intensity. Master Theron requests your presence in the council's private library," announced a young apprentice through the door, her voice trembling slightly with the weight of delivering such an unprecedented summons. "He says it's regarding the unique nature of your partnership." The memory crystals pulsed with warning energy as Zephyr and I exchanged worried glances. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of his rapidly cycling thoughts, calculating every possible motivation behind this unexpected invitation. "The private library," he whispered, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic. "That's where they keep their most ancient texts on magical partnerships. They must be trying to understand what they saw in the mirror of truth." From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the apprentice shifting nervously, awaiting our response. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's strategic mind racing through potential scenarios and their implications. "We can't refuse," he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns of protection and concealment. "That would only make them more suspicious. But we need to be extraordinarily careful about what we reveal. The Council's private library contains artifacts that could potentially detect the Shadow Realm's influence." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with unprecedented intensity as Zephyr began weaving additional protective spells into our bond. Through our connection, I caught glimpses of his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination. "Whatever happens in there," he warned, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity, "we need to maintain absolute control over our magical signatures. The slightest slip, the smallest hint of Shadow Realm energy, and everything we've built could come crashing down." The Council's private library was a vast, circular chamber filled with ancient tomes and magical artifacts that pulsed with centuries of accumulated power. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness tighten with recognition as we followed Master Theron through the towering shelves. "Few partnerships have ever been granted access to the sanctum," Theron explained, his ancient voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. "But yours presents us with questions we've never encountered before." The memory crystals embedded in the library walls pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our presence. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully controlled panic mixing with strategic calculation. The mirror of truth showed us possibilities that defy conventional understanding, Theron continued, leading us toward a section filled with the oldest texts. "Your bond has characteristics we've never seen before, elements that seem to transcend traditional magical partnership theory. From the shadows between the towering shelves, we could sense the presence of other council members discreetly observing our reactions. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity. "We've been studying the ancient texts," Theron said, gesturing to a massive tome bound in shimmering dragon hide, "looking for any historical precedent that might explain the unique nature of your connection. The closest we've found are references to something called soul-forged bonds, partnerships that evolve beyond mere magical compatibility into something deeper." The magical artifacts scattered throughout the library hummed with warning energy as Theron began carefully turning the ancient pages. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixing with genuine fear that the Council might accidentally stumble upon the truth about the Shadow Realm ritual. The texts speak of partnerships that developed abilities beyond normal magical enhancement, Theron explained, his eyes glowing with scholarly excitement. Pairs who could maintain their connection across vast distances, share thoughts and emotions without conscious effort, even draw upon each other's magical reserves in times of need. Much like what we observed during your trial. The ancient library's magical energy pulsed with dangerous intensity as Master Theron continued his scholarly exposition. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness straining to maintain control as the Council's most powerful artifacts hummed around us. "These soul-forged bonds," Theron continued, his ancient eyes gleaming with fascination, were said to manifest unique abilities that transcended normal magical partnerships. The texts speak of pairs who could share consciousness across vast distances, draw upon each other's magical reserves in times of need, and even achieve perfect synchronization without conscious effort. The The memory crystals embedded in the library walls flickered with unprecedented energy, responding to the heightened state of our connection. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully controlled panic mixing with strategic calculation. But what truly interests us, Theron said, gesturing to a particularly ancient tome bound in shimmering dragonhide, is this reference to something called the Shadow Bond, a mysterious form of partnership magic that allowed pairs to access deeper, more primal forms of power. The descriptions, they bear striking similarities to what we observed during your trial. From the shadows between the towering shelves, we could sense other council members moving closer, their magical energy focused intently on our reactions. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity. The mirror of truth showed us possibilities that align remarkably well with these ancient accounts, Theron explained, his voice carrying that edge of scholarly excitement. Your ability to maintain connection despite the bonds of revelation, the way your magical signatures intertwine with unprecedented complexity, the depth of emotional resonance we detected. It's as if you've somehow naturally developed abilities that these ancient pairs spent lifetimes trying to achieve. The magical artifacts scattered throughout the library hummed with warning energy as Theron carefully turned another page. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's strategic calculations mixing with genuine fear that the council might accidentally stumble upon the truth about our Shadow Realm ritual. We would like to study your partnership more closely, Theron announced, his ancient eyes meeting ours with intense curiosity. Under controlled conditions, of course. With your cooperation, we might finally understand how these extraordinary bonds form and evolve. Your partnership could revolutionize our understanding of magical theory. Chapter 24. The morning after our meeting in the council's private library, Zephyr and I retreated to the highest tower of Paarthurnax Academy, seeking privacy to discuss the dangerous implications of Theron's request. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I could feel the storm of emotions churning beneath Zephyr's carefully controlled exterior. They want to study us, he said, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic as he paced the circular chamber. Not just observe, but actively investigate the nature of our bond. The risks are unprecedented. The memory crystals embedded in the tower walls pulsed with warning energy, responding to the heightened state of our connection. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's racing thoughts, calculating every possible outcome of this new development. The texts they found, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns of protection, these references to soul-forged bonds and shadow bonds, they're getting dangerously close to understanding what we did. If they start conducting detailed magical examinations, from beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of the academy coming to life, unaware of the crisis unfolding in the tower above. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity. We can't refuse outright, he explained, his eyes meeting mine with fierce urgency. That would only confirm their suspicions that we're hiding something. But we can't let them conduct their studies either. They're artifacts. Some of them are ancient enough to detect traces of the Shadow Realm ritual. The magical barriers around the tower hummed with unprecedented energy as Zephyr began constructing additional layers of protection. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his strategic calculations mixing with waves of genuine fear. There's something else, he whispered, finally stopping his relentless pacing. Something in the way Theron looked at those ancient texts. I don't think they're just academically curious about our bond. I think they might suspect that what we've achieved could be replicated, that our connection could be studied and reproduced. The setting sun cast long shadows across the tower chamber as Zephyr and I continued our strategic discussion. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I could feel his consciousness churning with an increasingly complex mixture of fear, determination, and protective instinct. We need to consider every possible angle, he said, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of controlled panic. The Council's request isn't just about academic curiosity, it's about power. If they discover how to replicate what we've achieved, if they learn about the Shadow Realm ritual, the consequences would be catastrophic. The memory crystals embedded in the tower walls pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our heightened emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's racing thoughts, each possibility more dangerous than the last. Think about it, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns of protection. If the Council learns how to create shadow bonds at will, they could fundamentally alter the nature of magical partnerships. They could create pairs with powers beyond anything we've seen before. The political implications alone. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of evening training sessions beginning in the courtyards below. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's strategic mind calculating every potential outcome. And it's not just the Council we need to worry about, he explained, his eyes meeting mine with fierce urgency. If word gets out about what they discovered in those ancient texts, if other magical institutions learn about the possibility of shadow bonds, we could have multiple powerful organizations trying to replicate our connection. The magical barriers around the tower hummed with dangerous energy as Zephyr began pacing again, his protective instinct surging to new levels. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his carefully controlled fear mixing with something deeper, a fierce determination to protect not just our secret, but the unexpected truth of what we'd become to each other. We need to find a way to cooperate with their research without revealing too much, he whispered, finally stopping at the tower's window. Give them enough to satisfy their curiosity without exposing the real nature of our bond. But more than that, we need to find a way to protect ourselves from whatever they might discover in those ancient texts. The night deepened around the tower as our strategic discussion continued, the magical barriers humming with unprecedented intensity. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I could feel Zephyr's consciousness churning with an increasingly complex mixture of emotions and calculations. There's another aspect we need to consider, he said, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of revelation. The ancient texts therein showed us, they weren't just about partnership magic. Some of those references to shadow bonds contained warnings, dark implications about what happens when such connections are pushed too far. The memory crystals embedded in the tower walls pulsed with warning energy, responding to the heightened state of our connection. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's racing thoughts, each possibility more troubling than the last. Think about the terminology they used, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns of protection. Soul-forged bonds, shadow bonds, primal connections. These aren't just academic descriptions. They're talking about fundamental alterations to magical essence. The kind of changes that can't be undone. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of night falling over the Academy grounds. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity as he processed the implications. And there's something else, he whispered, his eyes meeting mine with fierce urgency. Something in those ancient texts that Theron deliberately avoided showing us. I caught a glimpse of a passage about bond corruption, what happens when shadow-enhanced partnerships become unstable. The consequences, they're catastrophic. The magical barriers around the tower crackled with unprecedented energy as Zephyr began pacing again, his strategic mind racing through scenarios. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his carefully controlled fear mixing with something deeper, a growing realization about the true nature of what we'd done. If the Council's research leads them down that path, he explained, his voice tight with tension, if they start investigating the darker aspects of shadow bonds, they might realize that our connection isn't just unusual, it's potentially dangerous. And if they decide we're a threat. The night air seemed to grow colder as the implications of his words settled over us. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt his consciousness strain against the weight of this new understanding. We need to find a way to control the narrative, he continued, finally stopping at the window to stare out at the darkened Academy grounds. Guide their research away from the Shadow Realm aspects while still giving them enough to satisfy their curiosity. But more than that, we need to understand these risks ourselves. What happens if our bond continues to evolve? What are the limits? What happens if we push too far? A sudden knock at the tower door interrupted our strategic planning, causing both our magical energies to spike with defensive intensity. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness immediately shift to high alert, his protective instinct surging with unprecedented force. "Enter," he called out, his voice carefully controlled as our magical barriers adjusted to allow passage. To our surprise, it was Councilwoman Lyra who stepped through the doorway, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight that filtered through the tower windows. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything crucial," she said, her ancient eyes studying our defensive postures with knowing curiosity. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's racing thoughts, calculating the implications of her unexpected visit. "I've come to discuss Theron's research proposal," she continued, moving to the center of the chamber. "But perhaps not in the way you might expect. You see, I have concerns about the direction this investigation might take." The memory crystals embedded in the tower walls pulsed with warning energy as Lyra began weaving a complex privacy spell around us. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's strategic mind racing through possibilities, trying to understand her true motives. "Those ancient texts Theron showed you," she explained, her voice dropping to a whisper, "they're not complete. There are other volumes, older ones, that speak of the dangers of shadow bonds, of partnerships that grew too powerful, too interconnected, until they became something else. Something that threatened the very fabric of magical society." From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the night wind howling around the tower's peak. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's carefully controlled fear mixing with dangerous curiosity. "The Council's research," Lyra continued, her eyes meeting ours with fierce intensity, "it's not just about understanding your connection. Some members believe that if they can replicate what you've achieved, they could create an army of enhanced partnerships. Pairs whose powers transcend normal magical limitations. The political implications would be catastrophic." The magical barriers around the tower crackled with unprecedented energy as Lyra's words settled over us. Through our bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge to new heights, his consciousness straining against the weight of this revelation. "But there's more," she whispered, moving closer. "The texts speak of something called the Shadow Realm Convergence, a point where enhanced partnerships become so deeply connected that they can no longer exist independently. Their consciousness, their very essence, begins to merge. And once that process starts..." The tower chamber fell into a heavy silence as Councilwoman Lyra's words hung in the air like a dangerous spell. Through our Shadow Realm enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's consciousness strain against the weight of this revelation, his protective instinct surging to unprecedented levels. "The Shadow Realm Convergence," Lyra continued, her ancient eyes gleaming with dangerous knowledge, "it's not just a theoretical possibility. There are documented cases throughout magical history, pairs whose bonds grew so powerful, so interconnected, that they began to lose their individual identities. Their consciousness started to merge, their magical signatures became indistinguishable, and eventually, the memory crystals embedded in the tower walls pulsed with warning energy, responding to the heightened state of our connection. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's carefully controlled panic mixing with waves of realization. "That's why I'm here," she explained, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Some members of the council, they're not just interested in studying your bond. They want to push it to its limits, see how far it can go before reaching that convergence point. They believe that if they can control the process, harness it." From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the night wind howling with increasing intensity. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's strategic mind racing through possibilities, each more dangerous than the last. "But there's more," Lyra continued, her silver hair crackling with magical energy. "The texts speak of other consequences, physical manifestations of the convergence. Pairs who develop shared magical abilities beyond anything previously recorded. The ability to draw on each other's life force, to share consciousness across vast distances, to literally become one being in times of extreme danger." The magical barriers around the tower crackled with unprecedented force as she spoke, responding to our growing understanding. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of Zephyr's carefully controlled fear mixing with something deeper, a recognition of how our own connection had already begun to show signs of these very symptoms. You need to be extremely careful, she warned, her eyes meeting ours with fierce intensity. The Council's research, it's not just academic curiosity. Some members believe that if they can understand and control the convergence process, they could create pairs of unprecedented power, magical partnerships that transcend normal limitations. But the risks. She paused, weaving another layer of privacy spells around us before continuing. The risks are catastrophic. Most pairs who reached the convergence point, they didn't survive. Their consciousness, their very essence, became so intertwined that they couldn't exist separately anymore. And when one partner died. Chapter 25. The dawn after Councilwoman Lyra's revelations brought no comfort to our tower sanctuary. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I could feel Zephyr's consciousness churning with an unprecedented mixture of fear, determination, and something deeper that neither of us dared to name. We need to understand exactly what's happening to us, he said, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of controlled panic as he paced our chambers. The signs Lyra described, the increased magical synchronization, the shared consciousness, the ability to draw on each other's power, we've been experiencing all of them. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with warning energy, responding to the heightened state of our connection. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's racing thoughts, each realization more troubling than the last. Think about what happened during our last training session, he continued, his magical energy intertwining with mine in increasingly complex patterns. When you were injured, I felt your pain as if it were my own. When you needed more power for that advanced spell, I instinctively channeled my energy to you without conscious thought. These aren't normal partnership abilities. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the Academy coming to life, unaware of the crisis unfolding in our chambers. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity. And there's more, he whispered, finally stopping his relentless pacing to face me directly. Last night, in my dreams, I saw through your eyes, experienced your memories as if they were my own. The Shadow Realm convergence Lyra warned us about, it's already beginning. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with unprecedented energy as Zephyr began constructing additional layers of protection. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his carefully controlled fear mixing with waves of fierce determination. We need to find a way to slow this process, he explained, his eyes meeting mine with dangerous intensity. The Council's research, if they discover how far our bond has already progressed, they'll want to study us more closely. Push us further. See what happens when we reach the convergence point. The morning light seemed to dim as the weight of his words settled over us. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I felt his consciousness strain against the implications of our situation. But most importantly, he continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, we need to understand what this means for us. Not just as magical partners, but as whatever we've become to each other. Because if Lyra is right about the convergence process, if our consciousness continues to merge, we might not be able to exist separately anymore. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across our chambers as Zephyr and I delved deeper into the implications of Lyra's warnings. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I could feel his consciousness becoming increasingly intertwined with mine, making it harder to distinguish where his thoughts ended and mine began. We need to document everything, he said, spreading ancient scrolls and magical texts across our study table. Every instance of shared consciousness, every moment of unexpected power transfer, every dream that bleeds between us. If we're going to understand what's happening, we need data. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our heightened emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's racing thoughts mixing with my own in an increasingly complex tapestry of shared consciousness. Look at these historical cases, he continued, pointing to a particularly ancient text. A pair in the northern kingdoms, circa 847. Their bond grew so strong they could communicate telepathically across continents. But within months, they started losing their individual memories, their separate identities beginning to blur together. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of afternoon training sessions. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity as he recalled our own recent experiences. "And here," he whispered, turning to another passage, "a partnership from the Eastern Isles. They developed the ability to share magical energy at will, enhancing each other's spells beyond normal limitations. But the more they drew on that power, the more their consciousness merged. Eventually, they couldn't cast spells independently anymore." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as Zephyr began pacing again, his anxiety bleeding into my own consciousness. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his carefully controlled fear mixing with something deeper, a growing realization about the true nature of our connection. "The pattern is clear," he explained, stopping to face me directly. "Each documented case shows the same progression. First, enhanced magical abilities. Then, shared dreams and memories. Finally, the dissolution of individual consciousness. And once that process begins..." He trailed off, but through our strengthened bond, I could feel the weight of his unspoken words. The Shadow Realm ritual we'd performed hadn't just created a magical partnership, it had set us on an irreversible path towards something far more profound and potentially dangerous. "We need to make a decision," he said finally, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic. "Do we try to slow this process, limit our magical connection, maintain our separate identities for as long as possible? Or do we accept what's happening, embrace the convergence, and hope we're strong enough to survive what comes next?" The late afternoon sun cast an ethereal glow through our chamber windows as Zephyr and I pored over more ancient texts, searching for answers about our rapidly evolving bond. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced connection, I could feel his consciousness becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish from my own, our thoughts and emotions weaving together in an intricate dance of shared awareness. "Here's another documented case," he said, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic as he pointed to a particularly weathered scroll. "A partnership from the Western Territories, circa 1156. They developed the ability to share not just magical energy, but physical sensations. Pain, pleasure, even basic bodily functions became synchronized between them. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our heightened emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I caught fragments of Zephyr's racing thoughts mixing with my own in ways that made it increasingly difficult to maintain separate trains of thought. Look at the progression they documented," he continued, spreading multiple scrolls across our study table. "First came the enhanced magical abilities, exactly like what we experienced during our early training. Then the shared dreams and random bursts of emotional transfer. Finally, the physical manifestations, shared pain, synchronized heartbeats, even finishing each other's sentences without conscious thought. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of evening approaching. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with dangerous intensity as he recognized these symptoms in our own partnership. But what truly concerns me," he whispered, pulling out another ancient text, "is this account from the Southern Isles. A pair whose bond grew so strong that when one partner was mortally wounded, the other began dying as well. Their life forces had become so intertwined that they couldn't survive independently anymore." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as Zephyr began pacing again, his anxiety bleeding into my consciousness with unprecedented clarity. Through our bond, I caught glimpses of his carefully controlled fear mixing with something deeper, a growing realization about the inevitable progression of our connection. "We need to face the truth," he said finally, stopping to meet my gaze with fierce intensity. "The Shadow Realm ritual we performed, it didn't just create a magical partnership. It initiated a process of consciousness merger that's continuing to evolve, becoming stronger with each passing day. And if these historical accounts are accurate..." He trailed off, but through our strengthened bond, I could feel the weight of his unspoken conclusion. The process we'd set in motion wasn't just dangerous, it was potentially irreversible. Our consciousness, our very essence, was becoming more intertwined with each passing moment. As night descended upon our chambers, the gravity of our situation became increasingly apparent. Through our Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, I could feel Zephyr's consciousness merging with mine in ways that made individual thought increasingly challenging. The boundaries between us were becoming dangerously thin. "We need to document every instance of convergence," he said, frantically scribbling notes across multiple parchments. "The shared dreams are becoming more frequent. Last night, I didn't just see through your eyes. I experienced your entire childhood memory of the summer festival. I felt your joy, your excitement, even the taste of honey cakes on your tongue. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our increasingly synchronized emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I caught not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into mine. And look at these physical manifestations," he continued, gesturing to the magical monitoring crystals we'd set up. "Our magical signatures are almost completely synchronized now. When you cast a spell, my energy automatically flows into yours without conscious effort. When you're injured, my body responds as if the wound is my own. The convergence is accelerating." From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the night watch making their rounds. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it was impossible to tell whether the emotion originated from him or me. "The historical accounts all show the same pattern," he explained, spreading more ancient texts across our study table. "First comes the magical synchronization, then the emotional blending, followed by shared memories and dreams. The final stage, that's when the physical symptoms begin. Shared pain, synchronized heartbeats, even the ability to maintain consciousness when one partner is unconscious." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with dangerous energy as Zephyr paced, his anxiety and fear bleeding into my consciousness with such clarity that it felt like my own. Through our bond, I caught not just glimpses but entire conversations playing out in his mind, strategic calculations mixing with deep emotional revelations. "We need to make a decision soon," he whispered, finally stopping to face me. "The Council's research, if they discover how far our convergence has progressed, they'll want to study us more intensively, push us further, see what happens when we reach the final stage. But if these accounts are accurate, by then it might be too late." The night seemed to grow darker as he spoke, the weight of our situation pressing down on both our consciousness. Through our shadow realm-enhanced bond, I felt his essence intertwining with mine in ways that made separation seem increasingly impossible. The midnight hour cast an ethereal glow through our chamber windows as Zephyr and I reached a critical moment in our research. Through our shadow realm-enhanced bond, the boundaries between our consciousness had become so thin that our thoughts flowed together like intermingling streams, making individual decision-making increasingly challenging. "We need to face the final truth," Zephyr said, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of revelation as he spread the last of our collected evidence across the study table. "The Shadow Realm convergence isn't just affecting our magical abilities anymore. It's fundamentally altering who we are, who we're becoming together. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I could no longer distinguish which thoughts originated from him and which were my own. Look at these progression markers," he continued, gesturing to the magical monitoring crystals we'd set up. "Our heartbeats synchronize automatically now, especially during moments of heightened emotion. Our magical signatures have become almost identical. When one of us experiences physical pain, the other's body responds instantly. And the shared dreams. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the deep silence of the sleeping academy. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both our consciousness as a single unified response. "The historical accounts all end the same way," he whispered, pulling out the most ancient of our collected texts. "Once the physical synchronization begins, the process accelerates exponentially. The boundaries between consciousness break down completely. Individual memories start to merge. Eventually, the partners become." He trailed off, but through our bond, I caught not just the meaning, but the full weight of his unspoken words. The final stage of convergence wasn't just a merging of consciousness, it was a complete dissolution of individual identity, creating something entirely new and potentially dangerous. "We have three choices," he said finally, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic that I now felt as my own. "We can try to fight the convergence, limiting our magical connection and potentially losing some of our enhanced abilities. We can embrace it fully, accepting whatever transformation awaits us at the end. Or, the magical barriers around our quarters hummed with dangerous energy as he paused, both our consciousness straining against the weight of the third option. Through our bond, I felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience. Or we can try to find a middle path, he continued, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that resonated through our shared consciousness. Learn to exist in the space between individual and merged consciousness. Master the convergence without letting it master us. But if we choose that path, the night seemed to hold its breath as we both felt the implications of his words through our strengthened bond. The path ahead was uncharted, dangerous, and potentially irreversible. But as our consciousness continued to merge, we realized that perhaps we'd already passed the point of no return. Chapter 26. The dawn after our momentous decision brought no clarity to our increasingly merged consciousness. Through our shadow realm-enhanced bond, Zephyr's thoughts and emotions flowed into mine with such seamless intensity that maintaining individual perspective had become an exhausting exercise in concentration. "We need to establish boundaries," he said, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic as he paced our chambers. "If we're going to attempt this middle path, existing between merged and individual consciousness, we need clear protocols. Ways to distinguish whose thoughts are whose emotions belong to whom." The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into mine, making it increasingly difficult to maintain separate trains of thought. "Look at what happened during morning meditation," he continued, gesturing to the magical monitoring crystals we'd set up. "Our magical signatures have become so synchronized that even the monitoring devices can't distinguish between us anymore. When you cast that simple illumination spell, both our energy readings spiked identically. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the Academy coming to life, unaware of the crisis unfolding in our chambers. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both our consciousness as a single unified response. "And the physical symptoms are accelerating," he whispered, pulling out our detailed documentation. "This morning, when you burned your hand on that hot teacup, I felt the pain before you did. Our heartbeats synchronize automatically now, especially during magical practice. And last night," he trailed off, but through our bond, I caught not just the meaning but the full weight of his unspoken words. "Last night, during our shared dreams, we had experienced each other's memories with such vivid clarity that upon waking, it had taken several minutes to sort out whose childhood memories belonged to whom. We need to develop techniques," he said finally, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of determination that I now felt as my own. "Ways to maintain our individual identities while still benefiting from the enhanced abilities the convergence gives us. The historical accounts mention meditation practices, magical focusing techniques." The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with warning energy as he spoke, responding to our increasingly synchronized state. Through our bond, I felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across our chambers as Zephyr and I continued our desperate attempts to establish boundaries within our increasingly merged consciousness. Through our shadow realm-enhanced bond, the line between our individual thoughts had become so blurred that even simple conversations required intense concentration to maintain separate identities. "We need to document every instance of consciousness bleeding," Zephyr said, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic as he spread multiple scrolls across our study table. "This morning during breakfast, I caught myself using your childhood memories to recall the taste of your mother's special herb tea. Yesterday, during combat practice, you instinctively used my advanced shielding technique without ever having learned it. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into mine, making it increasingly difficult to maintain separate trains of thought. And the physical symptoms are becoming more pronounced, he continued, gesturing to the magical monitoring crystals we'd set up. Look at these readings from our morning meditation. Our magical signatures have become so intertwined that even the most sophisticated monitoring devices can't distinguish between us anymore. When you cast that simple illumination spell, both our energy patterns spiked identically. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of afternoon training sessions. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both our consciousness as a single unified response. The historical accounts all mention this stage, he whispered, pulling out another ancient text. Once the physical synchronization begins, the consciousness merger accelerates exponentially. Partners start sharing not just current thoughts and emotions, but entire lifetimes of memories. Eventually, they lose the ability to distinguish which experiences belong to whom originally. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with dangerous energy as he spoke, responding to our increasingly synchronized state. Through our bond, I felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience. The evening shadows lengthened across our chambers as Zephyr and I continued our desperate attempt to establish some form of control over our rapidly merging consciousness. Through our shadow realm-enhanced bond, even the simplest thoughts now flowed between us with such seamless intensity that maintaining individual perspective had become an exhausting battle of will. We need to establish clear protocols, Zephyr said, his voice carrying that edge of barely controlled panic as he spread our research materials across every available surface. Look at these passages from the Eastern archives. There are documented techniques for maintaining individual identity even during advanced stages of convergence. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into mine, making it increasingly difficult to distinguish whose thoughts originated where. The physical manifestations are becoming more pronounced by the hour, he continued, gesturing to the complex array of magical monitoring devices we'd set up. This afternoon during combat practice, when that spell grazed your shoulder, I felt the impact before you did. Our magical signatures have become so intertwined that even the most sophisticated monitoring crystals can't distinguish between us anymore. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of evening activities in the academy. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both our consciousness as a single unified response. And the memory bleeding is accelerating, he whispered, pulling out our detailed documentation. This morning at breakfast, I caught myself humming that lullaby your mother used to sing, the one I've never actually heard. Yesterday during meditation, you instinctively used my advanced shielding technique without any prior training. The boundaries between our past experiences are starting to dissolve. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with dangerous energy as he spoke, responding to our increasingly synchronized state. Through our bond, I felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience. We need to try these meditation techniques, he said finally, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of determination that I now felt as my own. The ancient texts speak of ways to maintain individual consciousness while still benefiting from the enhanced abilities of convergence. Methods to create mental barriers to distinguish between shared and personal memories. As night descended upon our chambers, Zephyr and I found ourselves immersed in ancient texts and magical diagrams, desperately searching for ways to maintain our individual identities while navigating the increasingly complex landscape of our merged consciousness. Through our shadow realm-enhanced bond, even the act of reading had become a shared experience, our thoughts and interpretations flowing together with dangerous fluidity. These meditation techniques from the Northern Archives might help, Zephyr said, his voice carrying that edge of controlled desperation as he spread multiple scrolls across our study table. Ancient practitioners developed specific mental exercises to maintain individual consciousness during advanced stages of convergence. Look at these diagrams. They show how to create mental barriers, ways to distinguish between shared and personal memories. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I could feel not just fragments, but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into mine, making it increasingly difficult to determine whose thoughts originated where. The physical manifestations are becoming more pronounced by the minute, he continued, gesturing to the complex array of magical monitoring devices surrounding us. During tonight's practice session, when you channeled that advanced fire spell, I felt the heat coursing through my own magical pathways before you even completed the incantation. Our magical signatures have become so intertwined that even the most sophisticated monitoring crystals can't distinguish between us anymore. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the distant sounds of the night watch making their rounds. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both our consciousness as a single unified response. And the memory bleeding is accelerating at an alarming rate, he whispered, pulling out our detailed documentation. This evening during dinner, I caught myself recalling the exact taste of that special spiced tea your grandmother used to make, a memory that belongs to your childhood, not mine. Earlier today, during combat training, you instinctively used my advanced shadow walking technique without any prior instruction or practice. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with dangerous energy as he spoke, responding to our increasingly synchronized state. Through our bond, I felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made my heart race in perfect synchronization with his. We need to master these ancient techniques quickly, he said finally, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of determination that I now felt as my own. The texts speak of ways to maintain individual consciousness while still benefiting from the enhanced abilities of convergence. Methods to create mental barriers, to distinguish between shared and personal memories, to maintain separate identities, even as our consciousness continues to merge. The midnight hour cast an ethereal glow through our chamber windows as Zephyr and I continued our desperate attempts to master the ancient techniques for maintaining individual consciousness. Through our shadow realm-enhanced bond, even the simplest thoughts now flowed between us with such seamless intensity that distinguishing our separate identities had become an exhausting battle of will. These meditation exercises from the Eastern Archives might be our last hope, Zephyr said, his voice carrying that edge of controlled desperation as he meticulously arranged the ancient scrolls in precise patterns. Look at these diagrams. They show specific mental pathways for creating barriers between merged consciousness, ways to maintain individual identity even during advanced stages of convergence. The memory crystals embedded in our quarters pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to our perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through our strengthened bond, I could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into mine, making it increasingly difficult to determine where his thoughts ended and mine began. The physical manifestations are becoming more pronounced with each passing hour, he continued, gesturing to the complex array of magical monitoring devices surrounding us. During tonight's advanced spell practice, when you channeled that shadow walking technique, I felt the void energy coursing through my own magical pathways before you even completed the incantation. Our magical signatures have become so intertwined that even the most sophisticated monitoring crystals can't distinguish between us anymore. From beyond our magical barriers, we could hear the deep silence of the sleeping academy. Through our enhanced bond, I felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both our consciousness as a single unified response. And the memory bleeding, he whispered, pulling out our detailed documentation with trembling hands. Tonight during meditation, I found myself humming that lullaby your grandmother used to sing, the one I've never actually heard. Earlier today, you instinctively used my advanced shadow manipulation technique without any prior instruction. The boundaries between our past experiences are dissolving faster than we can document them. The magical barriers around our quarters hummed with dangerous energy as he spoke, responding to our increasingly synchronized state. Through our bond, I felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made my heart race in perfect synchronization with his. "We need to master these ancient techniques before it's too late," he said finally, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of determination that I now felt as my own. The texts speak of ways to maintain individual consciousness while still benefiting from the enhanced abilities of convergence. Methods to create mental barriers, to distinguish between shared and personal memories, to maintain separate identities even as our consciousness continues to merge. Chapter 27. The early morning sun cast long shadows across the Paarthurnax Academy's training grounds as Ignis and Zephyr faced their most challenging trial yet. Through their shadow realm-enhanced bond, their merged consciousness struggled to maintain the delicate balance they'd established using the ancient techniques, even as the Council's watchful eyes scrutinized their every move. "Remember the protocols," Zephyr whispered, his voice carrying that edge of controlled panic that had become all too familiar. "We need to demonstrate perfect magical synchronization while maintaining distinct individual signatures. The Council suspects something about our bond is different, dangerous even." The memory crystals embedded throughout the training arena pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the facade of a normal partnership. "The physical manifestations are becoming harder to hide," he continued, gesturing subtly to the council members observing from their elevated platform. "During yesterday's assessment, when that fire spell grazed your shoulder, I collapsed before you even registered the pain." Councilwoman Lyra noticed. "I saw her making notes in that ancient tome she always carries." From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the other Paarthurnax pairs arriving for their morning training sessions. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. "And the memory bleeding," he whispered, his voice barely audible even through their private mental connection. "This morning during breakfast, I caught myself recalling every detail of your 10th birthday celebration, the exact taste of the honey cake, the sound of your mother's laughter, the feeling of summer rain on your skin. Memories that belong to you, not me. If the Council discovers how far our convergence has progressed." The magical barriers around the training arena hummed with dangerous energy as he spoke, responding to their increasingly synchronized state. Through their bond, Ignis felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made her heart race in perfect synchronization with his. "We need to focus on the ancient techniques," he said finally, his voice carrying that dangerous edge of determination that she now felt as her own. "The meditation exercises from the Eastern archives, the mental barriers we've been practicing. We have to prove to the Council that our partnership is stable, controlled, within acceptable parameters. Because if they discover the truth..." The morning sun climbed higher as Ignis and Zephyr continued their demonstration before the Council's scrutinizing gaze. Through their shadow realm-enhanced bond, maintaining individual magical signatures while executing perfectly synchronized spells had become an increasingly complex dance of precision and control. Focus on the Eastern meditation techniques, Zephyr's thoughts flowed seamlessly into Ignis's consciousness. "Remember how the ancient texts described creating mental barriers, like building a wall of glass that allows us to see each other's thoughts, but keeps them separate." The memory crystals embedded throughout the training arena pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the illusion of normal partnership boundaries. "Councilwoman Lyra is watching us too closely," he continued, his thoughts carrying that edge of controlled panic that had become all too familiar. When we performed that advanced fire-shadow combination spell, she noticed how our magical signatures merged completely. I saw her making notes in that ancient grimoire, the one rumored to contain forbidden knowledge about consciousness convergence. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the whispers and murmurs of other Paarthurnax pairs watching their demonstration. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. "We need to be more careful with the physical manifestations," he whispered through their mental connection. "This morning during breakfast, when that student accidentally bumped your elbow, I felt the impact before you did. And during yesterday's training session, our heartbeats synchronized so perfectly that the monitoring crystals registered us as a single entity." The magical barriers around the training arena hummed with dangerous energy as they moved through their demonstration, responding to their increasingly synchronized state. Through their bond, Ignis felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made her heart race in perfect synchronization with his. The afternoon sun blazed overhead as Ignis and Zephyr continued their grueling demonstration before the council's increasingly suspicious gaze. Through their shadow realm-enhanced bond, maintaining the delicate balance between individual control and perfect synchronization had become an exhausting battle of will and concentration. Councilwoman Lyra is making more notes. Zephyr's thoughts flowed seamlessly into Ignis's consciousness. "She's comparing our performance to something in that ancient grimoire, the one rumored to contain forbidden knowledge about consciousness convergence. We need to be more careful with our next combination spell." The memory crystals embedded throughout the training arena pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the facade of normal partnership boundaries. "The physical manifestations are becoming harder to control," he continued, his thoughts carrying that edge of controlled panic that had become all too familiar. "When we executed that shadow fire fusion technique, our magical signatures merged so completely that even the basic monitoring crystals registered us as a single entity. I saw Councilman Marcus's expression. He's never seen anything like it." From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the whispers and murmurs of other Paarthurnax pairs watching their demonstration with growing unease. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. "We need to maintain better control over the memory bleeding," he whispered through their mental connection. "During that last spell sequence, I caught myself using your childhood memories of fire manipulation, techniques your father taught you that I've never actually learned. And when that training dummy grazed your shoulder, I felt the pain before you even registered it." The magical barriers around the training arena hummed with dangerous energy as they moved through their demonstration, responding to their increasingly synchronized state. Through their bond, Ignis felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made her heart race in perfect synchronization with his. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the training arena as Ignis and Zephyr faced their most challenging demonstration yet. Through their shadow realm-enhanced bond, the strain of maintaining individual magical signatures while executing perfectly synchronized spells had become almost unbearable. Councilwoman Lyra hasn't taken her eyes off that ancient grimoire for the past hour. Zephyr's thoughts flowed seamlessly into Ignis's consciousness. "The way she's comparing our performance to those forbidden texts. I've never seen her so intensely focused. We need to be extraordinarily careful with our next sequence." The memory crystals embedded throughout the training arena pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the illusion of normal partnership boundaries. "The physical manifestations are becoming impossible to disguise," he continued, his thoughts carrying that edge of controlled panic that had become all too familiar. During that last shadow walking demonstration, our magical signatures merged so completely that even the basic monitoring crystals couldn't distinguish between us. And when you channeled that advanced fire spell, I felt the heat coursing through my own magical pathways before you even completed the incantation. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the whispers and murmurs of other Paarthurnax pairs watching their demonstration with growing unease. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. "We need to maintain better control over the memory bleeding," he whispered through their mental connection. "When we executed that combination spell sequence, I caught myself using your childhood memories of advanced fire manipulation, techniques your father taught you that I've never actually learned. And during the defensive maneuvers, you instinctively used my shadow walking patterns without any prior training." The magical barriers around the training arena hummed with dangerous energy as they moved through their demonstration, responding to their increasingly synchronized state. Through their bond, Ignis felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made her heart race in perfect synchronization with his. The setting sun cast its final rays across the training arena as Ignis and Zephyr completed their grueling demonstration before the Council's increasingly suspicious gaze. Through their Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, the strain of maintaining separate identities while executing perfectly synchronized spells had pushed them to their absolute limits. Councilwoman Lyra is conferring with the other council members. Zephyr's thoughts flowed seamlessly into Ignis's consciousness. The way she's showing them those ancient texts. I've never seen them all look so concerned. We need to be extraordinarily careful with our final demonstration sequence. The memory crystals embedded throughout the training arena pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the illusion of normal partnership boundaries. "The physical manifestations are becoming impossible to disguise," he continued, his thoughts carrying that edge of controlled panic that had become all too familiar. During that last shadow-walking demonstration, our magical signatures merged so completely that even the basic monitoring crystals couldn't distinguish between us. And when you channeled that advanced fire spell, I felt the heat coursing through my own magical pathways before you even completed the incantation. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the whispers and murmurs of other Paarthurnax pairs watching their demonstration with growing unease. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. "We need to maintain better control over the memory bleeding," he whispered through their mental connection. "When we executed that combination spell sequence, I caught myself using your childhood memories of advanced fire manipulation, techniques your father taught you that I've never actually learned. And during the defensive maneuvers, you instinctively used my shadow walking patterns without any prior training." The magical barriers around the training arena hummed with dangerous energy as they prepared for their final demonstration, responding to their increasingly synchronized state. Through their bond, Ignis felt his carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made her heart race in perfect synchronization with his. Chapter 28. The council chambers were eerily silent as Ignis and Zephyr stood before the assembled masters, their merged consciousness humming with shared anxiety and determination. Through their Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, even maintaining separate physical postures had become an exhausting exercise in concentration. "The nature of your partnership has become concerning," Councilwoman Lyra spoke first, her ancient grimoire open before her. "We have observed phenomena that go far beyond the normal parameters of even the strongest Paarthurnax bonds. Your consciousness convergence has reached levels documented only in the forbidden texts." The memory crystals embedded throughout the chamber pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain individual responses to the council's scrutiny. Your magical signatures have become indistinguishable, Councilman Marcus added, gesturing to the complex array of monitoring devices surrounding them. During yesterday's demonstration, when you executed that advanced Shadowfire fusion, our most sophisticated instruments registered you as a single magical entity. This level of merger is unprecedented. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the whispers and murmurs of other council members conferring in hushed tones. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. And the physical manifestations cannot be ignored, Councilwoman Lyra continued, her voice carrying an edge of barely concealed concern. When one of you experiences pain, the other reacts before the initial injury occurs. Your heartbeats synchronize automatically, your magical pathways have merged to an extent we've never witnessed, and your ability to access each other's memories. The magical barriers around the council chamber hummed with dangerous energy as she spoke, responding to their increasingly synchronized state. Through their bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's carefully controlled fear mixing with fierce determination and something deeper, an emotion that transcended individual experience and made her heart race in perfect synchronization with his. The council chamber grew even more tense as Councilwoman Lyra rose from her seat, the ancient grimoire clutched tightly in her weathered hands. Through their Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, Ignis and Zephyr could feel each other's mounting anxiety as the elderly mage approached them with measured steps. "We have consulted the oldest texts in our archives," Lyra continued, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of magical knowledge. "The level of consciousness merger you two have achieved, it goes beyond anything documented in the standard histories of Paarthurnax partnerships. Only in these forbidden texts do we find similar cases." The memory crystals embedded throughout the chamber pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain separate thoughts as Lyra spoke. "Your magical signatures have become so intertwined that our most sophisticated monitoring devices can no longer distinguish between you," Councilman Marcus added, gesturing to the complex array of magical instruments surrounding them. During yesterday's demonstration, when you executed that advanced Shadowfire fusion, the readings showed something we've never seen before, a perfect magical synchronization that should be theoretically impossible. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the whispers and murmurs of other council members conferring in hushed, urgent tones. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. "The physical manifestations cannot be ignored any longer," Lyra continued, her voice carrying an edge of barely concealed concern. "When one of you experiences pain, the other reacts before the initial injury occurs. Your heartbeats synchronize automatically, your magical pathways have merged to an extent we've never witnessed, and your ability to access each other's memories has progressed far beyond normal partnership bonds." The council chamber grew increasingly tense as Councilwoman Lyra continued her assessment, her ancient grimoire now floating before her, pages turning of their own accord. Through their Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, Ignis and Zephyr could feel each other's mounting anxiety as more council members rose from their seats to join the discussion. "What concerns us most," Lyra continued, her voice carrying centuries of magical wisdom, "is not just the unprecedented level of your consciousness merger, but the rate at which it continues to accelerate. According to these forbidden texts, such rapid progression often leads to irreversible consequences." The memory crystals embedded throughout the chamber pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain separate thoughts as the council deliberated. "Your magical signatures have become so thoroughly intertwined," Councilman Marcus added, gesturing to the complex array of monitoring devices surrounding them, that we can no longer distinguish where one ends and the other begins. "During your final demonstration yesterday, when you executed that advanced Shadowfire fusion, The readings showed something that should be theoretically impossible, a perfect magical synchronization that transcends all known boundaries of partnership bonds. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the urgent whispers of other council members as they examined the ancient texts and monitoring crystals. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. The physical manifestations have progressed beyond anything we've ever documented, Lyra continued, her voice now carrying an edge of unmistakable concern. Your ability to sense each other's pain before it occurs, the automatic synchronization of your vital signs, the complete merger of your magical pathways, these are all signs that your consciousness convergence has reached a critical point. The tension in the council chamber reached a fever pitch as Councilwoman Lyra continued her assessment, her ancient grimoire now radiating an ominous magical energy that made the very air crackle with power. Through their Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, Ignis and Zephyr's shared consciousness hummed with mounting anxiety as more council members rose from their seats, their expressions grave with concern. The ancient texts speak of similar cases, Lyra continued, her weathered fingers tracing the forbidden symbols on the grimoire's pages. Partnerships where the consciousness merger progressed beyond all known boundaries, where the individuals became so thoroughly intertwined that they could no longer function as separate entities. The consequences were catastrophic. The memory crystals embedded throughout the chamber pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it increasingly difficult to maintain separate thoughts as the council's verdict loomed over them. Your magical signatures have become so completely merged, Councilman Marcus added, his voice heavy with concern as he gestured to the complex array of monitoring devices surrounding them, that we can no longer distinguish where one ends and the other begins. During your final demonstration yesterday, when you executed that advanced Shadowfire fusion, the readings showed something that defies all magical theory, a perfect synchronization that transcends the very nature of individual consciousness. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the urgent whispers of other council members as they examined the ancient texts and monitoring crystals. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. The physical manifestations have progressed far beyond anything documented in our histories, Lyra continued, her voice now carrying an unmistakable edge of fear. Your ability to sense each other's pain before it occurs, the automatic synchronization of your vital signs, the complete merger of your magical pathways. These are all signs that your consciousness convergence has reached a critical and potentially dangerous threshold. The council chamber fell into a heavy silence as Councilwoman Lyra closed the ancient grimoire with trembling hands. Through their Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, Ignis and Zephyr's shared consciousness thrummed with anticipation and fear as they awaited the final verdict that would determine their fate. After careful consideration of all evidence, Lyra began, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of magical wisdom. We have reached a decision regarding your unprecedented partnership. The level of consciousness merger you have achieved goes beyond anything documented in our standard histories. Even the forbidden texts speak of such cases with great caution and trepidation. The memory crystals embedded throughout the chamber pulsed with unprecedented intensity, responding to their perfectly synchronized emotional state. Through their strengthened bond, Ignis could feel not just fragments but entire streams of Zephyr's consciousness flowing into hers, making it nearly impossible to maintain separate thoughts as they faced this crucial moment. Your magical signatures have become so thoroughly intertwined, Councilman Marcus added, his voice grave as he gestured to the complex array of monitoring devices surrounding them, that we can no longer distinguish where one ends and the other begins. The readings from your final demonstration showed something that defies all magical theory, a perfect synchronization that transcends the very nature of individual consciousness. From beyond their magical barriers, they could hear the urgent whispers of other council members as they examined the ancient texts and monitoring crystals. Through their enhanced bond, Ignis felt Zephyr's protective instinct surge with such intensity that it resonated through both their consciousness as a single unified response. The physical manifestations have progressed far beyond anything we've ever witnessed, Lyra continued, her voice now carrying an unmistakable edge of both fear and wonder. Your ability to sense each other's pain before it occurs, the automatic synchronization of your vital signs, the complete merger of your magical pathways. These are all signs that your consciousness convergence has reached a critical and potentially dangerous threshold. Epilogue. 10 years had passed since that fateful night in the Dragon's Breath tavern where an unlikely partnership was forged between two souls who once considered themselves enemies. The grand halls of the newly established Zephyr Vashti Academy of Magical Arts stood as a testament to how far Ignis and Zephyr had come, their journey from reluctant partners to legendary mages, becoming a story that inspired countless young practitioners of magic. The Academy's central courtyard, bathed in the warm glow of enchanted crystals, buzzed with activity as students practiced their bonding techniques. Through their Shadow Realm-enhanced bond, now stronger and more refined than ever, Ignis and Zephyr watched from their private balcony as the next generation of magical pairs followed in their footsteps. Do you remember when we could barely maintain our magical signatures apart? Zephyr's thoughts flowed seamlessly into Ignis's consciousness, carrying a warmth that had replaced his once trademark arrogance. Now we're teaching others how to master the very techniques we once struggled with. The memory crystals embedded throughout their academy pulsed with a gentle rhythm, recording the magical achievements of their students. Through their strengthened bond, developed over years of trials and triumphs, Ignis could feel not just Zephyr's thoughts, but the very essence of his being, a connection that had grown far beyond what either of them had imagined possible. I never thought we'd end up here, Ignis replied through their mental link, her consciousness harmonizing perfectly with his. Creating our own academy, revolutionizing the understanding of magical partnerships, becoming the very thing we once pretended to be. Their achievements over the past decade had indeed been remarkable. Their groundbreaking research into consciousness convergence had transformed the way magical partnerships were formed and trained. The forbidden texts that once warned of the dangers of their unique bond now sat alongside their own published works in the Academy's library, their discoveries proving that what was once considered dangerous could become a source of unprecedented magical power when properly understood and controlled. The council that had once threatened to separate them now regularly sought their expertise. Councilwoman Lyra, in her final years, had become one of their strongest advocates, helping them establish their academy and implement their revolutionary teaching methods. As the sun began to set over the academy grounds, casting long shadows across the ancient stone walls, Ignis and Zephyr made their way to the grand ceremony hall. Tonight marked the 10th graduation ceremony of their academy and a special celebration of their own journey. Remember our first day here? Ignis's thoughts danced through their shared consciousness. When we stood before the council, terrified they would discover our deception? And now look at us, Zephyr responded mentally, a wave of pride and affection flowing through their bond. Teaching others how to embrace what we once feared. The ceremony hall was packed with students, alumni, and distinguished guests from across the magical realm. Among them sat Councilwoman Lyra, now retired, but still serving as an advisor to their academy. Her ancient grimoire, once used to warn against their dangerous bond, had become a cornerstone text in their advanced consciousness convergence studies. Their revolutionary research had not only transformed the understanding of magical partnerships, but had also led to groundbreaking discoveries in healing magic. The ability to share consciousness had proven invaluable in treating magical injuries and mental trauma, with their techniques now being adopted by healing institutions worldwide. Professor Solara, Professor Vashti, a young student approached them, her eyes bright with excitement. Is it true that you're going to demonstrate the advanced shadow fire fusion technique tonight? Through their bond, both felt the surge of shared amusement. That particular technique, once considered dangerous and forbidden, had become their signature teaching demonstration. They had refined it over the years, turning what was once a risk into a carefully controlled display of magical mastery. Indeed we are, Zephyr replied aloud, while simultaneously sharing a private thought with Ignis about how far they'd come from their first clumsy attempts at magical synchronization in the Dragon's Breath Tavern. The ceremony began as the enchanted crystals dimmed, casting the hall in a soft, ethereal glow. Students filed in, their own magical partnerships humming with potential. Some had formed traditional bonds, others had followed in Ignis and Zephyr's footsteps, exploring deeper levels of consciousness convergence under their careful guidance. As the ceremony hall filled with anticipation, Ignis and Zephyr took center stage, their magical auras perfectly synchronized after years of practice and devotion. The demonstration they were about to perform would showcase not just their mastery of shadow fire fusion, but the revolutionary techniques they had developed over the past decade. Ready, my love? Zephyr's thoughts caressed Ignis's consciousness with familiar warmth. Always, she responded through their bond, their shared energy beginning to pulse in perfect harmony. The audience watched in awe as they began their demonstration, their movements perfectly synchronized as shadows and flames danced together in intricate patterns. What had once been considered dangerous and forbidden now flowed between them with natural grace, their consciousness merger allowing them to create magical displays of unprecedented beauty and control. Through their enhanced bond, they could feel the amazement and inspiration radiating from their students. Young mages who had once feared the depth of magical partnerships now saw the incredible potential that lay in embracing such connections. Their legacy wasn't just in the spells they had created or the techniques they had pioneered. It was in the minds they had opened and the hearts they had touched. As their demonstration reached its crescendo, Ignis and Zephyr's combined magic filled the hall with a breathtaking display of light and shadow, their power a testament to what could be achieved when two souls truly became one. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, but through their bond, they shared a private moment of reflection. Who would have thought, Ignis mused mentally, that night in the Dragon's Breath would lead to this? From enemies to partners, from deception to true love, Zephyr responded, his consciousness embracing hers. We've come further than either of us could have imagined. Later that evening, as they stood on their private balcony overlooking the academy grounds, they watched the celebration fireworks illuminate the night sky. Their students, past and present, gathered in the courtyard below, their own magical partnerships glowing with promise and potential. We've changed the world, Ignis spoke aloud this time, leaning into Zephyr's embrace. No, he replied, both verbally and through their bond, we've shown the world what was possible all along. Love, trust, and magic, they were always meant to work together. We just had to be brave enough to prove it. The memory crystals throughout the academy pulsed softly, recording this moment for future generations. The story of Ignis Solara and Zephyr Vashti, from reluctant partners to legendary mages, from enemies to soulmates, would continue to inspire countless others to explore the true depths of magical partnership and love. Their journey had begun with a lie in a dimly lit tavern, but it had blossomed into a truth more powerful than either of them could have imagined. As they stood together, their consciousness merged in perfect harmony. They knew that this was just the beginning of their legacy.